Mas gutom ako ngayon. Gusto ko makuha yung championship ng Season 6. Mahirap man pero tatrabahuin. Yun yung pangarap namin. Kasi di lang basta nandito ka, laro-laro ka lang, hindi ganun eh. Gusto namin makuha yung achievement namin na makakuha ng championship. Palagi kang positive, may mararating ka sa buhay. Palagi ako naniniwala na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Mindset ko lang, laro is laro. Lalarin ko lang yung laro ko. And alam ko may ibubuga ako.
Shider is back!
Nung nawala ako ng Season 2, may katim na ako sila Demon, which is yung katim ko ngayon na si Drix tsaka si Demon. Palagi lang kami offline tour na. Noong Season 3 and Season 4, pinilit kong makapasok. Pero, fail. Nang Season 5, yun, kinuha ko ng BSB din, pinalad naman ulit. Naging fighter ako kasi nabago yung meta. Kasi mid lane ako nun dati. So, malaking adjustments yung nabago sa akin. Lumaki yung hero pools ko. Marami rin kasi nagbago sa laro Sobrang nag-mature ako.
Pushback itong solo kill by Shider QT of the carry at the bottom lane. Walang kalaban-laban ko din kasi kahit.
Yung Dragon naging
Marami ako natutunan, lalo na kay Cap 1. Kasi every time na may error ako, sabi ko sa kanya, huwag siyang mahiyang magsabi sa akin kasi gusto ko nakikinig ako. Gusto ko matuto lalo. Si Ana, palagi rin nagbibigay ng payo sa akin. Mag-champion, kasama yung team ko ngayon. Yun naman yung hangad ng lahat, di ba? Yung makakuha ng title. Magtatrabaho ko na mabuti para sa karir na to. Mas pag-iigihan ko pa. Siyempre, pangarap mo makapunta pa rin ng MPL. So, masaya ako. Kahit nung wala pa ako sa MPL, masaya pa rin ako. Kasi ginagawa ko naman yung gusto kong gawin. Kaya gusto ko rin makapasok ng MPL kasi gusto ko rin makatulong sa family ko. Thank you, Ma, sa suporta. Sa ate ko, sa kuya ko, lahat sila kasi tuwing may laban kami, lahat sila nanonood. Pero may isang taong palagi naniniwala sa akin, yung girlfriend ko, si Ashley. Palagi niya sinasabi pag nadadown ako, laban lang palagi. Huwag may stress. Every time na pag natatalo kami, nandiyan siya palagi sa akin sa tabi. Kahit hindi ko kasama, palagi ang pinapaiwan. Siyempre sa teammate ko, kay Boyet, kay Wilson, kay Drix, Robert, tsaka kay Coach, maraming salamat. Kasi nung Season 2, hindi pa naman ako sobrang mature. Kala ko parang wala lang. Parang may sponsorship lang na ganyan, maglalaro ka lang. Pero para siyang trabaho talaga. Kunyari, palagi na sa office, 8 hours, maglalaro ka.
Go to BSB!
Lumawak yung isip ko sa paglalaro and sa mga nakapaligid. Kaya mas pinag-iigihan ko mabuti. Maraming kailangan trabahuin. Pag kailangan mo ng ganito, pag gusto mo yung ganito, tatrabahuin mo.
Sabihin ng MLBB sa akin, hindi na lang siya basta laro. Para siya nagbigay din buhay para sa akin. Nag-start ako maglaro ng Mobile Legends nung sunod-sunod din talo namin sa mga MOBA. Bigla ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa Facebook. Nanonood na ako sa mga YouTube gameplay kung paano laruin yung Mobile Legends. Sa isip ko parang may something dito na pwede mangyari, mga possible mangyari in the future. Naging tapon ako sa tapon global sa leaderboards, tapos sa assassin like Fanny, Lancelot, Busher, Hellcurt, Saber. Yan, parang doon ako na kilala. Hindi ko talaga akalain na magkakaroon din ako ng contract sa mundo. Hindi ko talaga ina-expect yun. Balak ko lang talaga maglaro, grind ng grind, sumali sa tournament. Sa pro scene kasi kailangan kasi talaga doon full time ba talaga as a player. May schedule ka ng practice mo. Hindi ko kaya pagsabihin yung pro scene pati yung streaming. Hirap talaga ako kasi in term yun, wala akong disiplina sa sarili rin. Namimili ako kung tutuloy ko yung pag-ML o pag-aaral ko. Pinagpalit ko yung pag-aaral ko sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends Tinatago din yung saksakan ng wifi namin. 12 AM, tatanggalin na yung saksakan ng wifi para di ako makapaglaro. Siguro madaling araw yun, tumatakas ako sa bahay para lang makapag-ML. Wala ko namang parents na gusto pagpalit yung pag-aaral sa ibang bagay. Yung idol ko syempre yung family ko. Kasi sila yung dahilan kung bakit ko nagagawa itong mga bagay na to. Kasi yung family ko kasi talaga dati nagkaroon ng problem Nung nangyari lahat ito, parang unti-unti na nagbabago yung sa side ng family ko. Nasuportahan ko sila. Hindi ko magagawa yun kung hindi ako na-inspire sa kanila. Ang iniisip sa akin ng ibang tao, siguro tahimik lang ako ganun. Iba ako sa realidad eh. Ako yung pinakamakulit, ako yung pinakamaingay sa aming magpabarkada. Ako din yung lagi nagpapatawa, ganun. Yun, yung kasi minsan kasi sa streaming eh, shoutout ako ng shoutout, napapagod din ako. Pero syempre, kailangan yun eh. Yun yung gusto ng fans natin eh. Kaya kahit malit na bagay, kailangan natin gawin. Wala mag-aangat sa sarili mo kundi sarili mo lang din. Kasi sa umpisa, wala talagang susuporta sa'yo kundi ikaw lang. Yung iba manlalait sa'yo, sasabihin nagpapasikat ka lang kaya ka nag-i-stream. Wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag kang makikinig sa sinasabi ng iba. Kung anong gusto ng puso mo, sarili mo, tuloy mo lang. Huwag kang magpapapait sa iba.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, so yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok ng MPL, ay isang estudyante na kumukuha ng kursong computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nag-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko at mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungin, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si OMVs talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in-game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa tao kung ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Dahil buhay na si Grid, yung pinaka-problema na natanggal nila, bumalik na naman. And grabe yung best na
Nagsimula yung career ko nasa Obs Gaming. Kakampi ko sila Sire, Chakno, tapos si Cap1. Unang qualifier ko nun, hindi kami nakapasok. Nalaglag kami sa qualifier ng Season 4, nung BSP pa ako. Piniam ako ni Siko na wag daw ako mag-alala, makapasok daw ako ng MPL. Tinupad niya naman yung pangako niya na kukunin na ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, granab ko yung opportunity na makapasok sa MPL. Onic PH ako, madami ako natutunan nun, lalo na sa mga pagkatalo namin. Last championship, sobrang heartbreaking kasi lamang namin ng 2-0. Tapos naudlot yung pagkapanalo namin. Hindi nga ako masyado napagsalita nung after na yun, hindi din agad ako nakalis ng stage. Historical sana yung pagkapanalo namin dun kasi straight from quali kami tsaka rookie sa MPL lahat. Tapos yun, sayang. Kailangan na naming maghiwalay kasi di na ganun nag-work yung communication namin. May mga players na hindi na din katulad ng sama namin dati. Siguro kasi parte din yun ng paghihiwalay. Siyempre, nung nagkaroon ako ng opportunity nung kinuha ako ng Sunsparks, grinab ko yun kasi kailangan kong magkaroon ng new journey. Sobrang laki ng pinagbago nung nag-champion na ako sa MPL kasi finally na-prove ko yung sarili ko na kaya ko mag-champion sa PH kasi yun talaga yung pangarap ko. Haters ko na-prove ko sa kanila na hindi ganun kababa yung laro ko. Sobrang motivated ko din kasi i-prove yung sarili ko sa sobrang daming hate na na-receive ko ng Season 4 and sa M1. Masarap sa pakiramdam kasi nalaman ko kung bakit sila yung champion. Ibang-iba yung feeling pag sila yung kalaro. Sobrang goods lang maglaro. Yung good mood lang ba, kalmado lang sa laro, naghihilaan lang pataas, ganun. Ngayon naglo-look forward ako na mag-champion sa ibang bansa. Yun naman yung tinatahak ko ngayon na goal. Dito ko natutunan maging kalmado. Especially kasi yun yung naturo sa akin ng mga ka-teammates ko sa Onic PH. Hindi lang pala siya basta game. Nabibuild din dito yung kumpiyansa mo, yung attitude mo. Lahat ng positive pwede mong matutunan din para sa Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zhong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhong has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here. The Black Dragon has returned. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines Season 6. We are in our regular season, the third day of our 6th week. We're going to be your casters. I'm Shibu with the 1, 4, and I with my partner analyst here, Butters PH, and of course the biggest shoutouts to our sponsors. We got our official telco partner. We have our Smart. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, thank you so much to Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams. Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
And we have our official sponsor, Realme. The Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro, alongside the Realme 7, will be launching it this 30th of September, 12 noon on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Of course, our official sponsor, we got Gillette. Ladies and gentlemen, get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in esports, PayMaya, get free 50 peso credit from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Our partner in esports, you got TikTok Live. Check out MLBB's channel in TikTok Live and get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. We also have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, Here Like a Pro. And of course, this whole MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton. Ladies and gentlemen, another day. Actually, the last day of our 6-week, ladies and gents. We have a lot of games, lots of series slated for you. And the first one would be of this, Blacklist versus BSB.
Yeah, Blacklist versus BSB, I think it's one of the games where Blacklist International really wants just to, get some points.
Yeah.
And for the side of BSB, they are on their last legs. They're not that stable at the moment, and I've seen yesterday that they were actually separated.
Yeah, they're separated.
So,
actually, there are a lot of odds. There are a lot of factors that we see as something that goes really against Blacklist here. Not to mention that we are in a changing time right now, especially with the Project Next patch being present here. The kind of feel that actually my belief on BSB's pushed. Into getting a really memorable place here in the regular season for MPL. I think it is leaning towards being not possible, right? Because, they being separated, there are a lot of stuff really that factors in for BSB's struggle here right now. Still yet to find their second series of victory for the whole regular season. Whereas Blacklist International, they have suffered their fair share as well of losses. I mean, they should be... they came from losses, but I think they should still be coming confident into this game, especially against BSB.
Considering that, historically speaking, like, some of these teams have second half curses. Let's talk about that later. But right now, let's see the groups. I really think that BSB right now, considering that Blacklist International is from Group A, like, they don't really have a gauge on whatever the thing Blacklist is gonna do at this point. So they can just chill out, just try to pick the heroes that they want on the first game, and try to adjust accordingly. But for Blacklist International, I just feel for their side, yes, they haven't been winning a lot of the series that they're getting, but you know what? For Blacklist International, it's still the same thing because they don't really lose that easily on the teams that, on the top teams. And right now, BSB isn't really looking that good. So, meaning Blacklist International here might be a bit comfortable with this one.
Yeah, and actually, the play patterns here and the series patterns here of Blacklist International can be metaphorically described as a curse, actually, because even in last season, they were dominant in their first half of the regular season, and they got crashed in the second half. Also a patch was introduced during that previous season, particularly on an Italian nerf that did impact Blacklist performance. So we have to remember that for this season, Blacklist came in really strong. Their first series, especially against the popular team NXP, they come out really good on that one. They went 2-0 actually in dominating games.
And that happened way back season 5 as well. Blacklist International, the first time they came in, they went in guns a-blazing. But when the second half of the tournament happened, they didn't really have that same leverage. So that is the second half curse that we're talking about.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we want to see it still for the teams as they pit it out here at the MPL. And of course, first, let's check out our teams.
I-describe ko yung team namin as black kasi nagdidilim na yung paningin namin sa kanila.
Dinedescribe ko yung team ko as list Kaya ilista nyo naman ng mga problema ang team nyo sa amin.
International kasi yung galawan namin pang international.
Ang greatest asset ng team namin is yung si Kyrie, yung matagal nyo lang pinakahihintay. Batang-bata, pogi-pogi, mapusok.
Meron kami napakalupit na coach. Meron siyang death note. Nakalista ron lahat ng mga strategies namin.
Nakikita ko sa team na to na mas mataas ang maabot namin ngayong season kaysa sa mga last season. Wala nang umahad lang sa amin.
Gagawin namin silang stepping stone. Packet sa taas.
We get the Blacklist International roster lineup here. We got Full Clip, Aqua, Edward, Dexter Eason, and Killer. So far, they haven't had their nice roll of games from yesterday's matches. But maybe today, they will come in confident, like I said. Because it's BSB that they are facing. And so far, BSB has not taken the proper shape for a regular season team for MPL. And, you know, especially with them being separated, like we mentioned earlier, I think it really just goes against them. But still, ladies and gentlemen, the running performances here for Full Clip cannot be totally discounted. Even Edward has made his fair share of plays and impact. And of course, you could have Dexter and Eason to be reliable as well on their own roles.
Yep. Way back season 2, we did see Dexter and Killer together already. They really wanted. They looked really promising, only to fall short. 4th place, 3rd place at times. During season 5, they did not really, perform as expected on the playoffs. But with this Full Clip setup that they're with right now, it kind of reminds me of the Haji, Dexter, Killer, and the others, or Honda, Bonchan, and the others. It's kind of reminiscent of that. And you know what? I'm actually seeing Full Clip as a more explosive replacement, because back then they were actually a bit controlled, passive, organized chaos, but right now Full Clip just goes at it. And I mean, for this team, the Aqua, Edward, they're doing well on the side lanes, even putting Killer on the 6th spot. So that really says a lot for the squad.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, that's Blacklist International for you. Still have a lot of expectations for this two team. I feel like they still have that digest and willingness to really play through the project next patch, and I'm so excited in just what they will do and what they will deliver.
Balagbagan na sa season 6.
Family, parang ano sila eh, mga kapatid ko na rin yung mga eh. Tagal na rin magkakasama, isang taon na ata, lagpas na.
Puyat. Sobrang puyat nila lagi. Parang Mobile Legend lang.
Masaya din. Kasi natatalo, wala lang silang pake. Tuloy lang, bawi next game.
Kaya ganito kami kalakas kasi maayos lahat ng ugali namin. Walang natitiil, palaging positive.
Sobrang komportable namin sa isa't isa eh. As a team kami naglalaro, hindi as an individual player. Parang pag individual, nahinahang ako sa sarili namin, parang gano'n. Pero pag sa team, ayun, nalalakasan ako.
First game pa lang, bugsutukan na.
Ladies and gentlemen, the BSB roster lineup. You got Drix, Ana, Wilson, Trevor Capuan, and Scheider. From the looks of it, it is gonna be the Scheider that has been playing recently for a BSB squad. And I think Wilson is the one taking the bench right now. And from yesterday's performances, it's the same. I would just go for the same narrative here that BSB, they have the moves, they have the plays, they have the capacities. It's just that they need to work it out as a team. Right?
Yeah, it's still the same struggle ever since week number 1. Week number 6, they went in here. It's still the same struggle. And I don't know if there's some added pressure into this team. There's an added problem that came in. But for the side of BSB, it seems to me that all their confidence was lost during the consecutive 0-2 losses against Signal and Onic.
Yeah. Actually, if you want to account for Drix here in the BSB squad, remember that Drix here is still sitting at a KDA God rating. I think he sits at number 5, you know? So if you want to break it down, they have a KDA God battle here in the form of Full Clip and also Drix. ladies and gents. And the thing here, yeah, this is the updated stats. So yes, they sit at 5.74 in the KDA for Drix, 5.82 for Full Clip here. And you have to count the fact that it's also Drake that is the first one in the league that was able to tag the 100 kills mark. Here's the first.
It's really the idea of BSB just rotating their lineups on their drafts on Drix. He gets the kills as much as possible for the side of BSB. Now, I really like this comparison between Full Clip and Drix, because if you think about it, Blacklist International does the same thing. They rotate their lineup on Full Clip and it makes Full Clip shine. For the side of BSB, it makes Drake shine, but at the same time, they do not find a way to close out the game.
Yeah, they didn't find a way to close out the game, and it has been the early regular season narrative against against a BSB. What is Manjin doing right there? Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, it's probably because he's chanting. We got our solo analyst right there doing a segment. Actually, I think he's doing some enchantments for the side probably of
Enchanted Talisman.
Yeah, an enchanted talisman. You know, getting some buffs up.
Yeah,
you know, team buff. You know, to encourage the teams. That's some next level analysis right there. Spiritual analysis.
Yeah. But then again, if you are a fan, you should just support and chant for your team's name.
Yeah,
because they need it right now. They need all the confidence that they can get for Group A. They have made it into the playoffs, except of Blue Fire. But then again, you would want to get a better placement into going into the playoffs. So what you do is you really try to aim and gun for that certain spot where, you know, you'll be comfortable and you won't be on the last spot, so that you won't meet the strongest team of the other group.
Now we got our head-to-head running here between Blacklist versus BSB. You can actually account that BSB is a team that maybe on score does not perform well, but on the statistics they can compete actually, and that's why I've been banking on these players, you know, since the early and of course mid days of our regular season. It's just that I cannot but feel that them being separated, that is another negative factor for them. But there we go. You get the average kills per game going in favor here of BSB. That is mainly handed over towards Drix, sitting actually at the number 5 most kills in the league right now, 114, even with the losing record. Team damage per minute is actually relative to that, but the rest, you know, the rest of the stats, it's just on to Blacklist. There is no surprise for that one, especially with the Lord's lane per game being the most erratic stat that we have right now. And also the KDA average, because we are accounting for the whole team when it comes to KDA average. So there you go, guys. That is BSB versus Blacklist for the running stats. The biggest curiosity here will lie actually on, will it be an easy game for Blacklist, or will BSB be able to rise up and prove still as a big challenge against Blacklist, whose form after the Project Next patch is still being discovered. There we go. We got our player head-to-head. We are looking towards the fighter position here. Didn't mention this actually earlier. We haven't been highlighting these players earlier, but this is good that we have them now. Aqua and Ana. All I can remember with Ana actually is on his play with the Cho. Right?
Yeah.
With the Cho. And yeah, with regards to Ana, I'm not so sure. I mean, he hasn't been picking the Cho for quite some time here, especially with the changes and especially with the suggested picks that has been present for the side lane. I think upon the introduction also of Khalid into the early days of our regular season.
I would say that Ana is a cool, calm, and collected player in the side lane. But I think in a way, he is being put in the heroes that he's not comfortable with. I mean, unique heroes used is 12. Yes, that is a good sign if you're actually winning.
Yeah.
Because when you have 12 heroes, unique heroes used,
that means your pool is wide, right?
Your pool is wide.
But if you're winning,
but if you're
that's
winning,
the validation, right?
But then again, if you have a wide hero pool, then you're not winning.
You're not losing. Then that signals confusion.
That signals confusion, and that signals that you are getting outdrafted, or you are getting put in a spot where you're not really, you're not really just thriving, and you get put in a hero that you're not comfortable with.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Again, guys, this is our first series out of the 3 that we got for our 3rd day of this week, number 6. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the curiosity will lie here if BSB does BSB still has a fight in them. We're starting to have our rankings normalize right now. And just to remind you guys, BSB is not yet out. All right, BSB is not yet out. They're totally present. It's still within the league, and this is actually all right. This is, of course, we are rolling on a Sunday, so yes, no surprise. This is actually an intergroup between the group fight, because we got Blacklist onto the Group A, and we got BSB coming from Group B.
Think about it like this: Friday and Saturday is intramurals.
Then
Sunday,
school meet, city meet.
Sunday is intercollegiate league.
Yeah, it's like the city meet. It's like the city meet. We'd like to send a big shout outs, of course, to all of our Southeast Asian viewers. Welcome to the English broadcast, guys. And also would like to send a big shout outs to those who are looking for the Tagalog broadcast. The Tagalog broadcast is being presented on by Wolfcast and also Rockhart. And you can find them and check them at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang official Facebook and YouTube pages.
And as you're seeing right now, Blacklist International with their couch. That couch really reminds me of a Filipino jeepney.
Yeah, the Filipino jeepney couch, especially when they set it up in front of each other.
But you know what? I just got news.
Yeah.
That Blacklist International will be moving boot camps.
Ah, really? All right.
Because there were some plans of them of going to a good let's say another boot camp, but when everything happened, when
due to the COVID pandemic,
due to the pandemic, they were really just put in this place, and it was safer to stay here for a bit. So
yeah,
but they will be moving.
It's really, there is an inherent risk of moving around in places. Still, guys, we would like to take this time to tell you that you guys should take care. It's always still remain vigilant. There are signals of the economy recovering, and of course our way of life getting back to normal, but safety would still take priority. And don't just make a double effort for safety. Make it triple, make it quadruple. You can never be too safe during this time.
And I actually heard a great line about it. Don't stick together. Don't stick together. And you can beat it together if you go. I forgot
the slogan.
I forgot the slogan,
Yeah.
but it was a nice slogan.
It was a nice slogan.
You just stay.
Don't stick together.
Don't stay together, but we can win together. Yeah. Something like that. So yeah, just looking at it for BSB, they're not sticking together again, and we don't really know. We don't really know what's happening, but I think if they're more comfortable this way, then probably this is the certain setup that BSB is giving them.
Yeah, actually, looking butters on the seating setup here. From the looks of it, usually it is of a full clip being bodied with the two big guys of Blacklist, for example, Eson and Dexter. But especially with the introduction of the Project Next Patch, one of the biggest changes we've seen are of the seating positions of our players. They're really more like having the tank support be sitting close to the jungler or like the retribution carry, right?
So, looking, well, Aqua and Eson are sitting together. That's well, nothing has really changed on this, but if you can see, still BSB here. They're still wearing their jerseys and they are ready to fight, and that's about it. Because you know what? Let's look at the heroes picked here. I just think that a lot of Zhong picks are usually given out to Blacklist. It has Zhong 7 times pick onto the side of Blacklist International, and they have a 71.43 win rate with it. That's really high. Well, for the side of BSB, it's Cho, Valir, and Gison Shin. They actually use this quite a lot, and it has it has a 50% to 33.33% win rate. So, looking at the sample size here for BSB, for a team that's really, that has been struggling, they pick a lot of heroes. They actually pick a lot of new heroes. They really try to experiment a lot.
Yeah. And that, well, you can see that as well in the hands of Ana, right? You look at 12 unique heroes. That is an outlier already. My average would be around 7 or 8 for per position.
Look at the Shin.
But going way past 10,
Yeah.
right?
They have Terisla on their size, on their sample
And
size.
picked twice. Look at that.
They even have
They have
Terisla.
obviously they have Lilia here. They've also had their fair share of playing Angela. Imagine that.
So interestingly enough,
yeah, they have Diggy as well. They're the ones that won't shy away from Diggy as well.
Yeah, and you can see this a lot of stuff happening here onto the side of BSB. But interestingly, on the side of Blacklist International, they have the second to the lowest kills per game average as a team in the league. However, they are second highest when it comes to KDA. So I guess that only means that they're good at they're not really that aggressive into taking the kills, but when they do fight, they fight as a team. So a lot of assists get thrown out.
I'm actually trying to compare the per game average as a team, kills per game, but in terms of KDA. All right.
They
I got it. Yeah.
They probably don't give out deaths that much as well.
Yeah.
They're pretty much organized chaos.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to relate the kills per game to the running KDA. Obviously, if you have the running KDA per team and it is high, especially second highest, and we're accounting for the whole team here, that means higher participation rate, right? So I believe it is because mainly whenever fights are set up, especially for the kills that is secured for full clip, I think the ones that are involved is mainly Eson and Dexter. So by default, whenever you do kills, very rare you would find solo or 1v1 kills on the side. That is a very nice conclusion here for Blacklist. Rare would you find a solo or 1v1 kills secured here by the side of Blacklist. It is most likely that there is a tank or the support involved, because that's the way you would raise your KDA without having to raise your kills so much, because you also have, for every 1 kill you get 2 counts of assist.
Yeah.
And that increased totally your full team KDA.
So clearly we're seeing here that, let's just check back on the scores. It's 14 points on Blacklist International, and they need to get this win. Why? Because at the same time, on the Group A, Blacklist International and Execration, they are both at 14 points. So they are fighting for the second place here, and they really just want to get that, because if you would get this spot, you would have a better opponent, or you would have a better time theoretically.
Yeah.
When you land that second spot. But we're not saying that's going to be easy just because the third team on the other side is going to be their opponent. Usually, that doesn't go that way. Doesn't go that way. For the MPL, all the teams that make it into the top 8 are capable. Some just struggled, and some will find ways to just get back at you.
Yeah. And, well, here's the thing. Because of the performances, though, of Bluefire and BSB, we still have a good chance for the newcomers of MPL to be present into the top 8. Because so far, the running system for the MPL Season 6, what we applied is that the top 8 on the previous season auto-qualifies, right? Auto-qualifies, and you just be changing the last 2, right? The bottom 2. Those teams that were not invited for the playoffs. Anyway, guys, we get the running draft here. We got BSB versus Blacklist International. You got BSB on the blue. You got Blacklist International on the red. And here we go. We have the Jawhead, Selena, and Hilda getting banned by BSB, whereas Blacklist International eyes on banning and Uranus and the Valir. This leaves Khalid options to be open. And there goes the Esmeralda ban. I was about to mention it being open, but not anymore. So let's see if will this be a Thams or a Khalid.
Zhong hasn't been picked that much.
Yeah. I think Zhong, they're kind of starting to look away from the Zhong.
I think for Blacklist International, if they have the chance to get it, they will get it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Sometimes it's like Onic PH really likes to pick the Balmond, whatever they do. So if Blacklist International deems this to be a good pick, they will just go for it. But they do have a Cho available
They do have
for
a Cho
them.
available.
So,
yeah.
so they can just go for that as
Yeah,
well.
I'm just curious about
Ruby.
the Cho pick here. I'm not so. They have a 4-pick record for the Cho. Kinda but feel that Eson has a lot more options for it. They might secure the decent hero.
Farsa.
They went with just the Farsa, a Dexter hero, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite early, really, but at least it makes the thumbs jumps quite awkward, and it's a very, very stable and safe pick for the mid for the support position. But that leaves a lot of options for BSB to deny full clip of the YSS. But you know, we get the Ling, and I think a Ling is closer. A Ling is closer to full clip compared to Yisun Shin.
You really have to see what Blacklist International is trying to do here. Really not staying away from this Sparsa pick. A lot of the teams don't really prioritize it as much right now because the laning stages have kind of gimped his capability to, defend multiple lanes at once. Because usually you would see a 4-man rotation to one lane, then another one just goes to the top lane, and that could be dealt with a 1v1. But with this setup, there are multiple fights happening all through the map. So you really have, if you're going to play this Farsa, you really have to look at it in a way that some lanes have to win on their own. And if you notice Shinbu, they Blacklist International actually plays a side lane, Farsa. They do that. They do that.
I see. All right. That's why they're totally okay with
And
just priority picking the Farsa.
They can put it on the XP lane.
Yes. Even if it just stays there, right?
Yeah,
At least you get a very nice lane control. And Farsa, once the level 4 is already available, it's really hard to push against her unless you do for that side lane dive. But I think that should establish the Farsa now for support position, maybe for the mid lane position, guys, because of that Zhong being chosen here by Blacklist International.
Okay, so they go for the Zhong. I think Blacklist International knows that a lot of people here don't really go for that. So this is going to be the fighter. This is going to be the side lane. Farsa is 100% going to be support now. So I just so now the only versatile pick that Blacklist International has is this Khalid. This Khalid could be a side laner, and it will be a side laner.
It will be a side laner committed towards the side lane, especially with the Akai getting picked. I feel like Akai is really potent right now for the current active batch, especially that we have a lot of early game skirmishes. We have a lot of early game matches. And of course, by the moment that Akai is level 4, I think it provides a lot of impact. You can even deny. Akai is about denial, actually, not just pinning down. So you can even deny some players and actually getting closer and closer to their respective buffs and even their target siege minions in those change lanes, the EXP lane and also the gold lane.
They have to be snappy into taking down the Cyclops. I don't think Zhong and Khalid will have a good time dealing with that Cyclops, especially when he gets the necklace of their hands. Planet's attack just hurt. Lancelot cannot go for the Cyclops just because if you don't get the combo going for your side and you get hit with the maximum potency of Planet's attack, you will be forced to go out.
You will be forced to go out.
That's how it goes. And onto the side of BSB, they got the Yisun Shin actually. Yisun Shin, Tams, Capon with a Baksha, and Cho. So they have multiple answers for the multiple problems here onto the side of Blacklist International. Blacklist International, they pose a lot of threat in terms of their offense and defensive capability. So I think this is going to be a good game, and I think we have a fair draft.
I really do. I think we have a fair draft here. Let us see on how the performance will be done here by our players. BSB on the blue and Blacklist International on the red. Game number 1 of our very first series for the 3rd day of our 6th week. So we have a standard 1-3-1 rotation here. All right.
So, yeah, I mean, clearly, Akai, if he gets to level 4, that's going to be a problem onto the side of BSB because they really just want the basic positioning. As long as they can get the basic positioning, that's the time where BSB can just be a good skirmish lineup. But if you think about it, if Akai pushes back 2 people onto your side and you're left with a 4v3, then that also means that BSB is not gonna have a good time at that point.
Yeah, BSB is not gonna have a good time here, and here that's the thing that's gonna be the big problem here for the side of BSB. I do feel that Eson proves a lot of impact here. It doesn't. It's not even a really good target for the Cyclops. Although, if there's really no target, then you have no choice but to drop your star power lockdown. Star power lockdown.
Star power lockdown.
Yeah, on the Akai here. Once the dive is done, and there's just a lot of engage. It's not just the Akai actually. Butters. The way I see it, you have a lot of people that can force their way in the form of the Zhong as well, and you got Khalid, and of course you got Lancelot.
And you know, Shane, I wouldn't really use a star power lockdown on the first thing that I see on the map.
Yeah.
You usually tend to use it for a Lance, but Lance has a lot of face out mechanic.
Yeah.
Lance has a lot of
you got 2
dashes. And Thorn Rose could just completely negate that. It's not,
especially if you get the timing right.
Yeah, if you get the timing right, you can just stop that from working.
And well, those are we still believe that there is some fairness on this running drop, because if you're accounting for the strength here of BSB, they could still make quick pickups on side lanes, especially if Cyclops is able to capitalize on getting quick visits for side lanes, whether it is on the gold or the EXP lane. Follow through with the backsha, and it's just very easy also to follow up with the YSS. Just that I can't help but feel, in terms of crowd control and really heavy engages, it falls better onto the side of Blacklist.
Clearly. I think the Cyclops was used for the planet's attack more, rather than the star power or lockdown. Cho is Anna's comfort pick, so that's a given. YSS, they've been they've been really just working on getting the YSS to be their comfort pick.
Yeah.
And they can get the vision a lot from YSS. So as long as the Mountain Shocker can connect, as long as the Mountain Shocker is active, they can see where these people are going to.
Actually, looking into the running stats, YSS is not really a preferred pick here for full clip. It was only picked twice for the side of Blacklist International. Whereas, for the side of BSB here, obviously, this is no surprise, but their running win rate is just 50%. 50% out of the 6 pick. Only 3 wins out of 6 for this part. We are back into the game, guys, and of course, we are gone again. All right, so let us see here. Still going back into this running stats. For the side of the YSS, I think... Well, it's best if we just see it in the game itself, but it's not pushing through. So I'm not so sure which side it is coming from, but I think you just realize it's really hard. It's really hard to catch someone if you are BSB, because the moment that Cho dives, there is a lot of answer here for Blacklist in terms of re-engage, and just the Akai. I believe the Akai can easily stop the Cho.
Yeah.
Whenever he goes in.
You know, Shin, I looked at the lineup that Blacklist has. 71% win rate for you, Zhong. Khalid is at 66%. Lancelot is at 83.33%. Farsa 50 and Akai 50. So, this is a high win rate lineup for the side of Blacklist International. Now, if you compare it to the other side, yes, I mean, you're not really going to get a lot just because they couldn't really close on game number 2. Some game number 1s really worked for them. But it has been, the second half, it has been a really bumpy ride for the side of BSB.
There we go. So we were able to push through until the 46th second of the game. Let us see how will it will pan out for the BSB and of course Blacklist squad. Cap 1 still being a challenger towards full clip. Of course, there is no Tortoise presence available here for Cap 1. But Cap 1 has no retribution anyway. So this is like a sure security for full clip. And full clip called his big brother, Eson. to just guard
Big
him.
brother. And there's this trend of the carries just going for that orange buff first. They don't really give that much emphasis onto the saving it for the turtle so that you get the extra damage that you need for it. And it's because of the plating or the shield or the game going to a normal pace. And they can win. He actually goes down.
Very nice jump there by Cap 1, and no one can really go in near, but I think the buff is gonna be secured by Trevor for
Eson.
that part. Eson!
Eson got it.
So that's the original buff onto the side of BSB
Yes.
on the hands of Trevor. Okay, Eson secures it. Alright.
That is Eson getting that buff.
Nice disruption by Cap 1 on the second part.
Yeah.
Nice catch towards full clip.
And this is where things get tricky for Project Next. Like, after getting that orange buff, because you need to get the extra damage for that purple, you are left to your own devices, and you would tank that on your own.
Yeah.
So that means you don't want the 15% damage reduction on the monster, so what you do is you try to take it alone. But when you try to take it alone, those are the things that happen. A backsha just rolling in.
A backshot just rolling in. And even if you use your Thornrose, it doesn't stop the backshot from rolling. Here's the thing. Nice! Very nice Thornrose right there. There goes Dexter. A bit late on his feathered airstrike, but very nice Thornrose. He was able to connect actually his Way of the Dragon, but I think Ana didn't fully commit onto the second cast of his Way of the Dragon.
Fast reaction time there.
Yeah.
That was a well-timed play from Ana. He really wanted to get that kill. That could have been a nice kick if he pressed it a millisecond earlier. If that's possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
and I think full clip was ready, especially the one with the biggest capacities on catching him would be of Ana, I believe. I don't think it is so easy for Trevor to really drop that star power lockdown against full clip.
Blacklist, they're controlling their own buffs. Buff onto the side of BSB is now up once again. 330 is almost here. Shield plating. Turret shields are gonna go down in just a bit. And in just a bit as well, the lanings or the map is going to be set in stone, and it will be normalized here for the side of two teams.
For the side of two teams, 1-0 still anyway, and things are looking really good for BSB here. They're gonna be initiating on towards this turtle, and Blacklist was late. Is not really that committing, you know, on responding. No dives onto Aqua. There's just some poke onto Dexter. Maybe they want to get their scalings in. Because
Of
from
course.
the looks of it, what BSB is doing, they're out damaging actually Blacklist International, and BSB is starting to get some good gold count.
And look at this. Cap1 just using that ultimate to not let him get caught out that easily. But Eson,
Yeah, so
okay,
here,
Trevor.
yeah, he was able to get a pin down against that Cyclops.
Oh!
Okay. Yeah, he's trying to do some ankle breaker tricks right there, but Ana wouldn't take a no for an answer, and that's it. Ana will go down, especially with follow-up by Dexter here. The Edward dances around, of course, with that Sand Guard. They're just beating in.
Why did he use Eson? Why did he use the blender?
I'm actually curious on the blender.
To not hit because of the passive of the Akai. If when you use as a skill as an Akai, you get extra shield.
Yeah. But imagine if he did use the blender in front, 10,000 pounder.
Yeah.
Could have been a stun.
It could have been a stun. But then again, looking at the tempo, looking at the map right there, you wouldn't really want to give out your position as much.
Yeah.
But then again, they know.
They know, yeah. They know. They're already engaging towards Eson here. But I love this. I love the playmaking capacities of Eson. That's overextending coming in from Shider. Right there. No follow-up can be done by Cap1. And the gold lead here by BSB is now upset by Blacklist. Maybe indeed Blacklist is just waiting up for the proper timing of where they can start to strike. As Drix here is just being consistent. You know, wants to get his own farm. Aqua dances around. Blood floods. Yeah, not gonna be it. And there we go. Alright, so 13k on the running gold lead for these two. I was thinking that Blacklist is not really that willing to take the fight, but no, it's not. They're just really trying to get the timing right.
It's more on the things that Blacklist are doing that BSB is reacting to. if you would see, Anna's been put into a lot of those playmaking opportunities where he needed to use the flicker to go for the Lancelot. He really just wanted to help his ally because his ally is getting, harassed on the top lane. So there's this thing about Anna where he's really forced to help people. He isn't really left to his own device. He is actually put in the gold lane. But then again, you're not letting him get the gold. Well, I mean, that's okay because it's already 3 minutes and it's already way past 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You don't have the gold buff already on the cannons, so you can do that. But still, as early as 3 minutes, you are letting the Cho roam around. That only means that you're getting pressured at this point.
Yeah. It's a very, very big curiosity on why is it being done, why the Cho is being let go. But there's a lot of curiosity also running as well for the game, especially on the part of how and when Drix will start to participate. Actually, that's where my curiosity will lie, because I've kind of feel that Blacklist is starting to get some momentum. You can actually see the difference of Full Clip being more involved to the fight compared to Drix.
Well, it's a capability. Lancelot is always rearing to fight. They want to fight. And
by design.
This is by design. And Blacklist International, they're known to play a hyper aggressive Lancelot setup. They're known for that. And we did see that with their game against Execration. You remember that when they picked the Lancelot?
Yeah.
They always want to go for fights. And then they're showing it to us right now. But onto the side of BSB, on Yi Sun Shin, you are not really, it's not really top priority for you to do that. You can just leave the YSS onto the lane a bit, then don't let him not die onto the lane, and just let him get his farm. If you stall, if you just, give him time, he can do wonders for your team.
Well, let's see here. Blender did correct. But of course, no hesitation for Drix on burning the Traceless already. Also looking forward to some plays as well on Edward. Does look like Edward is just beating out some things, just using the combination of the Sun Guard and some disruption there. And there we go. We got, I think, 5 seconds of game time for that part. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Right now, it's a mystery.
It's actually a mystery.
It's a mystery how the game will pan out so far, because we don't know yet. We don't know
what's
so far,
happening.
No established lead yet for the side here of both teams. It's just that there is Blacklist here and there is BSB here, and Blacklist was able to even it out. Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to talk about how they don't really have this 5-man fight that's already happened. So in terms of a 5-man scuffle, in terms of a 5-man clash, I think in a way BSB can avoid that just because of the Mountain Shockers. If ever, let's say, Blacklist International tries to force it, as long as you know where the enemy is gonna come from with the Mountain Shocker, you can keep avoiding that. But then again, if you're gonna avoid that, you are giving out the big objectives on the map. You're gonna give out the a turret. You're gonna give out the turtle. There are things that you really need to fight for. And for BSB, they got the turtle when Blacklist International went up. They just went straight for that turtle, and they got it for Yi Sun Shin. But then again, Drix, they're not really using it to its full potential. It's more on the idea of giving Drix the gold, and Drix, just stay there. The turtle buff is going to be your extra protection because it gives you extra shields. So it's clearly in a way just stalling mechanics here for the side of BSB. Like, they're trying to give Drix the best thing possible.
And or maybe Drix is just getting what is possible to be taken. Drix is just taking what is just available for now. Because I'm not sure. I can't help but feel that It's just the same approach here for Blacklist. They're just guarding full clip, just making sure that full clip whenever what the kid wants or what kind of play he wants to execute, his teammates will be there. Dexter will be there to support along with Eson for this part. And whereas for the BSB, it's some sort of, there's some coordinations here and there. They have their headsets running on, and I feel that even though they are separated, they're still communicating. And the idea is, of course, to, at least get a shutdown onto full clip. I think if you're able to get a shutdown on a full clip, it is very rewarding. It will be very rewarding.
The side lanes for Blacklist as well. Khalid has been getting kills. Edward has been getting kills. Aqua here, he's not really forced to fight as much. He just want to, he's waiting for that first 4-man push that will happen somewhere along the lanes. And he will just go in there with the Black Dragon form. So, I'm certain that Blacklist International will be forcing a fight to get the turrets right now, because they know that they're in the lead and they can take it easily. And it's probably onto the top lane, because right now YSS is on the bottom lane. He has a turtle buff, so you just have to be very patient and do what you're gonna do, because time is of the essence here for the side of Blacklist International. Remember, YSS is still YSS. It's accessible for the Lancelot, but if the Lancelot doesn't get the kill, a couple of hits can just take him out of the equation, and that could be the killing spree just working wonders.
I'm actually certain, Butters, all of us are being patient here.
Yeah.
And I'm not so sure about time being of essence. It is indeed for the composition of Blacklist International, but regarding the time, I'm actually curious about. I think it is some latency issues coming in from our teams, ladies and gentlemen. Right now we're just waiting actually to get back into the game, and because we're like trying to find the interactions between the running drafts, and even inside the game we're still at the prediction phase. We're still like kind of at the prediction phase because we're trying to theory craft how will this draft and picks will interact, despite that we are actually into the game. But I would agree on the topic of the YSS. YSS would have a better timer by the late game, and there we go. We are actually confused on how many, if this is the 4th return or 5th return for our running game. Hopefully we'd have some good timer here, with some good staying timer airtime for this segment. All right, so 2-4. And Cup 1 will be picked up for that part,
Eson.
Wow. Was able to make escape. Ana goes and committed for that part. Edward now, he wants to duel up. Energy impact will not connect coming in from Dexter.
And turret will be secured for the side of Blacklist International. Eson went a bit overboard there. He really just wanted to shut down Drix in terms of getting that purple buff. But 2 turrets, they're aiming for this. They're really going for this now.
Yeah. And also the turret dive. Okay, Trevor gets greeted by the energy impact. Cup 1 wants to fully commit. Didn't see where Full Clip is, and Full Clip made sure that he was just gonna be backing off. Doesn't want to run the risk of Cup, getting jumped to by Cup 1.
You can never really leave BSB or Blacklist International here a solo onto the side lanes, like heroes like Khaled, Zhong. They can easily clear your waves, and they can easily push the issue if you are not going to defend your turrets. So right now, Blacklist International, they are fighting for this position. And you know what's odd? It's only 40. It's still 40 seconds. It's still 39 seconds. Still the turtle comes up.
Oh yeah.
But they're fighting for it really early.
Yeah. Probably because of the lane controls as well. It's still very rewarding to get into the lane, although we are way past the 3:40-minute mark, as that is the one where all of that empowered siege minion has been is available, rather. We get Ana though getting picked up easily there by the members again of Blacklist. Nice setup there by Edward, and also by Full Clip Dragon Form along with that feathered airstrike, and everything not gonna be tagging onto Shider.
Now clearly Blacklist International will have better positioning onto the turtle. Shider here, getting sandwiched by that Hurricane Dance. Full clip, next target. Will he get out? Yes, he will.
Yes, he will. Alright, Cap 1 still fully commits. He wants to target onto the X-Star. They know they have a nice set of engage for that part. Aqua has no Black Dragon form. Aqua dashes around. And of course, that is still Cap 1. Cap 1 actually impacting. Even with the follow-up down in against Drix, but still Edwards knows what's up. Even Anna has to fall back, especially with full clip still available now. And it is a massive win there by Blacklist International. That is a 4-for-2 exchange.
Edward here with a very explosive performance, 504 with a Festival of Blood. Yes, sir, I'll take that any time of day. 504.
504.
That's you're almost at one item level, one item up levels in terms of lifesteal.
Yeah. And while we get our Gillette instant replay here, guys, and the sad part here is actually of Aqua going in, and for the side of Blacklist International, of Aqua having no Black Dragon form. I think BSB capitalized on that fact that they can fully engage. It's just that it's not just Aqua without the Black Dragon form. It's also Anna not being present for that fight early on. And I think that is the first time where Drix decide to participate. It's totally understandable. Again, this is a YSS. Totally understandable if prioritizes onto his farm and onto his scaling. But the problem here is some deadly player is now scaling as an obvious threat towards him, and that would be of Edward.
Scheider almost going for that face check.
Yeah, Dragon's Breath, and of course comboed with that Phantom Execution. All tag onto Trevor. All you need is to just use that Torn Rose. Didn't even want to save that one, maybe to dodge something. And full clip again goes in, gets the tag on the Cyclone. Full 6x swag just to get a kill. 2-4-0.
You know what? That was a good play coming out from full clip. You know why?
Yeah.
He, instead of dashing in to the enemy and getting more space to cover in front of him, what he went for was the Cyclone Eye.
The Cyclone Eye, yeah.
Because he knew that the Cyclone Eye had a bit of delay, so you can adjust it to your favor. Wow, that's actually high IQ play coming out from Full Clip.
And I love the idea that Full Clip is rolling the Evos, the Evos sticker.
Yeah.
Because in a way, you know,
in a way, it's a nod to the previous team,
yeah,
of his teammates.
Very cool, actually. Especially the side of Dexter and Bonchon, right? And also Honda Beast.
Killer,
yes.
as well. I remember Killer's name way back was Archie.
Yeah.
He just went for the Archie name and
from Archie to Killer, right?
From Archie to Killer. But I heard Killer was his first IGN anyway.
Yeah.
But you know, map controlling that the territory of the objectives. It's the name of the game for BSB right now. Blacklist International. They will get this uncontested.
Yeah. And it's very hard to actually steal that against Full Clip. Full Clip is always on point on landing that Retribution, only to lose a single Retribution battle against someone, and that is of JP. And JP has his own reputation for being a good player, you know, and being a good and sharp player.
This is really just Blacklist International going their way and trying to put an end on this game. They are trying to zone out everyone.
Yeah, remember.
Even Eson here with a blender, with a single blender, just pushes everyone back.
Yeah, and they get the Lord in present, and Eson can make the jump for this. They will, for sure. There's Aqua. There's the blender. Of course, casted also to be used would be of the Mountain Shocker. No more Black Dragon form. There's Dexter. He wants to get attacked. Maybe get a wave clear. No more minions in the mid, but they focus onto the bottom lane. That's Full Clip. They got the bait. And of course, members of BSB also was willing to wait on engaging. And there it goes. Eson pulls the trigger. Followed up by Edward with multiple kills and swings. And AO is along with Full Clip. And that's it. Unstoppable. Secured by the Lancelot. Make that another one. Although the last hit was taken down by Dexter. Anna is the final player to count. Who will go down first? Will it be Anna or the base? I think that is the base. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Game number 1 goes to Blacklist.
Wow, oh wow, Blacklist International there showing us their team fight prowess. Eson going in for a good Hurricane Dance, catching out one, but BSB reacted overly to that certain Hurricane Dance. They got caught off guard. Edward went in, with that ultimate, it catches 3 people, and that is the story of the game.
Yeah, it's very... That game, you don't want to sugarcoat what is obvious. It was marred by a lot of pause, and probably it's the latency issues from the side of our players. But we kind of agree that it's very hard to really engage in this kind of composition for the side of BLK. We do believe, though, that it's still a close draft. Like, for example, in the early game, BSB has been pressuring Blacklist here, and Blacklist seems to be non-compliant in retaliating, or non-retaliating rather, against BSB's advance. And that's where the fairness of the comp will come. Also, Capone is doing a really good job earlier on zoning out full clip.
He even got a kill on full clip in the early stages of the game, but you know what? It didn't really matter as he got back.
All right, let's get into our solo analyst segment.
Blacklist International on getting game number 1. BSB showed us something new this time, but then again, the problem with that is hindi nila na-perfect yung execution up until the end. I can therefore say na lamang sila sa early game, but then again, Mr. Edward. Saglit lang. Yun. Okay. Mr. Edward carrying the team in his hands. No? Early item progression on the Bloodlust Axe, if I'm not mistaken. And with that, X na kagad dito kung sino man ang katapat niya sa top lane. Automatic, kayang-kaya niyang patumbahin. Perfect item, of course, para sa isang Khalid para makuha niya yung lifesteal na gusto niya mangyari. I do agree na feeling ko nga din na support thumbs ang nais gawin dito ng BSB kasi si Shider ang gumagamit. And we all know that Shider loves the support role. Nagme-make sense? Yes, dahil ang taas ng level 1 damage ng thumbs because of the Grand Soul Lava na passive. Kada bato niya ng sight. The problem here for the side of BSB is they focus too much on shutting down this guy. Full clip, to the point na nakatingin sila kay full clip, hindi na nila nakita si Khalid at si Aqua. Let's move on to our post-game, post-match data. I mean, if you're gonna look at the objectives, stop play, no? Kasi nga, targeting full clip every time. But then again, I think na-undermine pa din ng mga players natin yung laning stage, the gold lane, the energy shield na nakuha ng buo dito ni Edward ang nakapagbigay sa kanya ng early game damage. Look at that. Early game towers, full clip, late game niya na nakuha yan. Pero tignan nyo kung gaano kayaman si Edward dito with the outplays na nakuha niya. Interestingly, Drix is the richest one kanina nung before the 5-minute mark. Pero nung umabot tayo ng 5 minutes, biglang nag-reset yung game at nalaro na ng Blacklist International yung laro na gusto nila. Moving on to our smart highlights. Ladies and gents. There you go. There you go. Magigets mo kasi you have the planet's attack, meron kang sights, talagang shutdown si full clip. Pero kung titignan natin dito yung top lane, adjustments coming in from the side of Blacklist International, they know that they're winning this lane. That's why Eson is always going in for the backup, right? So, Shider at level 5, yes, Cotenant Inferno, good, diba? Kung ikaw ang Tams. But the problem here is that you don't have any damage output to deal with the Khalid. No? Hindi mo na makakancel yung lifesteal ng Khalid dito kasi bitin yung damage mo. Si Drix na lang ang natatanging pag-asa. And going back to this team fight, Edward was so outstanding, no? Sa game na to, perfect execution ng kanyang Raging Sandstorm, getting 2, and Desert Tornado, sumakto pa na si Drix yung nahuli doon sa Raging Sandstorm na yon, and wala nang naging palag ang side dito ng team ng BSB after that, and it was all snowball. Your MVP of the game is Mr. Ironman. Lagyan natin Ironman dito. Yan. Unibeam. Yon. Ironman, Mr. Edward on the Khalid. ang nagbuhat ng game. Sa tingin ko siya yung nagpatawas ata no? Siya yung tunay na tinablan ng tawas with 806 score. Again, early Blood as Axe, early BOD. Tapos tamang sustain items na lang with the Queen's Wings. Edward carrying his team to victory. I think the lesson here for BSB is they really need to prioritize the side lane because after nila ma-shutdown si Full Clip, masyado silang nag-focus, I think, kay Full Clip. So with that, makikita pa rin ba tayo, ng adjustments para sa BSB. So now, since Sunday ngayon, papasok tayo sa ating bagong favorite segment, ang Usapang MPL. Next is now. As the next patch goes live, which hero revamp are you looking forward to the most? Leave a comment for a chance to win skins worth 269 diamonds. #BeLegendary. So babasahin natin yung mga comment. Sabi dito ni Gerald Jimenez, gusto kong makita si Saber sa aksyon dahil para sa akin, siya ang may pinakamalaking tsansa mag-fit sa jungle role. Okay, pwede rin. Actually, dati naging part si Saver ng ating meta. John Paul Gabriel Argota. Gusto ko makita si Layla in action dahil siya lang ang hindi pinipik simula Season 6. Pwede. Actually, pwede nga, no? Wala ngang pumipili ng Layla eh. Sana meron. Kahit Mia, no? Ayan. Brian Ray Manigo Bataluna. Gusto kong makita si Layla kung paano siya laruin ng mga pro players sa MPL Season 6 at kung pasok ba talaga sa meta si Layla, no? I think trip na trip yan ng mga tita nyo rin no? Si Layla. Kapag naglaro ka ng ML. Oh, by the way, onting update lang na hindi pa ata pwede. Actually, hindi pa pwede gamitin ang Project Next. Magkakaroon tayo ng update for that. But bago natin pag-usapan yan, syempre, gusto ko lang ibigay sa inyo muli ang ating giveaway code. Kunin nyo na yan dito sa baba. Yan, nakaturo. Yan, screenshot nyo na, i-type nyo na. Dahil baka maunahan pa kayo ng iba. Since meron tayong giveaway code, meron din tayong bonus giveaway code since sali kayo ng sali sa ating raffle draw. 13,000 participants ang sumali. Deserve nyo ang mga bonus ng raffle draw, diba? Mahal na mahal tayo ng MPL. Siyempre, kailangan nyo lang bisitahin. Ayan, naturo ulit. Bisitahin itong website na to, bit.ly/mrd-w7 para makasali kayo sa ating raffle draw. Kung kasali kayo since week 1 ng raffle draw, ay may chance kayong sumali hanggang playoffs at pwede kayong manalo ng mga malulupit na skins. There you go. Again, Edward carrying the team for Blacklist International. BSB showing us something new. Then again, nag-fail na naman. Kahapon nakakita tayo ng arrival. I think masyado silang nag-did well sa pagpapakita ng bago. Why not keep it simple na lang siguro muna, no? Malalaman natin yan pag binalik na natin sa ating mga casters. Guys, take the floor.
I love the line. Why not keep it simple, right? Maybe why not, trying and figuring out what's new, what's good, and just do it something methodically, right? Just do something probably basic. Although I cannot but feel that some members of BSB did stick to their original form in the form of Ana. I always like it when Ana chooses Cho, plays onto the Cho. But there is some disparity right there. I just kind of feel that there is some disparity in terms of playstyle, in terms of how engages are being done. Because for the most part, you can actually see how the game has paced itself, how Blacklist has paced themselves to get leads little by little, right?
And it's not really clear whether BSB is really just put in a very bad spot right now. I'm just seeing this in a way where, okay, BSB, you were doing great way back, and you just lost confidence when you got the slump. You did get a win against Blue Fire for a 2-0, but for the others, you're not really looking that great. They got over the hurdle of closing one series, but the problem still looms. The problem is still there. They addressed it for one series, but after that, they are on the brink of just losing the series right out here from on the side of Blacklist International for BSB. it's you just have to make something happen right now. 6 points. At 6 points, you guys are not really looking good. We might, and if this actually pans out, we might have our 8 teams by the time we hit week number 7 already, if this continues.
Yeah. That is the running problem here for the side of BSB. But let's see on the running draft. You know, we could just always base it on the running draft. It's just I would admit it's very hard to actually digest the draft. I mean, it's okay to actually digest the draft. I think we had our fair share of theory crafting for the draft early on that game number 1. But what happened on the game number 1 also made it difficult to really address what are the obvious weaknesses of the draft as per the game is showing. Because, of course, there are some points there where we missed out on what has happened. But kind of feel that there are still certain adjustment that needs to be done by BSB. For example, maybe they should start doing a team fighting composition, right?
And I don't really think it was. I don't really think, in my personal opinion, I don't really think that it was a draft problem. They had a really good draft, and that's the only reason why Blacklist International can't really reign on
the
them.
Cyclops, right?
The Cyclops made sense.
The Cyclops is okay. Like there is just no front line for the Cyclops, right?
Baksha was there. Baksha did this thing.
Yeah, but he was overextending just to get the tag onto full clip, right?
It's their execution. Something's happening with their execution. BSB, they're not really in their proper form right now. If this was the week number 3 BSB, they would have taken a game. They could have taken that game number 1 with that draft setup.
Indeed.
It wouldn't have been one-sided.
Indeed. Esmeralda Valier plus the Ling for the side of Blacklist International. I got BSB as well in the form of the Selena, Uranus, and Hilda. Tams goes in for the draft here of Blacklist International. YSS, alright. It's kind of early for the side of BSB, but YSS is stable, right? As long as you're building on this draft, as long as you are enforcing and strengthening on this running draft, you'd want at least a really good body support for the YSS. I think Rafaela would work nice, you know. We've seen their fair share of YSS Rafaela, and it's working so far.
I think Blacklist International here is aiming for a Roger, because they ban out the Ling. Usually, when you go for the Lance, you don't ban the Ling. You just let the Ling be. That's how Blacklist International really wants to, you know, set up their drafting phase, their drafting pattern here. There could be still a Lancelot, because you know what, it's still one of their best heroes, but they will get the Lance, and wow, they just take out the Ling. They just took out the Ling just for, you know, for safety.
Safety, especially on Drix. It's totally okay, you know. So far there are so many drafts maybe that doesn't work as perceived by the teams. There are so many picks or heroes that teams perceive doesn't work onto the side of Blacklist, and rather they will just target the most effective heroes that they remembered. It is actually gonna be of the Ling. I would also suggest, you know, banning a Cho.
Yeah.
Always rewarding for BSB.
That is actually a possibility. Like for Blacklist International, the Cho is viable, so they can let it be. Both teams can get it. So yeah, red side gets first pick for this certain setup. So I guess for the side of BSB, let's try to let's see who will they try to take out, because I think for Blacklist International right now, you have to take out the supports. You got the supports already. The tank department is already going to be on Jawhead here for the side of Blacklist International, I think. So supports are the easiest target bans for BSB.
Yeah. And also supports would be a good priority as well, because you'd want something that would enable for that mid lane on the side of Blacklist. I mean, against Blacklist. Whereas if Blacklist starts banning the support as well, so far it is, although there is the Farsa, maybe they'd want to target the body for Drix here on that OYSS, because earlier it was of Drix that still proved to be the threat onto the side of BSB. Although there is the disruption from Cap 1 overall onto the fights, it was of Drix that was delivered the biggest and most massive of blows in terms of damage against Blacklist. So maybe the Blacklist would start targeting Drix a little bit more direct for this game.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, having a jawhead means that you want to fight. It's just the same as having a Hilda. But a jawhead is more annoying. On my part. Alice. Yeah, I like the Alice. Well, Alice, it's going to be a support in a side lane. Okay. They ban out the Alice. They don't want to give the Alice. They don't want that gap closer for the Farsa and the Yison Shen. Yeah, it's a logical ban here for the side of BSB. Although I think there are some heroes that can be used on the side of Blacklist International. Is BSB aiming to go for the Cho? That's the question, because Blacklist International can just ban it out right now.
Yeah. And then we get a high loss. We get a Diggy here from the side of Blacklist International. And there's just a lot of heroes in the pool of Cap 1. That's my thing. Even I'm not so sure how impactful this is really for the bans of Blacklist International against BSB. And I can't help but feel that even Cap 1 can roll out on this Khalid. I'm not so sure even if this denial of BSB of the Khalid should be enough against Blacklist. There's just so many point of strengths for the side of Blacklist International. Right now, there's no surprise on the Lancelot pick of Full Clip. And right now, Blacklist has the Jawhead, the coveted Jawhead of the Project Next patch.
Yuzhong.
Against the
Are they gonna go for Yuzhong? Oh no.
Yeah. I think they need their support. Yeah, they need their support for this. The Chango is banned. Will they be... I'm not sure about the Rafaela, but maybe a Kagura? Okay, Sicilian, right, for the mid.
Yeah. A good range.
Good scaling. Yeah, fits really well for lane-oriented support.
It's easy to hit people, and it first skill is spammable. It can hit people with the Rans easily.
Yeah.
So it's a good answer against good answer against Ruby. Like, to be honest, the X-Borg and the Sicilian is, in my way of seeing it, is more of a reaction into just how you would deal with the side laners or a BSB. There is some reach onto Farsa as well. But let's see how will this team take it.
Let's watch out, guys. BSB were waiting actually for their another side laner. Or maybe a support.
It's a tank show.
I love this. They got... Or probably a laner show, Ana.
It could be a tank. It could be a tank Cap 1 Khalid. Okay.
Yeah. So Cap 1 on Khalid. And Ana would still stick onto the show. I like it. It's also, I mean, I keep on mentioning Wilson. Next one to that would be of Ana on the show. Has made his fair share of explosiveness and really strong plays here in the MPL regular season. We get a full draft already complete. Just want to remind you guys that it's already 1-0 in favor of Blacklist International, guys. And yeah, right now, looking into draft, it's the same situation. I don't think it's totally one-sided against anyone. It's just that it's not a drafting problem. I cannot but feel that this is a better draft. Actually, I just worry about Esson's performance on the Jawhead. So far, Jawhead has proven himself to be a very, very strong hero pick after the Project Next patch. And will that continue to be in this game of Blacklist and BSB?
So we head on to the Land of Dawn, and this is going to be game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Blacklist can close this out with a 2-0, while BSB can take us to game number 3.
Let's watch out. Slow and steady. Ladies and gentlemen, Kapwan taking up his own position here in the mid. We have a standard 1-3-1 start. Sicilian, of course, obviously starts on the mid. We also have Trevor being present on the mid. But will there be an invasion? Eson is being more defensive with this Jawhead. He already burned the Cyclone Eye just to make sure that the Khalid will not be using that. And did Full Clip steal? He was able to steal the Lito Wanderer.
Okay, so Cap 1 almost getting hit. Well, not really almost, but getting hit by the turret twice. Luckily, he has the flicker. But, Eson!
Yeah. Get the ejector actually present for that one, but of course, he did throw Ursa. The bear necessities.
The bear necessities.
Yeah. Against Cap 1 there.
Almost.
It's okay, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, still yet to actually see them take their respective buffs for that running game, and from the looks of it, the playstyle of Ison here is more on the defensive side because it's probably reacting towards Cup 1. Cup 1's disruption is totally okay, really good and effective, I would say, in the early game here.
It's hard to see for the side of Blacklist International right now. What are the capabilities? Because we haven't really seen Jawhead, rotate around the map. Because that's the thing. How well can BSB secure these buffs for these carries? Because almost always they put Drex onto the top lane. They want him to get the full 3 minutes and 30 seconds of those 7 waves. He really just wants to get that. But Scheider here is put in the middle lane to be a tempo setter. So for BSB, I kind of get what you're saying, Shinbu. Like, it's a good thing that they have this explosive start. Cap 1 almost died, but still they had the flicker.
Yeah.
And he uses it to his capability. But this is a huge, not really a burden, but this is a huge responsibility for Scheider to just try and, set the tempo for his side laners. This is not his sole responsibility actually. He is with his 2 supports and tank. So, really have to put it in a way that they are the foundation, they are the pillars right now of the game for the BSB side. If they fall down, everyone just drops with them.
Yeah. And it's the front line actually for the setup. If Cup 1 becomes so squishy, they will suffer actually on the steady advancer of Blacklist International just by being aided up by Dexter here. Krapat feel that they have little front line here. Even Scheider might suffer, and they give the purple buff towards Scheider. They gave the purple buff towards Scheider. All right, in the mid.
They really just want to set the tempo.
Yeah.
They do not. They look at Scheider right now.
Yeah.
In a way that he needs all the mana that he can get, and if he can sustain as much as possible and have enough uptime into the map, Scheider will do great. That's how they perceive it.
I think so too. I mean, if you have problems in actually diving too much with Cup 1, your next hope would be in the front line would be of Scheider. And a lot of teams are not yet used to in dancing around the explosiveness of a Ruby, especially once that We Are Angry is activated. There goes Scheider. He went in. Goes for Aqua. Followed up by Ana. Last Insanity will be greeted by them. Went for the flicker. Then he dances around another torch back. And yeah, just a big play here from Aqua on the engage here of BSB. It's still the gold kind of favors here Blacklist International.
You know what, Shin? Looking at it, it seems to me that Ruby is really trying his best. Ana is doing that as well. But their damage output, 2 of them, is just way too low right now. Ana has high and dry, but if it's not a 1v1 situation, you're not really gonna get out of it.
Yeah.
And that's a good save.
Good save from Scheider here. And Drix, I'm not sure if will he be kiting back. He's careful also on the engage here of Eson. Eson is just hovering around onto the side, making sure that it is always awkward for Drix to follow up. And BSB knows that they cannot focus also towards Eson here. At least the gold is still being offset, but not anymore if this turtle, and yes it is, it was secured by Blacklist.
Now, they have full 10 seconds here onto the bottom lane to get those shields. But onto the top lane, they actually focus on Scheider. Scheider will go down once again. We Are Angry being used as well.
Yeah. At least Scheider is being active, not wasting on the buff those given towards him.
But then again, if you go down, you put it to waste as well.
Yeah. It still provides gold and a lead for your enemy, right?
So, Scheider is put in a bad spot right now. A big responsibility, especially with the 2 tanks that he will set up. But it's a change in pace right now for the side of BSB as Drix will go to the middle lane. Once a 3 minute and 30 second mark hit, Drix will go to the middle lane and he will try to be the jungler already, as he is. So, put gold on him with a gold lane, then make Scheider take that lane when he gets it's the 3-minute and 30-second mark.
Yeah. 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. You get Ana here. He went for the jump. And yeah, these two teams are just gauging each other still here on the river side. But the full focus falls towards Trevor. Let's see will there be the pushback, and also the Sanguine Claws on top of all the smart missiles plus ejector. So much crowd control. Cannot be escaped here by that Farsa.
So much projectiles. It's like warfare all over again here.
Yeah.
Ana.
And that's where they start making picks one after the other. It's also Dexter participating. And you know, after the mid, they just went directly for bot, right? And you got Ison. Okay, went towards Cap 1. He knows Cap 1 is still just a squishy. He wants to force maybe the Sand Guard. Aqua is present there, but of course the advance of Dexter and Aqua gets stopped by the Mountain Shocker.
So, Edward stay in that lane. He has an advantage in terms of Shider because the gold lane was his. He has more items right now. Core items are there. Trevor here. Goodness, did you see that?
Yeah.
Feathered Airstrike.
Feathered Airstrike. Doesn't cut it as well for BSB. Cap 1 went for the dive. This is very risky for him. He will be pushed back, and yes! Gaara is destroyed, man. Why dive solo on that part?
Well, it's a way to stop your enemies from pushing. That's
four members are not a tank, and it would be different though if Shider is there to set up and add layer to that crowd control. A single We Are Angry targeted and everyone will just focus towards Shider. There's also the unstoppable force done in by Ison. Side, Trevor has his Feather Airstrike already up. Members of Blacklist is noted of this. They will be pulling back.
And will they be really pulling back? Because they cannot afford the turret down.
Yeah, they actually dancing around. Eson didn't went for the ejector. Onto the side! Full clip. 1, 2. The third one, yeah, almost.
But Trevor here, looking for him in bird form. Onto the bottom lane, there is Aqua. Ana still has his kick. They can go for this. 16 seconds on the flicker. That could be the perfect initiation that he's trying to take here. But onto the bottom lane, they get it. But always with the Firaga armor, you do not pop your Wave of the Dragon as long as there's Firaga armor.
Yeah, and the thing here also with that Way of the Dragon, it doesn't stop the smart missiles. Even mid-flight, you'll get hit. Face check by Ison. But what about onto the sideline? Ison will be able to flicker out. Oh my god, he was able to escape. Ison with a place. Cap 1 going for the chase. And Trevor will fall victim. Cap 1 here, all the sand will be watered down by the members here of Blacklist International. Just like that, done in by Aqua. Actually, last hit by Dexter.
Shin, did you see that?
The plays.
Clutch plays from Eson. He's just putting down all the work, soaking up all the damage, knowing his limits. Eson Esports.
Very strong performance there by Eson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just always highlights and highlights after highlights from this guy. A true veteran of the Mobile Legends esports scene, especially here for PH.
Another unstoppable force here. Traceless will be used. But you really have to look at how Blacklist is taking the fights here. They're not... Actually, Shinbu, Blacklist isn't forcing any of the fights.
Yeah.
It's actually
they're
BSB.
just reacting. Yeah.
They're just taking the turrets. They're seeing how BSB will react.
Yeah.
If BSB reacts violently to it, then they
capitalize.
They capitalize.
That's it.
That's about it. BSB, they need to find something right now. They really need to find something right now. This isn't really working on their side. Although I did say that I really wanted BSB to win or to, you know, climb back. That's not showing right now. That is not showing into the series.
But I mean, like we said, it is not a draft problem.
It is not a draft problem.
For the side of BSB here, clearly there's a more communication that is shown here on this game, that's manifesting in this game for that is visible also for us. Coming from the side here of Blacklist International, They had, majority of their turrets intact, only to lose their side lanes here. They're already making campaigns to go for the top lane outer. They're focusing towards Eason. He will be walking out, went for the ejector. The proper target would be of Cap 1, and that's it. He was able to escape. And of course, that's it. His members will also capitalize. And also, that's it. That's going to be Edward jumping in. Anna will be flickering out. Onto the side, there goes Dexter. Shider focusing him, and at least a kill is complete. That's Shider's side finishes it. After all, Aqua is not there. He's going for his job down at the bot.
And that's a amount of freedom that Blacklist International is getting. They only lose Dexter in that scuffle, but Trix was the trade for that. So a lot of the objectives really going to the side of Blacklist International right now. And look at Shider. We are angry.
Missing its target, actually.
On the cannon.
On the cannon, yeah. It's just connected. Would have been nice if that was delivered onto a hero within the third range. Not to mention that there is a Mounting Shocker online. Ejector again by Eson towards Cap 1. Forcing again another Sand Guard maybe. But of course, waiting actually for the feathered airstrike. And there you see it. Eson onto the side brush. Not visible. Trevor has an idea. This is not good that he can dive. Trevor here. Bye, Trevor. Alright, wings by wings. He's gonna be saying goodbye indeed. Not gonna be defending this top lane inner turret. And yeah, the pressure. The pressure is just perfect and kind of, in a way given here for the side of Blacklist International.
1 minute, 50 seconds still. The Lord goes up for the side of, for the neutral side here of the map, the top lane or the river. And for the side of BSB, I think with that retribution and that flame shot, they have a chance to steal it.
Yeah.
And they really have to steal it.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to give this to Blacklist International because that's the last piece into the puzzle of Blacklist International from just finishing this game, finishing the series.
Observe it properly. And there goes Shider, ladies and gentlemen. At the 10-minute mark, we have an 8,000 gold lead here. All in favor of Blacklist International. They're actually setting up and going for an inhibitor turret tag. There is one inner turret still alive on the side here of BSB. There's also the Lord still present.
Well, the presence of the Lord here for the side of Blacklist International is the last piece of the puzzle, as I've said. And I don't think that I don't really think that Blacklist needs to walk or needs to march with the Lord onto the middle lane. If it ever goes to the middle lane, it's more on the idea of just clearing or getting 2 turrets onto the side lane. Because I think at this point, the only thing that could save BSB is to just taking that Lord down fast. Because if it's not a pick-off, I don't really think that any fight is gonna work here for the side of BSB versus Blacklist International.
We move steady here. We are back into our running game. And Cap 1 uses the Raging Sandstorm defensively. Right now, the idea here is to just steadily have the minion be ushered onto the bottom lane inner turret. Or probably, I think they're saving it. They're not targeting the, not the bottom lane inner turret, rather the mid lane inner turret. They're saving the mid lane inner turret, so just to make sure that when they take the Lord, it will be on a side lane. It will be on a side lane because I think that would be more rewarding by the late game, right? Just a little theorycraft that we've been discussing way back before the project next, guys. So this might be subject to change, but the most valuable turret in the early game are the mid lane turrets. When early game, right? It gives you a lot of advantage, but for the late game, it is actually of the side turrets.
Yeah. Well, it's the easiest to target.
Yeah.
It's
then the mid, right?
Then the mid, because the mid is the shortest lane. So in terms of shoving, you would the enemy team would have an easier time into just shoving that back.
Yeah, and actually, if you're pressuring 2 side lanes, it's the longest distance in defending.
Yeah,
right.
And as an here will be the target of a lot of the skills.
That is a very nice pickup towards Eson. No backup for Eson because everyone's busy with the Lord. So kind of a sacrifice and check for the scout that is being done by Eson.
And it's still a fine trade for the side of Blacklist
International. Still a fine trade, yeah.
You lose your tank for a Lord.
Yeah.
They'll take that anytime.
Yeah. So it's just part of the. It's in the book.
Part
in the book of techniques.
In the book of techniques, it's
article
page 88.
Page 88.
Page 88. Chapter 4. Chapter 4.
Check it. in the book of tactics.
The book of tactics.
Yeah.
It's almost always there.
Yeah.
Put someone in front to zone out and let him go down.
If you are curious where the book of tactics is, ask Manjin.
Ask Manjin, book of tactics.
Book of tactics. Yeah. I think he's a contributor. But no ejector from Eson.
No unstoppable force.
I mean, he's just dancing. He's just not dancing, but he's trying to really make sure that what kind of engage is wise. So that's round 2 on the Sanguine Claws.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
I mean, if Ana really wanted that kill, he could have gone for it.
I think so too.
I mean, he had the flicker. He could just kick Dexter in. But I think he saw that his allies weren't really there.
Yeah. And frustrating. Oh my god. Man, this is ironic. The one you're shoving is actually the Ruby. And now Ana, his life melting through. Into the front line is Eason 2. And Cap1 with his Sandguard trying to sustain what he can. Drix actually walks into the front line, dashes out, gets chased, still an ejector out of the safety of his own base by Eason. Eason is still alive, has his immortality just getting popped. And there's gonna be full clip. It's gonna be clearing for that bottom lane inhibitor. But the real target here would be of the mid lane inhibitor threat. The problem, guys, is with the push here, being done by the members of Blacklist International, the death timers are still a bit long onto the side of BSB. Maybe a kill will be the one to solve this problem for Blacklist. There is one towards Cap1, and I think that's it. This game is as good as one. With a focus into the base, this series closes in 2-0 for Blacklist International.
2-0. Dominating fashion, Blacklist International. They're back at it. They're back. Wow. And I actually, this is actually my notes for Blacklist International versus BSB. But I did write on it, so this is supposed to be for the next game. But then again, it's a 2-0.
It's a 2-0. Quite stronger, I would say. Much stronger compared to the game number 1 of Blacklist International for that part. And yeah, I cannot feel that it is not really a draft problem on the side of Blacklist. They had some nice draft there. I'm just curious about the idea of snowballing shy there. Of that Ruby. Cannot but feel that that is vulnerable to a lot of... there's a lot of vulnerabilities on that direction of that tactic.
That's the thing about that certain strategy. You put a lot of burden, you put a lot of responsibility into your mid lane. They put Shider there because you know he's one of the side lanes. Ana gets more priority in terms of getting XP. But if you think about it, Shin, our Ruby can only do so much. Our Ruby can just set up.
Yeah, well, let's see and hear it, of course, from none other than our solo analyst. Manji.
Natapos ang curse ng Blacklist International. But then again, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang sumpa para sa team BSB. Still at 6 points. But Blacklist International getting 3 points. At kagaya nga ng sinabi ng mga casters natin, Onic Esports sumakto pa sa 5-1-5, no? Parang nakakamiss yan eh, no? 5-1-5 instant dominance ice and breastplate. Easy counter para dito sa Yishun Shin. I think mas pinifavor ngayon ng mga players ang breastplate, no? Rather than the antikiras, no? I think mas gusto nilang option to ngayon. And interestingly, Eson having the pull yourself together as well. 15% cooldown reduction, magme-make sense talaga na ini-spam niya ng ini-spam yung kanyang ejector and smart missile combo. Then again, BSB, they had a plan once again. The early stages of the game was super tied, no? Parang stalemate eh. But nagkaroon na naman ng time in game, the mid-game fight, where na-outplay ni Eson dito. I think that was 3 times, 2 times to create spaces for his allies, no? Kay Full Clip, kay Dexter, at kay Edward. Si Aqua pwede na rin with the clutch last Insanities. Moving on to our post-game stats. There you go. Damage taken 8 natakpan. Damage taken is 88,000. No? Nakikipag 1-on-3, 1-on-5 si Eson with that damage taken. And kung iisipin mo, dahil sa mga ginagawa niyang pangtatangkay ng mga tao, nakukuha nila yung mga buffs. Ang interesting kasi dito, halos lahat ng heroes ay kaya niya. Kaya niyang ejector si Cap 1, nare-reach niya yung Farsa, kaya niya makipag-duelo sa isang Ruby. Even the Yishun Shin ay nare-reach niya to the point na nawawalan ng burst damage bigla yung team ng BSB to get him quickly. Kasi kung titignan mo rin yung mga tower damage, okay mataas But then again, yung mid-game, this is the main dilemma right now of BSB. Is in the new patch, yes, they're controlling the early game, they're showing us something new, but in the mid-game, na-outplay at nadadali sila ng mga teams, giving Blacklist the opportunity to get that victory. Gusto ko lang din sabihin na Dexstar, sobrang commendable sa kanyang mga sanguine claws to get the Khalid, which is yun yung hero kanina ng Team Blacklist International. Now, guys, let us all move on para sa ating smart highlights of the game. Kung papansinin natin dito, yes, ito na yun yung tabla yung game. Kasi, ang Team BSB, hindi nila inalisan to. They know that this is their winning lane. Right? Meanwhile, ganun din yung ginawa ng Blacklist International. Pag umabot na sa point na kung sino ang unang magre-react, sino ang unang dedepensa, sila ang malulugi. And unfortunately for BSB, sila ang unang nag-react at nagpuwersa ng team fights sa bottom lane. Nauna sila actually mag-push sa top lane, but then again, hindi nag-react ang Blacklist International. They stayed on the bottom side, defended it. Aqua, this is so beautiful. Napakagandang initiation mula kay Eson para makuha yung 2 kills na yun. And with the AOE damage coming in, ang daming pang-cancel dito ng Blacklist International. Yung Sanguine Claws, pwede ring ma-reach yung Farsa dito. Kailangan ng BSB dito ng isang 5-on-5 hook sight mula dito kay Ruby. Makakuha ng knock-up, makakuha ng Dante Split, makakuha ng Mountain Shocker para ma-pull in nila, ma-put in nila lahat ng damage output nila. Nag-agree ako sa sinabi ni Wolf na baka nga pwedeng si Eson ang MVP, pero since nagkaroon siya ng death, napunta yan sa ating smart MVP talaga na si Aqua. On the bottom lane, nagstay lang siya sa bottom lane, nandito lang siya, umikot-ikot, and mind you, kapag mas walang Piraga Armor, ang X-Borg ngayon, mas nagiging masakit. Early, immortality, automatic, and hindi na nga siya nag-glowing 1. Papunta pa lang siya doon. Okay lang, no deaths whatsoever. It seems like talagang nadadali dito ang Team BSB sa kanilang communication. Again, hindi ganoon kaganda ang magiging chemistry kapag naka-online mode kayo na naglalaro, no? I think kahit kayo mga naglalaro ay makaka-relate dyan. Iba pa rin talaga yung magkakasama kayo, nakabilog kayo. Kasi makikita mo yung mga nuances ng mga kampi mo. Makikita mo yung mga maliliit na galaw nila. And kahit yung amoy nila, mararamdaman mo kung game na sila. So, ganon. I think ang nangyari sa BSB, lack of communication dahil napakahirap nga ng kanilang setup. But congratulations sa side ng Blacklist International. This time, papasok na tayo sa ating interview portion. Sino pa ba ang interviewin natin? Walang iba. Kung hindi, ang nag-iisang Eson Esports. Congratulations, Eson, muli sa game. Sa wakas, nanalo kayo ng 2-0, men. Anong pakiramdam na natigil nyo na yung streak? Kinabahan ba kayo na baka masumpa kayo ulit?
Hindi naman masyado. Ginawa lang namin, nag-reset kami. Tapos dating gawin, focus lang. Focus lang sa mga upcoming games.
Focus is the key. No? Interesting yung binigay ng BSB sa inyo kanina sa game. Paano kayo nag-react doon? Nagkaroon ng parang tamos na support Nung nakita nyo yun, ano yung na-feel ninyo? Ano yung naging reaction ninyo doon?
Sinundan lang namin yung movement ng tatlo sa mid. Kasi parang nag-1-3-1 ata sila nung tas stay lane yung Leeson Shin nila. Binantayan lang namin yung manggugulo doon sa buff ni Kyrie. Ni full clip.
So bantay sarado talaga, kayo talaga ang ang bouncer ni Full Clip, kayo ni Dexter. Men, sobrang commendable yung jawhead mo dito, no? Para sa mga jawhead players dyan na nanonood ngayon, ano ba masasabi mo? Paano magagawa yung mga ganong klaseng plays? Nakikipag 1-on-4 ka sa kalaban.
Siguro i-force mo lang yung kalaban na gamitin yung mga skill, pero keep in mind na dapat i-dodge mo rin. Ganun.
Kumbaga, kailangan mo silang i-debate, tapos kailangan...
Yan, ganun. Debated.
Kailangan mo lang makawala, no? Kailangan mo lang makawala. Again, congratulations.
Kasi malakas yung sustain nun eh.
Sustain para sa jawhead. Jawhead na ba is the new meta? Parang yun yung running trend ngayon eh.
Tingin ko rin paring Manjin eh.
Ay, yun na nga. Yun na nga. 1 games na ba mamaya? 1 games?
Tingin ko 1 games na.
Pwede, no? Kailangan nyo ata ng isa pang taga-buhat eh. De, joke lang, men. Congratulations muli sa Blacklist International. Pre, shoutouts sa mga family mo, friends mo, and promote mo na rin yung pages nyo.
Ay, shoutout sa mga sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Shoutout din sa Tier 1 Management, kay Boss Stripe, kay Boss A, tas sa Blacklist team namin na sa teammate ko, kay Coach Bon, tapos kay Boss Pao, kay Miss Rosel, kay Miss Pao, sa content team namin, kay Neil, kay Matthew, kay Robbie, sino pa dito, kay Six. Sino pa, pinali mo na ba ako?
Sige, busin mo na. Busin mo na.
Sa tropa ko sa Undiman, sa Palok, balik-balik, shoutout sa inyo. Sa mga taga-Babalak at Pampanga.
Wala na ba?
Sa asawa ko, sasabihin ko.
Ayun. Kuya Eson,
thank you.
Congratulations. Follow niyo yung page niya, Eson Esports, no?
Follow niyo yung page namin, buong Blacklist.
Sa buong Blacklist. Congratulations, Blacklist. Curse has been broken. Sa wakas, nakuha kayo ng 2-0. Then again, fortunately for BSB, in the slump pa rin sila. What a series, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 ang nakuha natin. But before we head on to the break, syempre, nandyan muna ang usapang MPL. Project Next is now. As the next patch goes live, which hero revamp are you looking forward to the most? Leave a comment for a chance to win awesome skins that is worth 269 diamonds. #BeLegendary. So sino-sino ba yan? Sabi ni Willie De Luna, gusto makita si Laila sa action dahil hindi lahat ng laban ay matatalo ka kapag ginamit mo ito at para lalong magbigay kulay sa mga susunod na laban sa MPL. Nakakailang Laila na ata tayo na request, no? Pangatlo. Sino next natin dyan? Sabi ni Ichiro Navarro, gusto makita si Laila in action dahil sa mga nakaraang season, hindi pa siya nagagamit. Parang oo nga, wala nga akong naalala talaga na mag-Laila. Baka this time, may makita na tayo mag-Laila talaga, no? Since ang dami na nagre-request. Sabi naman ni Tontom dito, gusto ko makita si Alucard sa action dahil hindi siya tinaguriang one of the best life stealer sa Mobile Legends. I think, nagkaroon na ng time na pinili ang Alucard. That was around Season 4 na ginamit siya ng team ng Signal Ultra, no? Nag-Alucard sila that time, but I think nag-fail. But who knows, baka makita natin yan muli dito sa MPL. Siyempre, kasama na rin dyan ang giveaway code natin. Yan, ang BCQD73CD6J53228Q5. Kunin nyo na yan, baka kunin pa ng iba. Isa pa! Bago na yung bago na yung ritual ko. Ayan. Bonus giveaway code para sa inyong lahat kasi nga sali kayo ng sali sa ating mga raffle draw. 13,000 participants ang sumali sa ating raffle draw. Kaya thank you so much para sa inyo yan. Kunin nyo na. Siyempre, sinabi ko na yung raffle draw. Eto na! Boom! bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kailangan nyo nang puntahan yan sa mga browser nyo and pwede kayo mag-register. Kung kasali kayo, since week 1, pwede kayo sumali hanggang playoffs. Dire-diretso yan, guys. So, sali na kayo sa raffle draw. There you go, mga Lods. Susunod na game, Bren Esports versus NXP. Hype na ba kayo? Kasi hype na ako. Pero bago tayo magtungo dyan, pasalamatan muna natin ang ating official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams. As Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. There you go. Official sponsor din natin ay ang Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone. Realme 7 and Realme 7 Pro will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon. Isa mo na sa kalendaryo nyo. Diyan yan sa official Facebook page ng Realme. Join the Realme Revolution now. Sama rin sa official sponsor natin ay ang Gillette. Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, and Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Diba? Ayos ba yun? Sama rin ang partner in esports, Paymaya. Get free 50 peso credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. So, register na kayo at gamitin nyo yung MLBB. Partner in esports natin, syempre, ang TikTok, tama ba? Moves. Parang laos na ata. Ito laos na eh. Diba? Ganun na yung bago. TikTok Live. Search nyo lang hashtag Mobile Legends para makapanood kayo ng legendary videos and baka manalo kayo ng mga premium skins. There you go. Official gaming headset partner natin, Logitech G. Here like a pro and powered by Moonton. Here we go! Bren Esports versus NXP. Hinahype ko na kung ikaw ay may mga tropa na mahilig mag-ML. Eto na yon. This is the game to be watching. Tama, this is game to be watching. Mali, this is the place to be pala dapat yon. Ako pala si Manjin Paldas. Bago tayo malis, panoorin muna natin ang Realme Top 5 Plays.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Hi guys, I'm Shibuy the One for an Eye and welcome to the second episode ng ating Fan Talk. This time with Keeping Up with the Loadies. Ang title natin, no? So yun na nga, mga idols yung kasama natin dito, mga kaibigan. Of course, pinapaunlakan tayo ni paring Chaku mula sa Execration Wise, of course, of Onic, and of course, Zapnu from Execration din, and sa mga pinakabagong member, mga kaibigan, ng Onic Esports would be Basic. Ladies and gentlemen, so on my first question, no? Unahin na kita, Zap, sa totoo lang. What it's like to become a celebrity?
Dati kasi, syempre, pili yung mga galaw ko eh. Pero ngayon,
kailangan kontrolado na, no?
Kontrolado na yun.
You guys have become the faces of MPL-PH. Pero not just MPL-PH, pero ng mobile gaming industry. With regards to a lot of games in mobile, no? Bakit ML?
Pili ko kasi, kahit saan pwede kong maglaro.
Ngayon ba, naglalaro ka pa rin sa PC?
Hindi na
Dahil sa ML. Mas okay yung mobile gaming talaga. What is it na meron yung MLBB na wala yung iba?
Yung sa Pinas siguro yun sa community. Sobrang sikat niya talaga eh. Parang kahit yung lolo mo, kaya yan siguro talaga. Ibig sabihin lang nun, madali siyang laruin talaga.
Can you like share me a weird interaction with the fans, no? Like any moment na parang may fan na lumapit sa'yo?
Yeah, siguro nung nasa Malaysia.
Okay.
Nung M1.
Okay.
Like, galing sa likod may pala tumatakot, hindi ko nangyakap. Wala, nagulat lang ako.
Anong yakap?
Nagulat ako, akala ko nakakilala ko. Kasi na-weird yun ako kasi parang first time may nakagawa nun, tapos nagpa-picture.
Ikaw, Zap, ang dami mong fans. Alam mo yan, ang dami mo siguro experience with this.
Yung season 1, siguro season 1. May fans din na parang siguro nasigaw, yung may pinapakita siyang picture.
Okay.
Sa akin, hindi siya, yung picture kasi medyo SPG na picture. Pero siguro nasigaw, syempre na habang hindi pa nag-start yung game.
Okay. SPG yung picture. Okay. Ikaw, paring Wise.
Walang weird eh, pero parang di lang ako sanay na yung kunyari pagtas ng game namin, di ba? Tapos parang biglang may magpapa-video greet ganon. Parang para sa akin, ang weird nun kasi hindi ako sanay sa ganon eh.
Ikaw, paring Chuck, no? Aside from your interviews, no? Ano siguro yung parang mga weird interactions mo pa with a fan?
Yung kumain ako sa mga inasal. Tapos, nagpa-picture lahat ng anong tawag dun sa?
Yung crew ng mga inasal.
Mga sila, 10-15.
Ano yung naramdaman mo nun? I mean, what did you feel? Nakakaya, no? Yeah. Feeling ko kasi naging sikat kayo bago nyo pa nalaman eh. So gusto namin malaman, parang kailan yung time na parang palagay nyo, nag-spark yung kasikatan nyo, yung popularity nyo?
Siguro, dalawang part. Nung una siguro, nung nasa Ghost ako, tapos nag-4v5 kami sa qualifiers para sa M1.
That moment, no?
That moment.
Okay.
Tapos, yung pagpasok ko sa MPL.
What about you, Zap?
Siguro nung nagtapan ako sa Global. Tapos nagtapan ako sa Assassin doon, mga Assassin. Kasi Assassin yung saraw nun doon na nakalala. Tapos, nung nalaman ko talaga na medyo famous na yung ganun. Nung naglaro na kami sa stage ng MPL Season 1, grabe yung supporta nila.
What about you, Wise?
Feeling ko yung MPL Season 5 lang. Pero nung sa Season 5, parang feeling ko napatunayan na namin na hindi kami tsamba.
Magaling talaga.
Talagang worth it kami sa spot na to.
Oo.
Yun.
And how is your relationship with your fans? No? And I think it's more on the positive side naman. So, all I want to, pwede nyo na rin silang pasalamatan or message for them. Lalo pa kaming in this season 6.
Salamat sa pagsuporta guys sa akin. So, gagalingan ko pa. Gagalingan pa.
Ayun, nice. Yung sa mga stream ko, may mga talaga, may mga kilala ka na nandun lagi pag stream mo, gano'n. Thank you sa mga taong...
Ganun ka-solid, no?
Ganun ka-solid. Pati yung mga nagsisend ng stars. Thank you. Sana supportahan nyo pa kami sa MPL Season 6.
Ikaw, Zap.
Yun, sa akin, nandun eh. Alam niyo naman yun, simula Season 1 hanggang Season 6. Andiyan pa rin kayo, syempre. Maraming salamat sa support.
What about you, Basic? Para sa mga fans mo?
Masaya, tapos kulitan, gano'n. Lalo na yung mga stay from, yung mga fans ko ng US, hanggang ngayon nanonood pa din.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the conclusion of the second episode ng ating Fan Talk titled Keeping Up with the Lodis. Maraming salamat sa mga players and teams na syempre sumama dito sa ating interview at sa mga fans nila. I am Shinbu with a 1 for an I at kita-kita tayo sa MPL-PH Season 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines. Now on its Season 6 regular season. We're gonna be your casters. I'm your anchor, Shinbu with the 1 for an I, with my analyst here, Butters. And this is our star match, the Grand Slam Showdown between Bren Esports versus the crowd favorite NXP. And of course, in this juncture, we would like to thank our sponsors. We get our official telco partner, that is Smart. Rank up, squad up, and level up your games, ladies and gentlemen, as Smart brings you awesome promos, ladies and gentlemen, for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, with pre-games for all. You know, get up to 14 GB, as mentioned on those apps, for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
We also have our official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone. The Realme 7 Pro, alongside the Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now.
Indeed, we also have our official sponsor. That would be of Gillette. Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Our partner in esports, Paymaya, get free 50 peso credit from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Also, we get our partner in esports. We got TikTok Live. Of course, check out MLBB's channel in TikTok Live and get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. And finally, we also have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro. And guys, the MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moonton. Here we go. Again, our star power match. Grand Slam showdown for you of, one of the most coveted names actually in the league. The recently stopped but still has an undefeated streak for the regular season. That is Bren Esports and NXP. Butters, your notes?
Well, considering that NXP just recently faced a loss against 0-2 against Onic. This is probably one of their most heated matches, as Bren Esports also suffered a 0-2 loss against Omega. So these two teams, they are coming from a series loss, a 0-2, where they couldn't really do anything. And it's all about the social media posts. Now, why is this a Grand Slam showdown? This is all because of the heated words that come out of the social media of these two teams. Bren Esports have been dominating since week number 5. Week number 6, we did see a bit of a chip in the armor, and a team got a 0-2 on their side. But in terms of NXP Solid, they were always on the receiving end of laughs and posts from the side of Bren Esports. So you know what? Let's just put it this way. This is probably gonna go a bit personal. I guess.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of curiosity for how will this pan out. Whatever the results of this game is, that one is for sure. Something will be said. Something will be said. I hope we have a 2-1 series. That's all I ask. Let's go.
Madi-describe ko yung team ko na malakas kasi lahat ng kasali na sa MPL na makakalaban namin may hina. Ready. Kasi ready na kami sa MPL Season 6. Yung kakampi namin si Flap, bago namin yan. 3 days hindi naliligo. Meron kaming TZ Nation. May connection kaming bawat players dito, sa iba wala.
Meron kami isang coach na kakaiba mag-isip. Hindi basta-basta.
Meron kaming experience, may champion ng MPL-1, MPL-2, MPL-3, tapos may SEA gold medalist din, tsaka may bago kaming player na ako sa Panalo.
Para sa akin, walang threat kasi baka TZ Nation na yung kaharap nyo, pre.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bren Esports roster lineup. Rebo, Carlsy, Flap TZ, Few, Lusty, EJ. There is actually the QR code that you can check out on the upper right side of your screen up above EJ and show your support for Bren Esports.
You know what, Bren Esports, let's talk about stats later. There is a rich storyline that these two teams have for each other. We all know that Rebo and EJ were former babies of Doggy as well.
Yes,
so
yes.
They were there. They really, EJ was with Aether Valkyrie. Rebo was with Aether Main before they headed to Bren Esports. Now, I guess for Bren Esports, it's all about the pride. Like, hearing a team say that we're gonna crush or destroy every team into the MPL really made their, ears, heat up.
Yeah.
They really just wanted to prove that, no, it's not gonna happen. And whenever the other team loses, they would always post a lot on social media.
Yeah. That's the thing that added heat for this fight once again. There are, certain instances where we have really heated matchups for the regular season.
Yeah.
We did saw that on NXP versus Execration. But this is indeed much awaited still, especially onto Bren, especially onto NXP. Even a simple post about laps, gained so much attention actually
And
from the two fan base of
To be
these
honest,
teams.
not only the players go at it,
Yeah.
even the coaches.
Yeah, even the coaches actually. And there we go. We got NXP Solid roster lineup. H2, Renny J, MB, Chester, Yawi, and Gymnast. They've been getting their they've been getting their groove actually onto this regular season. I think they had a good win against Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
On a 2-1 series. They also took a win against Blue Fire recently. It is a 2-1 series though, but at least it is enough to restore their confidence. Although it did get halted by the
Okay.
Onic PH squad.
So this is where it gets interesting, Shinbu. Last Friday was the first loss of Bren against Omega.
Yeah.
Last Friday.
Yeah. That's 0-2. That's
That was
2-0.
0-2.
Yeah.
And all the frustrations just went out of the window as NXP Solid, some of their members, actually laughed.
Yeah.
Did the same thing as Bren whenever they lost. So it went full circle. And I think this time around, Bren Esports did say this in an interview or in their quote. Call all, say your prayers because you don't really know what's coming after you.
So, who said?
Bren, the side from Bren. Probably Lusty. I heard it was Lusty.
Okay.
Say your prayers because you don't really know what's gonna come after you guys.
Man.
But for NXP Solid, I think
they've been through this actually, this kind of situations.
If it's how do you call this? Angst?
Angst, oh yeah.
Yeah, angst and
Yeah.
everything. I don't think that they will bow down from that.
Yeah.
They need to go at it. And
Yeah.
right now, this is the time for NXP Solid to rally up and prove Bren Esports wrong. They were shown how to beat them last Friday. NXP Solid can capitalize on that.
Indeed. NXP, ladies and gentlemen, things are just so heavy here. The air is just so heavy here, especially this very heated matchup. I'm actually looking forward to this. Not really just because of the batter of the side batters, but really on the strength of our players here. More than ever, I'm starting to become kind of a fan for H2.
Yeah.
And I'm just really curious, how will he pit to the likes of Carl Z? Right there, Carl Z right there. I mean,
that's true. Well, H2 is one of those players that can consistently carry a team. He knows what to do.
Consistency.
He knows how to get it, and he knows how to make. He knows how to make his own kills.
Yeah, that's always the biggest headline for H2.
Because sometimes some of the carries that you see, if you don't know how to if you don't know how to 1v1, if you don't know how to create a kill for you, sometimes you'll just have a hard time whenever your other teammates are getting shut down. But for H2, he knows how to, abuse his hero. He knows the limits and everything in between. So right now, for the side of Bren Esports, Carl Z here has been really a god carry. He has been, I think this is his peak. This is his peak performance in the MPL ever. And he's just showing that he's really just one of the best carries. So, in terms of benchmark, I think for the longest time, it is going to be Carl Z on how consistent he is into just carrying and winning multiple games without a sweat. But for H2O, this is the barrier. This is the benchmark that he has to go through, the hurdle to become really just, be titled the best in MPL in terms of carrying.
Yeah, and I want to account as well for the other matchups that can come in here.
Yeah.
Like how Lusty will go and pit against the likes of Yawi here.
Yeah.
Both are natural Kufra players. But there are some hero picks that, that they prefer, that the other does not. Right.
Yeah. NXP Solid, Yawi and Lusty. That has a really nice ring to it. I think for Lusty is more on the aggressive pick-off type of tank. He doesn't really go for those big team fight tanks. But onto the side of Yawi, he actually excels more whenever it is the team fight capability we're talking about. He thrives on Kufra, he thrives on Atlas, he uses those heroes. But for Lusty, you would see the Hylos, the Cho. You would see those heroes working on his side. So they have very different playstyles, and I do think that in terms of the meta right now, the poke has been working for the side of Bren Esports. It did not work last Friday. NXP Solid, they still have to show us how are they gonna, come into this game and come into this project next MPL patch.
Yeah, that's also the big factor here, right? That's, I think, the first time we mentioned here that there is the project next patch also. So it's really not just the impact of the players. Of the players will prepare themselves for this,
Look
but
at-
it's also of the coaches, right?
Manjun is actually discussing. Okay, so we're talking about the drama, everything here, the banter, and there is a lot of things happening here for Bren and NXP. So there is Renny J and Flap. I think these are the two offlaners that one of the two offlaners that really made noise. One of the two offlaners that really made noise. They really just wanted to get through. Flap was one of the players who, quote unquote, don't sleep.
Oh, really?
He doesn't sleep.
Why? What do you mean by that?
He just plays ML.
Ah.
So that's why he got the attention of Bren.
He
Because
is really just forged into
forged
playing.
into
ML.
playing, and he really wanted to make make it into a team. Now, for Renegade, he's been with Doggy for the longest time.
Ah, yeah. Yes, of course.
And even Renegade got the fruits of his labor, even if this is his first time into the MPL. He got a car already.
Ah, yeah, yes.
He
yes.
has a car already.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, the success of these guys, I love them in a way that they're just showing us that there are different capabilities. But right now, I think that Flap and Renegade and every one of these players here are really hungry for a championship. I know for the side of NXP Solid, it's all about the expectations of the fans.
Yeah, yeah.
The fans really
The
want
fans,
them to win this.
you know, if it's NXP, you talk about fans, right? Whereas for Bren, you can say like a dynasty.
Yeah, it's a dynasty because they really just want to be the strongest.
They have the
again
reputation for being champions,
For
right?
Bren,
Yeah.
but for NXP Solid, everyone thinks, everyone states, everyone claims that they're the best team here. Now, the thing is, they just have to prove it. They're here.
This is a proving ground.
This is a proving ground.
That's the best part about it, right? This is one of those rare opportunities where you really get a chance to show yourself and make the most, right? Make the most of your statements and really, rather, make a statement of how strong you are. Are you really an MPL caliber team? Because there's really no way of saying it better than beating a team, right? Beating a team that has run undefeated for quite some time, especially on the first half, or more than first half actually, of our MPL.
And yeah, I'm just saying that these the coaches, the coaching staff, the managers, I know that they're pretty much involved, and I know you, the viewer here, really wants to settle the score. And this is how you settle a score in the MPL. You might have these banters outside of the game, but you don't take it personally, and you just fight each other inside the Land of Dawn.
Yeah.
The Celestial Palace.
Yeah. I think it would be very explosive for this. We're gonna be looking towards the course being enabled or not. I won't have qualms if I see a lot of sticker or TPs and recalls actually happening in the game. It's all part of the hype for this, right?
Clearly. You know what? Hype was the thing that actually brought up to this. I mean, all the banters, all the posts, and everyone was just having fun with it.
Yeah.
I mean, some didn't really take it well.
Yeah.
Some just have had fun with it because at least this is a friendly. Can I say friendly rivalry?
I'm not so sure.
I
have no idea.
Let's just say friendly competition.
Yeah, I'm sure it's competition. I'm not sure about the friendly part. I mean, we leave that to the teams. We leave that to the players. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our head-to-head. Now, on to the stats of our players. Head-to-head of Bren versus NXP. For the most part, the bar may seem so much, but it is just a 2 first blood gap between the two teams. There's also the majority of the score leaning towards Bren, of which NXP, because of their recent victories and especially with their 2-1 series, they were able to offset their Lord's Lane per game and at least make that a bit competitive compared to Bren Esports. This is a manifestation still of the win streak of Bren, as they have come strong on so many of their series, going in 2-0 consecutively. And not to mention that maybe it just got offset because of that one series where they went 0-2 against Omega. Now, our star match head-to-head, the Facebook support rate still heavily goes for the side of Bren Esports. I think our audience here really just believes that the stats and the win rates speaks for themselves.
You know what? I'm actually surprised, Bren Esports, that this didn't go 50-50.
Yeah, I was expecting 50-50.
I was expecting 50-50 for this. Some really believe that Bren is the strongest team right now. Well, it's the rallying of the NXP Solid family, or the NXP Solid army, that as they call themselves. But you know what? Number of championships, that's their Bren Esports. They gave that to Doggy.
Yeah.
They gave that to Doggy, NXP Solid. Still really wanting to go for that. And as I've said, Flapsy and Renny J.
That's our regular player head-to-head, right?
Yeah.
We have Unique Heroes leaning more and higher towards Renny J. I think this is a relatively high 10th onto the side lane, and actually has his fair share of MVP count. Yet Flapsy, there is real consistency on the kid. Ranking 15 on the KDA as a side laner is really a good performance that speaks for itself.
I think it's more on the playstyle that Bren did. That's why Flap has a really good KDA here, 4.34. Well, for Renny J, he did go for a lot of Hellcurt. He has a lot of show on his side, so you know that this guy racks up kills. But for those high impact side laners like a Cho, Hellcurt, usually if it doesn't go well, you don't really get the kills. So that really explains why he's at 3.14.
Yeah, right now sitting at the number 1 spot. Look at this. This is a literal star player head to head. Number 1 on the KDA versus number 2 on the KDA. They've been shifting, on their ranks 1 and 2 based on their previous matches. And this is the only time you'll be seeing them fight for the regular season in a series. Carl Z and H2, guys, you've seen the KDAs. I think what's important is actually the rankings on that running KDA. And H2 has the consistency. He also has the right mindset of making that late game explosive play for NXP. And that's where NXP relies on him so much. But Carl Z is just Carl Z. He is a SEA Games gold medalist. He is one of, if not probably the strongest carry that we have right now in the MPL.
So that is going to be a very interesting matchup. Let's see how do you say this? Yawi and Chester will let H2 shine, and how will Few and Lusty will do the same for Carl Z. This is not a battle of carries. This is a battle of the whole team. Let's see how well they fill their roles. Let's see how well they communicate. Let's see how well they execute for their lineups. But you know what? This is experience versus explosiveness. As the explosiveness is on the side of NXP and experience on the side of Bren.
Experience totally is on the side of Bren here. A Grand Slam showdown, ladies and gentlemen, for the Bren and NXP. I love the idea of Grand Slam. Plus the showdown. It's one of those few matches where there is a lot at stake, despite being just a regular season match where what is truly allocated, if it comes down to the league, is just the points.
This is where the fun starts. Actually, it wasn't really set up by anyone. It wasn't set up by the people. It wasn't set up by us. But this whole storyline that led up to this point was set by the players. They really just went out. The coaches were part of it, and now they have the chance to go at it. And this is how you settle your score in the MPL. You do it as men, and you do it in the Celestial Palace.
Yeah. You do it in the Celestial Palace. I love the idea. You do it as men. You just fight it, right?
Yeah.
You just take it to the game, and let the game decide for it. And that's what's so lively and lovely about this kind of matches, because in a few minutes, guys, we will be seeing them. By the way, again, thank you so much to all of our English viewers out there, or rather our Southeast Asian viewers for the scope of this broadcast. Of course, for those who want the Tagalog broadcast, especially for the Filipino live stream. We have that being presided on by Wolfcast and also Rockheart, and you can check it out on the official Facebook pages and YouTube pages of Mobile Legends.
Clearly, this is going to be interesting. So make sure you share the streams and make sure you let the people know about it, because this is going to be once in the regular season.
Yeah.
Once in the regular season, we're not even sure if this will happen again in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We're not really sure.
We're not really sure. Because sometimes you can be dropped from the playoffs even without having to face that upper bracket team. And actually, Bren Esports is like a heavy contender for the upper bracket. Things are starting to normalize, really.
I mean, even if you are a high contender, this is a single elimination setup.
Yeah.
So, whatever you do, if you get surprised at that best of 5, whatever you do, you just lose. You get eliminated, and that's how we go. Because sometimes that certain break between week 8 and the playoffs, that's all the adjustment time you need. The time to think about what will happen into the MPL playoffs.
Indeed, Waters. And here we go. We are officially into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of this series between Bren Esports versus NXP Solid. We have the Jawhead, Ling, and the Kufra being prioritized as a ban by Bren Esports. Quite the respect ban being sent here against Yawi, whereas NXP Solid, they're eyeing actually a ban on a Hilda, Khalid, and Uranus. That leaves the Esmeralda open, a Farsa, and also the Thams. Will that be an Esmeralda or a Thams?
I think it's more on the Esmeralda.
I'm leaning on the Esmeralda as well.
Thumbs, yeah, it's going to be the thumbs. Esmeralda will probably go to the side of NXP. Esmeralda and a Ruby or a Cho. That could be a possibility. Like, you can just pick it right now, or a Farsa won't be bad as well.
Yeah,
Farsa won't be bad as
Farsa
well.
won't be bad as well. There are 2 options here for the side of NXP Solid. They could have secured on Acho and Esmeralda on this, but it would be of a Zhong priority right now for NXP Solid. They did feel that maybe the playstyle doesn't fit for Acho right now, right?
Look at this. It's the Zhong and the Esme. Bren Esports, will they go for a Cho? And they went for a Selena. And dropping bombs, ladies and gentlemen. First time in Season 6. Hanabi.
The Coco Spirits are coming in.
I can feel it in the air.
Is this? From the looks of it, this is a valid pick. We have a Cho on the side of NXP Solid being secured. That is a visual bug, guys. We just want to we just want to correct, guys. That is a Lancelot. Okay, that is a Lancelot, guys. Again, please, maybe you would please just correct those who are in the chat. If ever we didn't mention this anymore. But that Hanabi, guys, that's a visual bag. That is a Lancelot. Okay?
That is a Lancelot.
pick. All right.
I was actually
Selena
surprised.
Lancelot. Yeah, I'm very, very surprised about that.
I was actually surprised.
Hanabi, yeah.
I thought that was a bomb that Bren Esports is gonna bring into this game.
A very early bomb.
Yeah. And well, it is a Lancelot, and that means they have fast wave clear, they have good map vision, and they can go for the fights early. I like that from the side of Bren Esports. While for NXP Solid, basing on their name, they have a solid side lane setup. You have the Zhong, you have the Esmeralda. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, let us look here. We have a Roger for the side of Bren Esports here. Whereas you also have a Ruby. Alright, onto the side of NXP's Solid plus a Baksha. Okay.
Okay, so I think
I mean, no hints onto the Alice yet, but it kind of hints it onto the side of NXP. Although they already have their side laners, all they need is actually their mid lane and also their core, right?
Yeah. Baksha is still one of those heroes that sets himself for Thams. You don't really want to put that in front of a Thams, and Thams would just bail out if he ever sees the Baksha. The passive is just way too strong for those sustained heroes. NXP Solid getting the Grok. it makes sense because this is their comfort hero. This is Yawi's comfort hero. Now, a lot of heroes of Yawi here got banned, like the Khufra, the Baksha. So you just get a good tank or a comfortable tank for your tank hero on the side of, or Yawi on the side of NXP Solid. Natalia and the X-Borg, I really like the damage output coming out from these two. And Bren Esports really just aiming to fight early. That's what you do with an X-Borg and a Lance. Natalia here could just go for the Esmeralda, try to poke them down as much as possible. Lunox for NXP Solid. They have ways to take down people here into the side of Bren Esports one by one.
Indeed. Alright, we got a full lineup completed here. I went with the Lunox, kind of a feel that even with the Esmeralda out to the side of NXP, I think there is a very long stretch on picking the Grok plus the Lunox. But if there's one thing I know about the Grok, it did work for NXP on their last game. I think the Grok there for NXP paid dividends, especially it was impactful onto Yawi's side, but I think that was a Blue Fire. I think they're fighting Blue Fire for that. Yeah, so very interesting lineup. I cannot but feel that this is just more stable onto the side of Bren. Especially, I think Few has his hands on that Selena. Back on Selena.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting. How will NXP Solid make this work? They have the Grok on their side, so that means this is going to be the invades. But look at this, Chester's getting punished.
Yeah, and there's gonna be the bomb, and just like that, it is quickly done. There's also another dive by Few. He wants to go for the kill. There is a 1-for-1 overall on the trade. But my oh my.
They won't shy away from that. And look at this Renegade and H2O. They're still doing this, and remember, 15% damage reduction. So someone is gonna get the blunt of that. And let's see, Renegade.
Yeah,
next target.
Yeah, there's a trap. They did secure onto Renegade. Just a trap alone. There's still an arrow available for Few here. And puts another trap towards H2. Another kill. One after the other. Also, the card G focuses onto Chester. These two teams, they just out for blood. No gauging, just the fight. Even NXP wants it.
You guys sure that this is a check thing? Is this check ping?
No, this is not check ping. This is not check ping.
I'm just kidding.
I thought you heard something from Eagle One. No, guys, this is the official game.
This is the official game, but usually you see those kinds of engagements or those kinds of fights at early on, non-stop fighting and on check pings only. But Lusty here, he has the dash.
He has the dash, yeah. He can get out. He actually went into the brush, just waiting for another dash to get it. Went into the Cyclone Eye. Because he wants to put more and more delay. That gives freedom here for Few to actually dance around and along with Curl-C and take the Fiend here up top. Remember that it was taken in by H2 if I'm not mistaken, although at the cost of a lot of kills against Renegade and H2. And so H2 on Esmeralda.
Yeah, they want to have just strong laners and end it early, because it's a valid argument if you ask me. Like, if you get a carry like Esmeralda and have him unstoppable by the 10-minute mark, you can have the capability to win.
Indeed. 5-1, ladies and gentlemen. Along with Chester here, there is going to be another trap. Okay, and then onto Few. Also towards Lusty.
Look at this. Lusty just going in, and this is the duo that Few and Lusty has. You cannot show yourself solo in lane.
Indeed. Man.
Oh,
everyone's just so fast at it. Even Few knows that Renegade will be delivering the knock-up. Had that knock-up connected, Renegade has his green dot on, and it will easily translate towards a way of the Dragon. Few is just exhausting it. Everything on the Selena. And even here, Flubsy against MB up top. Coming in with B of Yawi, has his power of nature on, goes for the full swing, counter and informer present as well with H2 backing in, and that would be another kill.
And look at Lusty again, going for MB here. Yeah. He has his execute, but Lusty couldn't really get him to critical levels and use that threshold to his advantage. But they get punished. Bren Esports here overstaying their welcome, and they really just wanted to get a lot of those kills, wanted to secure an MB. But they gave out 2 kills in the process because they went a bit greedy there.
And remember, no turrets are still taken. here by Bren. That was bypassing the turret. They were taking the fights in the middle of the outer and inner turret of the top lane here. The 3-man unit of NXP Solid is actually composed of that Lunox, Esmeralda, plus the Grok.
And clearly, Renegade here really wants to help. Well, Chester wants to help Renegade,
yeah.
but it's on the other way around.
It's going to be a 2-for-1. That is a heavy trade. We also got the Retribution connected towards Renegade. All that Carlsy need is the minion, but there is not going to be any minion within the turret of Renegade. And now, Lusty once more, scouting towards H2. Where is that Falling Star Moon?
And look
There's
at
going to
that.
be the dragon onto MB. Arrow once more. That forces out the Black Dragon form, but Lusty still being very disrupted. What happens here? Curl Z, going to be Cartesi securing a turret, the very first turret, down at the gold lane.
Okay. Next up, it is going to be that turtle. The bottom lane turret got down already. And you really have to look at how Bren Esports will take advantage of this tower break onto the bottom. How will they approach this? Rebo is just staying there, getting the immortality, just trying to soak up a lot of damage here for the side of NXP Solid with those fire stakes. Look at Renegade catching on Rebo.
Indeed. There's going to be Renegade. Rebo swings in with the last Insanity. Order of Brilliance coming in from Chester. And that signals Curtsy to just go in with his puncture. Full combo to the Thorned and the finisher would be a Phantom. Indeed, execution. Now towards Renegade, another Thorned Rose. And ladies and gentlemen, that's 3 members on the dark of NXP getting back here by Bren.
Chester getting hit with that arrow max distance.
Max distance.
And this is your Gillette instant replay. Hashtag shave the day. Look at this arrow. Well, and that hit with the Phantom
Perfection.
execute. It's there. Execute for Natalia. And that was disastrous for the side of NXP Solid.
And NXP still willing to take the fight here, but the problem is they're totally losing. That is 3,000 on the gold lead handed towards Bren Esports. NXP started toward the Lord, and of course that gives a lot of positional advantage, a lot of position for Bren. And there's the jump. Chaos Darkening gets cancelled. Actually, I think he did this forward. Chester already went for his own brilliance, and Carlsy wants to finish this. He does know that the Lunox has no more brilliance, but you know, he just focuses to the turtle. He did get killed. MB focuses and finishes it.
Look at Lusty. Look at Lusty. He has a capability to get multiple kills on this. Oh, Lusty. Do you have the execute? He does have the execute.
He does have the execute. He does have the finisher. He gets kicked in the back by Renegade there. And round 2 for the bottom lane, it's not anymore Curl TZ. You got Flap TZ.
And they are just using the waves to their advantage. Once it pushes, you know that NXP Solid needs to perform a 5-man contest on that turtle. You cannot give that to Cartzy. Cartzy did die, but no one really took advantage of that turtle buff. I guess somewhat the gold is going to be the only advantage that Bren Esports take. But after that, there was a turret take down bottom in NXP Solid.
Yeah.
They really have to find a way to get even in terms of turrets.
They would find themselves having a smaller and smaller map here. That's the problem, especially with that bottom getting pushed. We are, I think, still onto a turtle timer. Yeah, 50 seconds on that part. Outer turret here gonna be destroyed by Bren Esports, and it does look like NXP's willingness to fight is now starting to become more and more controlled.
Okay, so Rebo, they have a good wave clear. That's what I can tell you. Good wave clears onto the side of Bren Esports. Actually, NXP Solid has it as well. But it's more accessible and you don't have to put yourself in front.
Yeah, they went for the jump. Flap TZ actually pushing forward. They get greeted by MB's Black Dragon form, who receives the arrow. None. Rebo onto the side, and MB once again, and another pause was clutch. Very, very timely. Ladies and gentlemen, 7:46 for it.
Well,
very heated fight.
Okay, that was a good play for Bren. They went in. They knew that they had the capability to chase, and Nexplay Solid couldn't do anything. The 4 people on Nexplay Solid can't do anything. But MB, realizing quick on his deductions and decision making, he went in with a Black Dragon form. So every potential of Bren Esports to chase down the people on the side of NXP Solid was stopped just because of that Black Dragon form. That was a really good play, and that was acknowledging, or for MB, that was acknowledging that his team needed help at that certain point. and he just went for it.
He just went for it. And here's the thing, I feel like it's just really, you want to fight? We will fight you.
We will fight you.
That's the running vibe for this game. And yeah, although it is nice and fun to watch, running danger is that if you are losing and still losing, maybe you'd want to step back by a bit. Take more controlled fights and decisions, especially for this, because Bren would just be continuing on riding the momentum, especially when they realize that, we're winning the fights.
Yeah, that is true. Chester here, getting trapped, actually. He'll just go away. Not let it be. You'll just go away. Bren Esports will let it be as long as they can chip this turret slowly but surely.
Yeah. Flapsy is also present for this. We do know how durable at times is, especially with the counter and Inferno on. Just really a dueling god right here. And again, if a fight breaks out here in the bottom lane side, especially in the mid lane side for the turtle side, that easily leaves Flaptizi to go for the push up top, and NXP Solid decides to react onto the top lane side. They're going to be giving out this turtle, and this is it. These are the methodical wins that Bren still is able to focus on.
Bren Esports, they're looking at it they're trying to just control the map right now. At least NXP Solid is not giving it fully. I mean, the bottom lane jungle of NXP Solid is under the hands of Bren Esports, but the top lane, they're not letting that red buff slide.
Yeah. Plus the disruption of Lusty, I think, paid dividends.
Okay, so there is going to be a push up top, and they will take down that turret.
Yeah. NXP knows it. They need to tone down. They need to calm down. They need to be really careful now against Bren Esports. It's not just the kill lead that Bren Esports had. I think that is mislead. That is little. But the gold lead is too much. That's 6,000, you know. And Krutzy is just starting to become lethal. It depends actually if Pew has a lot of freedom here on this conservative playstyle of NXP Solid. They did went though for a double Blade of Despair. They just want to still go for that kill when the moment presents it.
And they want the damage.
Yeah.
NXP Solid, they're not gonna back down of a fight here. From a fight, Bren Esports, they have the capability to control the map. But if they catch Flap and the others off guard like this, they can make this work on their side. But Flap going in
along with Lusty here. Flap is still alive, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. He will go down actually H2, and that is Lusty. It's still in exchange for Flap Z2 for 2, but the core is gone. And let's see on the other fight of this game, we got MP here, almost getting hit by the arrow there by Few, but I think Few will chase him until the end of time. And yeah, that's it. There goes the trap. Few knows it. He will be traded on, and a Few with that Soul Eater has some shield, but at least the kill is complete there by MB.
MB. He did not really just go for that rundown. It was actually escaping. He knew that he didn't really have enough time anymore. But what he did was he stalled some time, let his skills go on cooldown, and when it did, he got the trade.
It does. 11-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's look here. We got Lusty dancing around, you know. And yeah, they're taking what they can. But the thing here is that the main reason why Bren Esports kind of fall back onto the reverse side is because you can easily set up again another 4-1 here as they set 2 members focusing towards the Lord. Lusty also looking who will be hiding or what can be assassinated from his position. Look at Lusty's position there. That is very optimal. Maybe to get a tag onto Chester. Still trying to find the right signal. He doesn't want to show himself. There we go. It's time to go. That's gonna be it. Card Z goes in. Lusty onto the back line. A lot of disruption is delivered, but H2 will be falling down. It will be handed on towards Rebo. Chester uses the Chaos Darkening to keep some distance from Flap TZ, but not gonna be enough as well to escape Carl TZ. And Renny J just shoved a lane. He will be chased here by Carl Z. On to the Thornrose, to the slow, to the Phantom Execution, and a kick yo. And that's it. Renny J accepts his
fate. And MB goes in, actually. He goes in. But you know what? NXP Solid here cannot contest this. And Flap Rebo controlling and getting aggro of this Lord. They're juggling it and they will secure this nice and easy, comfortably, without contest.
Look at the power of Counter and Inferno really on the times. I did soft lap TZ there dueling with the Lord with really no health anymore. And just like that, he went in 2/3 natural regeneration from the stamps. That's why he's so prepared. And you got Rebo also with the last Insanity just to open up and give it for his teammates to take this inhibitor turret in the mid. Remember guys, the minions are also pushing up top, and that is going to be taken into the attention of Flap ZZ, and along with the few, Yawi, along with Renegade, and also MB, they will try to defend this. I think they're willing to finish this, at least fighting. Renegade delivers the kick. Way of the Dragon Curls is gone, but it doesn't matter because the rest of his teammates are still intact and won.
And look at this. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially when they know that this game is as good as won. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Bren Esports that will be taking on this game number 1.
Bren Esports won't back down. Look at this. They show their phones. Victory is written in front of it.
Indeed. Indeed. They delivered the fight to NXP. NXP was willing to fight, commended on that, totally commended on that. It's just, Bren has a plan and Bren is winning and they had the momentum and they rode that momentum on a victory that they get for that until they tag the base.
Yeah. The side of NXP Solid really wanted to fight as well, but with proper pacing and on their control because they have the Esmeralda, the Zhong, and the Cho. So they have a lot of fighting capability when those 3 hit level 4.
Yeah.
But on the side of Bren Esports, they did not let that happen. When the minions met, it was go time at that point.
And I actually love the change again that we witnessed earlier. One of the lowest pull for the support position, one of the lowest hero pull for the support position is actually on Lusty. I think I did saw one time when he got featured, he has only 4 unique heroes chosen along with few. Although the Selena is included on that, but Lusty has a low hero pull for his position. And now we saw Natalia on him. And Natalia is not really present here onto the running stats of Bren Esports. And you can actually see the change and the adaptiveness that Bren is delivering. Let's head on to our analyst segment.
Para sa inyong analysis, and ang tanong, malungkot ba ngayon si Carl TZ? Baka na naman kasi naglag yung mga idol niya. But kidding aside guys, total dominance para sa side ng Bren Esports. I think may dalawang key elements dito sa side ng Bren Esports para sa mga naganap. 2 authentication factor, no? Doc Rebo with the power spike on the immortality. I think Bren Esports, they planned it out na ganito yung magiging lineup nila. The Selena Arrow plus the Execute na meron ang Natalia natin at hindi yon nirespeto ng NXP. I get it that they all have flickers, but then again, you need to respect the Execute and the Arrow. That's why nagkaroon bigla ng first blood agad sa side ng Bren Esports. They did not expect na papasok ang Bren Esports dito. Going back to what I'm saying about the immortality, later on makikita natin yan sa smart highlights kung umabot. As we are now talking with the post-game stats, after the power spike, no? Let's go to the post-game stats. After the power spike of Doc Rebo, natapos bigla yung paghihirap ng Bren. Akala ng Bren lamang na lamang sila, pero nagkaroon kasi sila ng mga choices na na-outplay sila ng NXP. Yun na yung key ng NXP para makakuha ng kahit papanong bawi. Kasi ever since the 3-minute mark, sobrang taas ng gold dito ni Carl TZ against H2O. If I'm not mistaken, H2O is at around 1.5. 3-minute mark, Carl TZ nasa 3K na. Ganoon kataas yung nakuwang space dito ng Bren Esports dahil sa pagiging aggressive nila sa early game na again, hindi agad makapalag itong sina Yawi and itong sina Chester. Bakit? Kasi arrows and wala pang ultimate si Yawi pang disengage. And si Chester at level 1, you can only do so much. Yes, you can put in sustain damage, pero ang hirap talagang pumalag. Wonderful movements coming in from Lusty, even though may 5 deaths siya, nagagawa nila ng tama yung trabaho nila. Trabaho lang, walang personalan. Kahit sacrifice ko yung death ko, basta mabigyan ko si Carl TZ ng magandang space, all goods. And then again, going back to the smart highlight plays of the game. Again, going back to the immortality, no? But before we head on to that, look at this. Arrow, and hindi to in-expect ni Yawi. Nagstay siya, few outstanding. Ito yung mga bagay na hindi, mahirap ituro, yung mga ganong game sense. Few, favorite niya yan. Favorite ni Few ang early game bugbugan, no? And with that, hindi yun ni-respect ng NXP Solid. Ito na ata yung pinakita yung immortality ng Bren Esports. Unfortunately for Renny J, doon sa team fight na yun kanina, sinipa niya si Ribo na nagpakita na ng power spike ng immortality. Lamang sana ang NXP doon kapag walang immortality doon si Doc Ribo. Pero after nun, nagamit, hindi nga nag-pop yung immortality. After the last insanity, doon na nagtuloy-tuloy yung pagkapanalo ng Bren Esports. Kasi you don't give Bren Esports any holes. No? Wala, ni isa. Hindi mo yan bibigyan ng chansang manalo. After kasi nung clash na yun, basag kagad tong mid and then nagdire-diretso na. And interestingly, Flap TZ, nagkakaroon siya dito ng mga overextensions, no? Na hindi niya nakakalculate kung mabubuhay ba siya o hindi. But I think okay pa rin kasi tinitake niya yung risk. Again, just to save and give space kay Carl TZ ang kanilang main core with the retribution, with the 5-1-6. Men, sobrang solid ng game na yon, no? Hindi para sa NXP Solid, pero ang linis, hindi naman ganun kalinis, pero sobrang swag para sa side ng Bren Esports. And there you go. The doctor is in, man. Wait lang. Pangit na sulat ko. Is, yan. Doctor is in, sees 3012 power spike. Power! Yun ang binigay dito ni Doc Ribo. Alam niya na tumatabla yung laning stage. After niya makuha immortality, punta sa mid. Ako ang sasalo ng Way of the Dragon ni Renny J. Nanggigil din kasi ang NXP dito kay Doc Ribo. Kaya sinalo niya lahat ng damage. Carl TZ with enough damage. Goes in. Boom. All of the damage. Tapos. Hold up. Tapos. Ang buhay ng NXP para sa game number 1. Ang interesting nung laban na yon kasi ang tanong dito para sa NXP sa game 2, masira kaya yung mental fortitude nila after that pummeling sa game number 1 dito ng Bren Esports. That is it, guys, for our smart MVP of the game. Gusto ko ng game 3. Parang pang game 3 no? Yung laban na yon. But before we head on to the next game, atin munang pag-usapan ng usapang MPL. Next is now as the next patch goes live. Which hero revamp are you looking forward to the most? Leave a comment for a chance to win skins worth 269 diamonds. #BeLegendary. Sino-sino ba yan ang mga nag-comment? Sabi dito ni Lynn Jolly Pass, gusto ko makita si Laila dahil ngayong update mas pinalakas siya. Pang ilang boto na kay Laila yan, no? Talagang crowd favorite. Sino pa ang nag-comment dyan? Nandyan si Ana Cornejo Cornel. Gusto ko makita si Laila in action kasi matagal na siyang hindi napapansin ng mga high rank players. Pang-walo na ata na Laila talaga no? The poster girl ng ML. Sino pa? Ayan, syempre kay Rex Garbo, sorry, sana na-pronounce ko ng tama. Rex Garbo Maloloy-on. Gusto kong makita si Eudora. Yan ang sinasabi natin dyan sa action. Dahil gusto kong makita paano siya gamitin ng pro players. Yan, ako din. Si Eudora na lang ang iniintay ko. First ever hero. Yan, sa ML. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nag-comment. Nga pala, nais ko lang batiin si Daddy Shark, si Nico Enzon para sa mga screenshots natin kanina. No, siya nang kolekta niyan. So, shoutout sa MLBB community. Syempre, since nandyan na rin kayo, no, MLBB community, para sa inyo to. Kailangan talaga gawin natin yun. Para sa inyo to, ang giveaway code natin, screenshot nyo na, baka kunin pa ng iba. Man, again, kunin nyo. Magbukas na kayo ng browser. I-type nyo na yan. Baka maunahan pa kayo. Malay nyo, bago pa ma-post yan dito, may nauna na. So, hindi lang yan ang meron tayo. Meron pa tayo ng bonus giveaway code natin dahil nga sumasali kayo sa ating mga paraffol, no? 13,000 people. More than 13,000 people ang sumali sa ating mga paraffol. Kaya para sa inyo po yan, kunin nyo na ang bonus giveaway code natin na yan. Siyempre, speaking of raffle, Sakto. Sakto yun. No mythical raffle draw. Visit bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kung kasali kayo ng week 1, pwede kayo sumali hanggang ating playoffs. Pwede kayo manalo ng mga legendary, ultimate, mega, super duper, ultra skins. No? Sana all may pa-skins, no? Ni isa wala ko eh. Ayan. So that is it para sa game number 1. Nag-hope ako ng game 3. Kasi ang tanong dito, baka tumawag na naman ang commissioner natin sa sobrang init ng laban na to. For sure, marami nang mga nagpo-post sa kanilang mga social media. So guys, babasahin ko na lang muna yung mga yan. Papasa ko na kayo sa ating mga shoutcasters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our live stream. This is once again the series between NXP versus Bren. We will have a shift in sides here. Of course, it's gonna be NXP on the blue, red for Bren, and it's already 1-0 onto the side of Bren Esports. I could dare say it escalated to a one-sided game on the later part. But both of these two teams, it does look like they just want to, they just want to fight it, right?
Remember, when you're really just putting a lot of heroes that can do well at level 4 into your team, you're pretty much asking the other team to, you know, just collapse on you and have the lead by level 3 or level 2 on their course. So I think the way Bren won that was clearly the strong capability of their tank support duo to just rotate. Natalia and the Selena, the amount of pressure that they can do, the dashes that Natalia can do, the traps deal a lot of damage, even the garrote with the flicker in, even if you don't have the dash, it can still deal significant damage. It can deal a lot of damage. So I think for NXP Solid, what they should look out for is the idea of not giving them these hyper aggressive support setups, because Bren Esports will really go for them, and Lusty and Few won't shy away from taking a kill or two while trading themselves for that.
Yeah, and that's the idea as well of the highlighted players that we want to account. It is gonna be of Lusty, I think. That's a massive adjustment actually in play style. Although Disruptive is still the same on the show, but there is that assassination factor of really just going out for kills, and he was willing. He's not just buying time. There are some mistakes there by Lusty. He was really caught, and it could have gone out of hand for the side of Bren. But the best part of the disruption and of the kills that is done against Lusty here is that it is translated by Bren onto the other side of the map, right? We'll be seeing multiple 4-1 situations here where you find team fights that is won by Bren still, and they have someone also doing the split push.
Yeah. For NXP, it was more on they really had to fight. They really had to take out Bren. I think ban out the Lance. I don't really think that Lance is first ban worthy though. But if you are not willing to get it, then it's safe to say that you can just take it out of the equation, because it's just way too strong when in the hands of Bren Esports. The mere fact that the Natalia, Selena, and the Lance is in one lane, can you imagine the damage output at level 2?
Indeed. It's a very, very big question here. We have a lot of shift and playstyle, I would dare say, still onto the side of Bren here, especially on that early game willingness, early game damage to fight. We're accounting for level 1's level 2. I did saw Few, went into that Fiend buff and still dish out big damage just using a trap and the Soul Eater alone, right, on that Selena.
And clearly, you're just seeing that the amount of damage that they had, it wasn't really, Grok wasn't really the tank that's necessarily tanky. I mean, there is some takeaways from that big damage of the Power of Nature. If you're not sticking to a wall, then you're not really, regenerating as high or as expected of a tank. So there are certain requirements for the Grok as well, and Bren Esports knew that, and they just abused them in terms of damage.
Yeah, well, that's still hopefully something can be changed. Maybe if we're speaking of an abuse and damage, maybe we could just go for some durabilities and a bit of slower play style, something more controlled. Maybe something that puts. I mean, it's still totally okay. Something that puts H2 on Yusin Shin, right? And you know, it's more stable, far more stable than an Esmeralda, right?
Then again, Shinbo, I don't think that Bren will give out the Kufra. They won't give that out. Not that it won't happen if we don't reach game number 3. Because I just think that with Bren Esports confident, there won't be any lapses into their drafting.
There's the running draft here.
There's the running draft.
We have the Yusun Shin. We also have a Hilda, Ling, plus the Jawhead onto the side of Bren Esports. There is a nice chance that maybe an Esmeralda will be available here for this map. Yuzong was chosen, right?
Yeah.
To the side here of, I think to the side of NXP.
It was MB. It was MB.
Right?
For Bren Esports, this could be an interesting draft pattern, Shin. Put the Kufra. Don't ban the Kufra. Let NXP pick the Kufra. Then you get 2 good side lanes.
Yeah.
Are they willing to do that though? Are they willing? Because Brent can just ban out the Kufra. It's still scary. It's still something that you would consider as a threat.
I think you should ban the Kufra.
But if you give it out, you get 2 good side lanes. You get the Uranus.
Yeah.
You get the
You
Uranus.
get an Esmeralda.
You get the Uranus. You get an Esmeralda.
They just ban. They give it.
They're gonna give up that Kufra.
Yeah.
And
maybe because they want to fight that Kufra.
Yeah.
Maybe they want to bait in NXP Solid into another fight.
Yeah.
And take them head on from there.
And what are they gonna go for? They're gonna get. They're giving the opportunity for Yawi to get his hero. They go for the Khalid, so it's not going to be the Kufra first pick in any way. It's probably going to be their second and third pick. Well, for Bren Esports, they have the Uranus on their side. They can go for that. And on the hands of Rebo, it's going to be scary. Well, they do have the Khalid on the side of NXP Solid, so in terms of sustain, I think it's kind of equal at this point.
Yeah. And these are just very safe picks. Doesn't just give away anything, really. On the part for config. I was surprised that the Uranus was prioritized. Actually, that the Thams would provide more impact here, and this makes a lot of sense. You know, no, why not get both, right? Thams and Uranus still doesn't give away anything. And NXP, they might be forced into choosing their own carry right now, probably, or maybe they can delay it for a bit. But the problem here is that I think it'd be more vulnerable if you show your support already. But here, if you get a Kufra, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, even with just the Thams and the Uranus, it's still totally okay. But there we go. NXP, they will deliver the fight. They still want that. Now, NXP, all they need is to layer that with a nice backline damage.
Yeah.
Maybe a Valier, a Chango, something like that.
I think a Cho would be safe here for the side of Bren Esports. Lance. They would just get the Lance. They know that their hyper-aggressive setup is working against NXP Solid. They won't change
Kurt
that.
Z is just precise with the Lancelot, man. Phantom execution.
Phantom execution indeed.
On point.
Bren Esports, what are you going to ban? You go for the Ruby, and I think it's a good ban against Renegade.
Yeah, especially if you're using a Thams, if you're using a Uranus, you know, it's something that can really totally do well still. I think Bren Esports won't be banning the Yuzhong here, but I think Bren has a first pick advantage right after the ban, so they're eyeing maybe and securing a Chango for that part. Few has played the Chango anyway. And maybe they could start banning another backline here. Yuzhong will be removed by NXP. Alright.
Okay, so NXP Solid. I'm actually surprised that they ban out the Yuzhong. I don't think the
Yuzhong will be chosen here.
I don't think the Yuzhong will have a slot here on the side of Bren Esports. But hey, it's still a possibility. Not taking that out.
Probably of having something as way back, having a Thams in the mid. Did recall that, right? The tactic back then.
And they ban out the Cho. They don't want to give out the Cho. Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's
It makes a lot of sense against the
that's
last team.
fair. The bouncing ball can just get Jeet Kune Do. It's a possibility. Bren Esports, they still need a support. I think this slot deserves a support on their side.
Baksha or
It's and it's going to be the that's going to be the support. It's going to be the Valir.
All
And
right.
it actually answers a lot of these problems.
Yes, especially for the Kufra. And that's a lot of still early game presence in the form of the Valir. I'm very curious what will be the main tank here. And the problem here is NXP is forced to show their card first before Bren. Bren has the last say on this. NXP already has their tank available, but what about of the support? I think they just go Chango, really. For the mid or Farsa. They went with the Natalia, they went with the Farsa here. So
it's a side lane Natalia.
Yeah. Or probably mid lane Natalia, then side lane Farsa.
It's going to be side lane.
Yeah. That's one possibility.
He's not part of the revamp. He's not part of the revamped roster. So
Tigreal.
Tigreal is not part of the revamped Project Next Heroes. So it is tournament legal, and let's see what Tigreal can do. Remember the channeling of the ultimate. It can be the lapse there or the gap there between the usage or the casting time of the ultimate. It can be flickered in between, so you can just use that, channel it a bit. Then when it's gonna hit,
you still catch someone.
You just flicker in, then you catch someone.
You still catch someone. You know? So there's an added mechanic of snappiness to the ultimate of the Tigreal. And I do believe that the Tigreal would be a nice disruption hero as he stays actually on those buff. And not really so rewarding if gets focused on. We get game number 2, like we mentioned. Finish with the draft on the official game proper. Here at the Celestial Palace, ladies and gentlemen, for this match between NXP versus Bren Esports. Remember that we are sitting at 1-0 in favor of Bren.
Yawi getting his Kufra. Let's see what are the things that he can do right here. You know what, Shin? From hindsight, based on my own experience, I really like the things that I really like the matchup between Kufra and Tigreal. Just because in terms of bouncing ball, a Tigreal can just knock up a Kufra.
Yeah.
So the bouncing ball will just be negated as well.
Yeah.
So you can push the Kufra back, then just unload on the knock-up, and you can get away.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I'm actually where is that the ult you're accounting?
No, second
just
skill.
the second skill,
The
right?
dash.
Yeah, the dash. That's why there's really that danger, even pre-level 4.
Wow.
Very fast there. It was well done by Chester.
And it's actually a Renegade side lane. Farsa. He gets the extra levels.
Yeah.
And he has all the damage in the world because he has Chester on his side.
Yeah, and the good part here is that Renegade is a side laner whose playstyle fits on being participating. So you'd be expecting that the moment that Yawi shows himself to be really aggressive on this Kufra, it won't be a surprise that Renegade will be there. But the problem here is, of course, Flaptizi. I think Flaptizi is like a player who's really going to push whenever left in a lane, right? Just capitalize on the utilization of these stamps. Now, what they did is they sent Lusty to protect Flaptizi because members here of NXP Solid are eyeing on snowballing H2 in the lane where Flaptizi is. This is a gold lane, by the way.
They're just delaying it. Look at this Lusty going back and Flap with the Purify. It's there, like and pounce. Not really gonna get any kill.
Lots of kite as well being delivered there, especially with that Soul of Lava present. And it makes it hard for Flaptizi to go in. He receives a lot of raw damage. Committed into the dive. There's another stun. One auto attack. And Lusty, just with a sliver of health, he allowed H2 to escape.
And look onto the top lane. There is aggression happening there.
They're doing it.
Onto the side of Bren Esports as well. And while that's happening, Cardsi doesn't really care about the bottom lane that much.
Yeah.
What he's doing is trying to get his Raptor Machete charges up.
Yeah.
He wants to get it to 15.
And the thing here is that they also have Yawi hovering from where Few and Cortese will be coming, so that they can either disrupt or at least have an idea of where this duo will be coming from.
Look at this. Just the pushback is there. I don't really think that Carl would just fight this at this point.
Yeah.
He just wants to get the Raptor Machete. Carl TZ. Chester doesn't have enough damage. Probably with the support of Yawi there, with a bouncing ball and a jump. It could have been possible, but he wasn't really in position.
I love the emphasis on the Natalia as well, right?
Yeah.
They're already picking it. They actually started onto the turtle. H2 kiting back. He got pushed back by Few. Few has very little mana, but the finisher there is the Phantom Execution. Colt Z still secures that turtle.
Okay, so Yawi there didn't really just go for the jump, and Bren Esports took advantage of that. He was hesitating a bit, so when Bren saw that, they went straight for the turtle. They just needed the objectives.
Yeah. 2-1. Ladies and gentlemen, at the 3-minute mark, 3 minute 50 seconds. And so far, it does look like Bren has toned down on fully engaging here. NXP though, they're sensing their lead. It's just that it's very risky to really engage against a comp with a Tigreal. I mean, things can go south quick.
Yeah.
In diving or in just going
Yeah.
all in a Tigreal. Especially with a Lancelot.
Implosion is just
Implosion.
one of the best skills that you can... Well,
Meet
it's
someone.
slow. It's
Yeah.
slow, but with that flicker capability now, I think it's really good. Oh, but well timed.
Yeah.
Wow. Few.
Few was able to escape, and that gives freedom for the members of Bren Esports to fully engage here down at the bottom. Lusty, will Yawi go for the jump? Actually, Karsi is just waiting in, went for that crab coin. I think they were able to get a kill up top. No, Few will just walk out. And yeah, the lead here now is on the side of NXP, you know, just by a little, maybe less than 1,000, but still it is a visible lead.
And look at this Natalia pick from NXP Solid. It's really working for their side. I mean, well, Bren Esports did show us the capability, game number 1, but for NXP Solid, they know how to make it work as well.
Indeed. They went in with Yawi here. And Yawi was grabbed. I kind of feel that Yawi is trying to be reactive here. And once Bren decides to fight, they will just go all in. They know where to do the dives and where it is done under and safe from the third range. Flapsy takes some hit. H2 delivering out. And Carl Z walks away. Now Flapsy, that Lusty, also doubling up with H2. H2 is gone. Chester is the bonus one. And maybe MB, who wants to be... No ultimate on MB? I think, yeah, no, none. Will he be able to cast properly that Sandguard? Yawi's also there. Sandguard under the turret. But man, massive escape there by Carl Z.
Carl Z, like and pounce using a bit of the delay. He went for the Thorned Roast when the damage was going to register. So that means you were phased out. And look at this. Carl Z here didn't have the dash. He was trying to get out. Look at this. Like and pounce was used exactly at the same time when the Thorn Rose was used.
Yeah, he greeted the Lycan Pause with the Thorn Rose, and just like that, he went with his puncture out.
He went with his puncture
to
out.
the bare necessities.
Bottom lane. He went straight to the bottom lane. Look at the mechanics of our teams here. H2O. That was the best thing for him to do. He knew who his target was. Props to him. But still, Carlsy has the kit and had the right timing to dodge that out.
Very deserving to be called a pro player, really, for Mobile Legends. That's the mechanics of Carlsy here.
Look at...
So gulpy.
Look at him. Look at the implosion. It just goes to Renegade.
Yeah, it just goes to Renegade. That's the problem about implosion. Once you are in and the party starts, it's really hard.
You can never get out.
You can never get out. Once you party, you can't stop on the implosion.
Oh.
That's it. You get sucked in, right?
Yeah. But look at Few.
Yeah,
Few. 1v1.
Getting dancing. Chester getting pushed back as well. There goes the Phantom Execution coming in from Lusty. Yawi in the middle. Lusty still soaking up a lot of damage from the NXP squad. And yes, Chester is gone. Hyped in and squashed in by Cartesi. Now they're going to go for the push here with all the stickers on. But they got greeted by that Feather Dare Strike, ladies and gentlemen. Cartesi still dances around. Was able to dodge out the delivery here from NXP Solid. The overall trade went in 2-4-1. And that would be a Bren.
Renegade is here, and Renegade will just stop the minion push coming out here from the side of Bren Esports. Now, all is not lost for the side of NXP Solid, and that I will tell you, because H2O still has the farm. And if you would look at the goal lead, it's only 3k, so it's bearable right now for NXP Solid. But Bren Esports, slowly but surely, they're making this lead unbearable for the side of NXP Solid. They're really pushing NXP Solid to not get anything onto the map right now.
Yeah. It's the classic play style from Bren Esports. Maybe wait for a mistake, pick on something, pick on the parts where you have a lead or where things are starting to get a lead. That's what they are doing. This Cartesian still, there is consistency for this part. H2 trying to actually participate a bit earlier than Cartesian, and from the looks of it, he got punished quickly. And yeah, it's now starting to look like it's very hard to control.
Yeah,
this Lancelot, it's very hard to control and catch Cartesian. Because you've done everything.
You've done everything, yeah. That's true. Oh, well, I'm actually thinking that there is good synergy between Valir and Tegril. If you catch people with the implosion, if you get 3 stacks on them in one place, you're gonna stun them again.
You're gonna stun them again.
So,
no need for even an ult on Valor, honestly, you know. Or I mean, you don't need the pushback at least,
yeah,
right?
you don't even need the pushback.
Yeah, just the first kill and the ult, right, for that zone. But indeed, there is that good synergy. It does look like very little catch onto the Valor still, even with the Natalia being present, because that gives freedom for Carlsy to also slash through.
I mean,
and puncture in.
it wouldn't really matter if you push them back, as long as it's max range.
Yeah.
As long as it's max range, you wouldn't really have to care because you're just getting the extra shack marker. So, that's as easy as that. Flap here getting caught out. And
yeah, that's a very bad position on Flap TC. He will be punished easily. Get cleaned up by H2 along with MB. Rebo answers for. There goes Lusty. They're just waiting for Cartesian for the setup. And this, they're focusing towards Chester. This is the fight. This is surely the fight. Or maybe not, because NXP goes onto the retreat and just leaves MB and Chester left for dead. And this turret also to be taken in by Bren.
Renegade here forced back to the map. They will be forced to give up that tier 2 turret onto the top lane. Lord will be available in 10 seconds. Now, H2O is actually going to clear that minion wave at bot, and this is not really the setup that you want. Cards here, will they make it in time? Yes, they will.
Oh my god, and that's the catch from carry to carry, the number 1 versus number 2. No escaping Carl Z here.
Carl Z and Few, they just went in. Few even used the flicker just to secure that. They know that was high priority at that point.
That's how it's done. That's how it's done here by Bren. Look at that. That is a total of 7,000 for the gold lead. Cartesian goes for the chase. He does know that the timers are still up for H2. Oh my god, the Renegade's gone.
Renegade just gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, no body block from Yowie there for Renegade. This is momentum now for Bren Esports. They're totally giving an impression against NXP.
And NXP Solid, things were looking good. But right now, it doesn't look that way anymore. And look at that dodge.
Quick pushback as well by Pew. And now he's actually strafing near the wall. He's strafing near the wall. He's not staying up into the jungle side because he has an idea that Chester can pop out anytime. Even the positional. You know, the positional skill here of Pew is just on point. Yeah.
Look at Lusty. Well, Renegade, at least he goes up. He responds. At least they get a bit of a breather here, not to let this end this fast. Although, Bren Esports, the next target is going to be the Lord. Man, oh man, what's going to happen here?
Well, Bren Esports, even though there are some stickers here and there, and also some taunts against NXP, they'll be careful. They will just do this methodically, just by taking on the Lord. Lord will be pushing randomly on the mid or on the bot. And yeah, you know, if they cannot finish the game, they can just go for a push up top. And it's already being worked on by Lusty.
Glowing wand for Few. Look at this, Bren Esports. They're just waiting for the Lord to come out onto the middle lane.
Yeah.
NXP, how will they stop this push?
Yeah, and the problem here is Lusty also saw the exclamation point. It signals Chester being present and not in the base.
Ooh. Oracle is there for Rebo, and this is going to be the last push. As you can see here, they're lining up with their recalls, and
they get the Lord.
MB going in. They're trying to chip down the damage
Yeah,
here.
we made a jump.
Chester.
Needs to make his play. He needs to catch out a few. But Rebo and also Plaptisi has an idea of where this might be. Curlsy also outplays the rest of the members of NXP Solid here. As the Lord focuses onto the base, they're just going for the base as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports closes the series against NXP to 2-0.
And victory is written all over their phones. And that is going to be the 2-0. And Bren Esports, something is going to get posted in social media.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure.
Huh. Man, oh man, that performance from Bren Esports.
Yeah. Very far from yesterday.
Yeah.
Very far from yesterday. It's actually a very strong form in terms of drafting, in terms of rotation, in terms of targets and prowess. And Curlsy just, you know, it's very fitting. I do know it does fit the draft, but, you know, it's not a boring carry.
It's not.
It is an exciting carry. You got a Lancelot that snowballed out of hand. We did see our fair share of strong outplays from the number 1 carry for KDA. For the number 1 carry in terms of KDA right now. And I would dare say even Daki was absent. He was on an emergency.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how important coaches are, ladies and gentlemen. That is how important coaches are.
Well, let's see. We have our coach as well, sadly, for our resident analyst segment. Let's check out Manjin.
Ko na umabot ng Game 3 itong laban napakalupit naman ang pinakita ng dalawang teams, lalong-lalo na ang nanalong team still dominant. Bren Esports mukhang nakapag-adjust na sila doon sa pagkatalo nila last time laban sa Omega. Ang nais ko lang sabihin dito sa game na to, experience ang kinalamangan ng Bren Esports, lalo-lalo na sa idol ng mga kids, Few, carrying the early game of Bren Esports. Kung mapapansin nyo, nagkakaroon dito ng mga miscalculation si Plaptisi sa pag-atake niya kay Chester and kay Renny J. But then again, hindi yun na-punish ng Nexplay Solid. Kumbaga, ang nangyari pa, with the help of the flicker, boom. Few, ladies and gentlemen, on the Valier. Kagaya nga ng sinabi dito ni Wolf, ang daming nasasagot nitong Valier na to. Actually, 4 na heroes agad ang natatarget ng Searing Torrent dito. Ang kailangan mo lang dyan yung Ice Queen Wand, sure ball, natatama talaga. Outstanding maneuvers mula dito kay Few. It seems like Bren is losing the early game laning stage doon sa bottom lane kasi lamang na lamang si Renny J. But then again, when it comes to the mid lane, it comes to the top lane, Few showed up. Kasama rin syempre ang isa pa niyang kaedad. Ang isa niya pang kaedad dito sa tournament, Doc Rebo 205. Your MVP is Carltisi, but it was a total team effort for Bren Esports. Moving forward to our post-game stats. Makikita natin ngayon, look at the damage of Few. This is a support Valier. After nila makita, itong Khalid, Kufra, Roger was the 3rd pick. Nakita na nila, pwede natin to itulak. And all of that, sagot na sagot. Malupit si Yawi dito, mag-Kufra, pero mas malupit yung game sense ni Few. Kung iisipin mo, ang daming attempts ni Yawi kanina para mahuli ang isang Valier. That was a Valier without any Purify, walk with swag lang ang ginagawa ni Few. Talagang nadaan sa gulang, and with all of that, everything ay napunta sa side dito ng Bren Esports. Now let's move on to our smart highlights of the game, guys. There you go. There you go. Plaptisi underestimating the damage of his enemies, but he is doing this para madepensahan yung tower. Unfortunately for Carltisi, tatlong wagon. Plaptisi pala. Unfortunately for Plaptisi, 3 wagons ata yung hindi niya nakuha doon sa gold. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter kasi tignan mo si Few. Ang ganda, ang ganda dito ng mga dodgeballs ni Carltisi. But again, yung idol ng mga kids, yung pinaka hindi pa nagsasalita sa social media, ang nais ko lang i-comment. It seems like ang problema dito ng NXP Solid is kapag umabot na tayo sa mid-game, nalilito na sila. Early game, yes, nagigets nila, pero yung Bren Esports nagkaroon ng time after the laning stage, nagsama-sama yung Bren dito sa mid, and then nagulat bigla yung NXP. Na-disrupt bigla yung laning, and hindi nila na-convert yung lead nila sa early game into more leads. That's why umabot na tayo sa point na tinitipihan na lang sila ni Lusty dito sa baba. Excited na akong mabasa kung ano man yung mga status dyan sa social media. Pero bago tayo pumasok dyan, yung MVP of the game, of course, Child Wonder, no? Ang dating child prodigy, pero ngayon si Wonder Kid. Carl TZ. Ang LeBron James ng Bren Esports, ang kanilang alpha carry on the Lancelot. Wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa. Heptasis agad. BOD. Pasok lang. Hintay ng setup mula kay Lusty. Ang maganda kasi sa Bren dito, alam nila yung limits ng heroes nila. And mataas yung kanilang mastery sa hero. No? So that's why Carl TZ talagang isa sa mga malulupit na Lancelot and ang Assassin players. Ilang beses niya na rin pinatunayan yan na siya ang isa sa mga Assassin players. Since si Carl TZ ang ating MVP, sa tingin ko parang malungkot siya eh. Parang hindi ata siya masyadong masaya, no? Interviewin nga natin ngayon si Carl TZ kung ano ang nararamdaman niya. Carl! Hello! Congrats!
Hello!
Congrats, Carl! Pa-mic check nga, pa-mic check.
Hello!
Okay, okay. Men, ang tanong ko sa'yo, natalo mo na naman yung mga idol mo. Natalo yung mga idol mo. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Parang silang mga normita kaya parang romano yung feeling ko. Kasi pag pinsan
Carl, medyo nag-choppy lang, nagcha-choppy.
Wala naman po siya, parang silang na-miss yung kalaban.
Parang basic? Parang ngayon yung pagkarinig ko, parang basic. Nagcha-choppy ka kasi, Carl eh.
Parang RG lang po na normies yung kalaban.
Parang RG lang na normies yung kalaban. Carl TZ 2020. Carl, alam mo, congratulations, pre. Di ko napapatagalin. Enough na yung narinig ko. Last round of shoutouts para sa'yo. Shoutouts ka.
And shout sa mga sumusuporta sa Bren Esports, shout sa family ko, shout kay shout sa anak ni Lusty kay Aliana Colin. Shout daw kay Flap TZ. Shout kay Devin.
Abangan ko na lang yung post mo, Carl. Abangan ko na lang yung post mo.
Ano po?
Abangan ko na lang yung post mo.
Aba.
Okay. There you go, ang Child Wonder. Parang RG lang yung kalaban ni Rank Games ng Bren Esports. Ang nangyaring laban. Wow. It goes to show na nakakatakot talaga ang Bren Esports kapag nakapaghanda at nakapag-review sila. Sa wakas, nakabawi rin sila. Mukhang mataas ngayon ang kilay din ng Omega since parehas nilang na 2-0 ang isa't isa. So kabang-abang yan. Siyempre, kabang-abang din ang usapang MPL natin. Next is now as the next patch goes live. Which hero revamp are you looking forward to the most? Leave a comment and there's a chance for you to win 269 worth skins and diamonds. Hashtag #BeLegendary. Basahin na natin yan. Sabi dito ni Kuya Walter C. Meral Pes Jr. Sana po nasabi ko ng tama. Gusto ko makita si Alucard sa aksyon dahil mas astig maglaro ng ML kapag gwapo yung character mo. So ayaw mo dun sa mga monsters na hero, no, Kuya Walter? Good point nga naman. Kay Roar Hob Cortez, gusto kong makita si Layla in action dahil siya ang pinakaunang hero at matagal ko nang hindi nakikitang ginagamit. Oo, si Layla actually ang ating tutorial hero. I think maraming fans nga si Leia. Madali ring i-cosplay, no? Madali ring i-cosplay. Kay James Adriel Laguras, gusto kong makita si Mia sa action bilang gold laner dahil sa kanyang new passive na nagbibigay sa kanya ng kakayahan upang mabilis maklear ang minion waves kahit early game pa, lamang na. Sabi ni Kuya James. Interesting na naglalaban lang ngayon si Mia at si Laila. No? So thank you so much sa ating mga viewers. Once again, thank you din kay Nico and Zon sa pag-send sa atin ng mga screenshots doon sa game na yon. So guys, para sa MLBB community, eto na ang iniintay nyo, ang ating mythical raffle draw. Di tulad nung huling season, ang mythical raffle draw ngayong season ay magsisimula for the first week ng regular season and will continue up until playoffs. A total of 5 players can win the prize and each will receive a skin package, including, yan, sa nakikita nyo ngayon, ang Farsa P-Halls Dance, Gatot Catcha Mighty Guardian, Lancelot Floral Knight, Chu Furious Tiger, and Uranus Pinball Machines. Why these skins? Dahil ito lang naman ang most used heroes ng Bren Esports this season. Paalala lang na kailangan nyo pong mag-participate at mag-fill up sa 5 different forms para makasali sa Season 6 super unique mythical prize draw sa dulo ng regular season. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, sumali na kayo. So sino ba ang mga mananalo for this one? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations sa ating mga winners. Ayan ang mga server IDs nyo. A total of 13,437 participants. Pero 5 lang ang nanalo. Screenshot nyo na yan. Maging masaya na kayo. Mag-celebrate na kayo dahil nanalo kayo ng mga malulupit na skins. Atin sa atin syempre ng MLBB. There you go. There you go. Congratulations sa ating mga winners at maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumali at maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga viewers. Hindi pa tapos dahil meron pa tayong giveaway code. Kunin nyo na. There you go. Kunin nyo na rin yung isa, yung pinakabago. Sakto, bonus giveaway code natin. Ang dami nating codes. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, kapag pupunta na dito sa analysis portion, i-ready mo na yung browser mo. Siyempre, again, remind lang natin sila na pwede pa kayong ulit sumali sa ating yan, diba? Nalate lang natin. Mythical Raffle Draw, again, up until playoffs yan. Pwede kayo sumali. Fill up lang kayo. 5 forms. All goods na. Woo! Grabe. Iinom muna ako ng tubig. Grabe yung game na yun. Napaka-intense. And napakalupit. Our star match, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, meron pa tayong isang star match. And that is coming up next. Execration versus Onic PH. For sure, kaabang-abang yan, guys. Kaya huwag kayong aalis. Siyempre, bago tayo mag-break, nice muna natin pasalamatan ang ating official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gig of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Just simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging smartphone, Realme 7 Pro, alongside with Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon. Ilista nyo na sa mga kalendaryo nyo sa official Facebook page ng Realme. Join the Realme Revolution now. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, and Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Partner in esports, Pay Maya. Get up to 50 peso credits pag nag-download ka and nag-register ka sa Pay Maya. And you just need to use the code MLBB. Again, get 50 peso credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Sa pa sa ating partner in esports ay ang TikTok Live. Ano na ba bagong step ngayon? Ganun na ata no? Ayan, TikTok Live, #search Mobile Legends para makanood kayo ng mga legendary videos and para rin, malay nyo, pwede kayo manalo ng mga premium skins. Sama rin natin ang official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, Here Like a Pro, and powered by Moonton. That is it para sa ating series number 2. Meron pa tayong series number 3. So huwag kayong aalis. Guys, ako po si Manjin Paldas at panoorin natin ang Realme Top 5 Plays.
can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple, smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Ibig sabihin ng MLBB sa akin, hindi na lang siya basta laro. Para siya nagbigay ding buhay para sa akin. Nag-start ako maglaro ng Mobile Legends nung sunod-sunod din talo namin sa mga MOBA. Bigla ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa Facebook. Nanonood na ako sa mga YouTube gameplay kung paano laruin yung Mobile Legends. Sa isip ko parang may something dito na pwedeng mangyari, mga possible mangyari in the future. Naging tapon ako sa tapon global sa leaderboards, tapos sa Assassin, like Fanny, Lancelot, Bushorn, Hellcurt, Saber. Yan, parang doon ako na kilala. Hindi ko talaga akalain na magkakaroon din ako ng contract sa mundo. Hindi ko talaga ina-expect yun. Balak ko lang talaga maglaro, grind ng grind, sumali sa tournament. Sa pro scene kasi kailangan kasi talaga doon full time ka talaga as a player. May schedule ka ng practice mo. Hindi ko kaya pagsabihin yung pro scene pati yung streaming. Hirap talaga ako kasi in term yun. Wala akong disiplina sa sarili rin. Namimili ako kung tutuloy ko yung pag-ML o pag-aaral ko. Pinagpalit ko yung pag-aaral ko sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends. Tinatago din yung saksakan ng wifi namin. 12 AM, tatanggalin na yung saksakan ng wifi para di ako makapaglaro. Kung siguro madaling araw yun, tumatakas ako sa bahay para lang makapag-ML. Wala ko namang parents na gusto pagpalit yung pag-aaral sa ibang bagay. Yung idol ko syempre yung family. Kasi sila yung dahilan kung bakit ko nagagawa itong mga bagay na to. Kasi yung family ko kasi talaga dati nagkaroon ng problem eh. Nung nangyari lahat ito, parang unti-unti na nagbabago yung sa side ng family ko. Nasuportahan ko sila. Hindi ko magagawa yun kung hindi ako na-inspire sa kanila. Ang iniisip sa akin ng ibang tao, siguro tahimik lang ako ganun. Iba ako sa realidad eh. Ako yung pinakamakulit, ako yung pinakamaingay sa aming magpabarkada. Ako din yung lagi nagpapatawa, ganun. Yung kasi sumisan kasi sa streaming eh. Shoutout napapagod din ako. Pero syempre, kailangan yun eh. Yun yung gusto ng fans natin eh. Kaya kahit malit na bagay, kailangan natin gawin. Wala mag-aangat sa sarili mo kundi sarili mo lang din. Kasi sa umpisa, wala talagang susuporta sa'yo kundi ikaw lang. Yung iba manlalait sa'yo, nasabihin nagpapasikat ka lang kaya ka nag-i-stream. Wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag kang makikinig sa sinasabi ng iba. Kung anong gusto ng puso mo, sarili mo, tuloy mo lang. Huwag kang magpapapait sa iba.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, so yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok ng MPL, ay isang estudyante na kumukuha ng course ng computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nag-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko, tapos mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungin, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang pinaka nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in-game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa takong at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines Season 6. We are in our regular season, of course. The third day of our 6th week. We are your casters. I'm Shidbu with the one for an your anchor. Of course, with my analyst here, Butters PH for this no-holds-barred match between Execration versus Onic. But with that, we'd like to thank our sponsors. We got our official telco partner that is Smart. Squad up, rank up, and level up your games with Smart, especially with the running promotions, ladies and gentlemen, that gives you 14 gigabyte for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
Our official sponsor, Realme, the Philippines' fastest charging phone. Smartphone, the Realme 7 Pro, alongside the Realme 7, will be launching this 30th of September, 12 noon, on Realme's official Facebook page. Join the Realme revolution now, word per word.
Yeah, this is the sponsor challenge. We have our official sponsor. We got Gillette. Ladies and gentlemen, get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
And it's all about familiarity. Partner in esports, Paymaya. Get free 50 peso credit from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
We also have our partner in esports, TikTok Live. Check out MLBB's channel in TikTok to get a chance to win legendary prizes from Mobile Legends. Also, we have our official gaming headset partner, none other than Logitech G, Here Like a Pro. And of course, this whole tournament is powered by Moonton. And like we mentioned, no holds barred. What we have here would be Execration versus Onic. Now, on the previous previous series, between Onic and Execration, there is none, because this is the first time that they will be facing each other, and this is a battle between groups from Group A to Group B.
Okay, no holds barred. These two teams, they aren't gonna let anything get in their way to get this victory. Execration, historically speaking, has not, I mean, not really not won, but they have struggles into facing or into getting their wins versus Onic PH. But Onic PH still wanting to secure that sweet points that comes into them. Onic PH, by the way, has already secured their slot for the playoffs. So these teams are just fighting to get better slots or better placements at the end of the regular season.
Indeed. All right. So we want to wait actually on how this will pan out for these two teams. It seems like a lot of things has happened before we've seen Execration actually play. I think we did saw an episode, right, with Execration fighting. I think way back on, was that Friday or yesterday? Last match of Execration here.
It's against Blue Fire.
Blue Fire, right? Against Blue Fire. Yeah. So, something. Well, let's see here. Let's check first the Execration squad.
Yasin, kasi di nyo kami mapapatumba.
Oh, bomba. Kasi every time na maglalaro kami, lagi kami may pasabog.
Sabon. Kasi magti-champion kami ngayon.
Ito lineup namin yan, complete package na ito eh. Kahit na bata sila, yung skills, nasa kanila na yung talent, talagang makikita mo na sa laro nila. Kahit na alam nilang sobrang lakas na nila, nakikinig pa rin sila sa mga veterans, tsaka yung respeto nila sa mga nauna, lalo na kay Sept, di pa rin nawawala.
Umas na pag pinagsabihan mo, okay lang, sabihin nila mali ako. Kahit sobrang lakas na nila, gusto pa rin lagi nila matuto.
Kahit sino, kaya namin talaga.
Very strong and bold statements coming in from the Execration squad. Also, a massive crowd favorite, ladies and gentlemen. You got Hate, Sagitnu, Benicuti, Etomax, Chaknu, and Zapnu. Execration is considered to be a household name already for MLBB and, of course, for MPL. And so far, they have their fair share of nice victories and runs here in our regular season, especially getting wins to Blue Fire twice already. You got a win as well against Signal and their biggest win against NXP, right?
For Execration, before their win versus Blue Fire, Bren, Blacklist, and Aura really just gave them a hard time. They couldn't really get those wins. Execration failed to... Bren Esports beat them 2-0. Execration, Blacklist, and Aura, on the other hand, gave them a 2-1 match favoring the other side. So, Execration, they're looking strong, but at the same time, there are times when they can... How do I say this? They can have their own lapses in judgment. And we did see them play last Friday against BNK, and they showed us that they have the certain understanding that Etomax will be left at mid and 2 people will be put into the side lane. So that makes it a 2-1-2 setup.
Yeah. And the thing here is also with the consideration of this new and of course Project Next patch, that the lineup that they'll be facing would be of Onic PH, and so far Onic PH has shown that they have a good read and they will roll with nice success as well with this Project Next patch.
Describe ko yung team ko as mapanakit kasi sasaktan namin kayo di sa MPL Season 6.
Describe ko yung team ko na basic kasi basic namin yung MPL-S6. Lahat sila magaling. Kaya-kaya kumontrol ng mapa. Magaling mag-shot call. Lahat sila nag-uusap. Lahat sila nakikinig sa isa't isa.
Ang pinaka-greatest sa asset ng Onic PH is yung napaka-bonggang individual talent nila and yung good captain skills ko. Kaya na pag-combine ko yun at nadala ko 2 times into the grand finals ng MPL.
Gusto ko makalaban kay Bren Esports kasi kahit ilang beses pa kayo mag-finish roster, hindi naman kayo mananalo sa akin.
Onic PH, we have Wise, Iakno Delar, Oh My Venus J, and Basic. Scan that QR code and get linked to their social media pages. Make sure to follow that and support that if you still haven't. And as we all know, Onic PH, they're one of the crowd favorites here for the MPL-PH Season 6.
Indeed, and they had their nice run, like we mentioned, on the Project Next patch. Their recent series rolled with BSB and sits at 2-0. And they actually rolled out with a composition that follows on just enabling their main jungler, their main carry, and that would be of Wise on the YSS, on the Yisun Shin, and is supported by none other than Oh My V, Miss Oh My V, on that Rafaela.
They have this understanding where Oh My Venus or the support doesn't really have to be the mid laner. They still have this 1-3-1 setup on their heads that Oh My Venus and Wise will duo that middle lane. And they get priority always on the YSS on that game and the Rafaela, because one poke from Wise and a few skills coming out from Oh My Venus will clear the waves fast. And that's the thing about Onic PH is they're not really they don't really overthink in the ideas where we should just make sure that the patch we experiment everything. Onic PH has a basic understanding of it. Don't go away from that certain setup because the game might have changed, but it's only a few mechanics.
Yeah, only a few mechanics. I mean on the lanes, right? It boils on the idea that there's still that viability of what we were used to on the 1-3-1.
It's still the same setup. It's a different setup for minute 0 to minute 3:30. But after that, it's still the same game.
Yeah, ultimately it's still the same game. And still the viability of 1-3-1, right? It's still the viability of the 1-3-1 setups are good. It's just that there is the removal of that 4-0-1 ganks that's happening. For the most part, you would always have 1-1-1. You always have people on your lane staying. And the one that stays in the mid lane would probably be like the position for the support, interestingly, just because they have good wave clears for that part. And, well, sometimes they allocate some aggressive supports or assassin supports in the middle just so it can participate in the fights for the jungle. So that the 1-3-1 can be fully utilized as well onto that purple buffs that usually is taken early. But Here's the thing. This is Execration. Execration has the explosiveness and is a team that is characterized by their unpredictability. You know, when it comes to approach in draft.
There is an emphasis on how creative these teams can get, and I feel for Execration, it's all about on how many supports they can bring out of Etomax. Etomax has been working his way to become one of the established support players here in the Philippines. Considering that ever since Season 3, he was a side lane fighter, he made the drastic adjustment to go to a support, and that really shows you how well Etomax has grown into a player. But onto the side here of Onic PH, they're still sticking with their lanes. They're still trying to see what draft is gonna go to their side, and they're not going for those conventional picks. They're not really following the meta as much as possible, because if they have a hero that they really like to pick, they will just go for it. For example, Balmond on Iaknu.
Balmond on Iaknu, right? It's always a preferential pick.
It's
right?
always a preferential
for
pick.
the side of Onic. Even though Iaknu has more success, right? On that Alice, actually, for that side lane. And I cannot but feel that there's a more shakeup for the side lanes going on around, especially with the project next patch. When we get a head-to-head statistics for our teams here, 2023, ladies and gentlemen, a 10-5. And for the most part here, things are looking so erratic, honestly.
Of course.
I was surprised that Onic has a higher share of first blood compared to Execration here. And, well, maybe on the erraticness of the stat, it is going to be of Execration. They still have the lead on objectives, Lord's Lane, Turtle's Lane per game, and even turrets destroyed per game. Kind of signifies one of the most resultant and maybe related running stats natin when it comes to winning your series. And maybe that is because of the slump as well that is experienced by Onic PH, and now they're getting some groove. They're getting their good groove back, and that's why they're getting some good KDA kills and average kills per game. And because this is another star match head-to-head, we got their series running in, of which Execration actually never won from Season 4 to Season 5 against Onic.
This is why it's called Bad Blood. I didn't really say it. No holds barred. 0-2-0-2-0-2. Execration wants to get the series win on the regular season against Onic PH.
I think it would be cool, yeah.
And they only have one chance. They only have one chance to break this streak. It's 0-2-0-2-0-2.
Yeah, the FB support rate leans more onto the side of Onic. And the thing here is that Onic just recently beat NXP, which is like one of the favorite rivals by fans for Execration. Actually, the interview was done with Dilar and Benikute. I do love this matchup. Their KDA is a bit far for 26 and of course 35, but their unique heroes are used. I cannot but feel that they were forced to really being they're forced to this position of having multiple heroes used.
Well, Benikute has been forced to really just go for those certain setups where he needs to pick a lot of heroes. He has the Alice, he has the Cho. There are a lot of things or a lot of heroes that went to the side of Benikute, especially with Dilar. But they do have their fair share of, let's say, success with a couple of heroes, their signature heroes. But then again, they won't really stay away from those favorite heroes, signature heroes that they like.
If you're accounting actually, earlier for Dilar and Benikute, they have some sizable, very different hero pools. Like for example, Benikute has the Cho and Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah. So it's a very much one of the things that you really have to look at. Like, it's not really the setup that players are going for. But then again, star player head to head, it's going to be Etomax and Oh My Venus. This certain matchup is going to be interesting. Etomax really just likes to go for those aggressive supports when Oh My Venus is on the spectrum of sustained supports, and sometimes he goes for those scaling control supports.
Yeah, and the best part here is that both two heroes, although Oh My Venus leans more onto the conservative side, both supports here now has an assigned lane for them. That goes for the mid lane. And, having an assigned lane for you that gives consistent gold flow and maybe an impact as well as you transition to the mid game, where supports, especially these utility supports, has very strong impact.
So, clearly, this is going to be a must-win for the side of Execration.
Yeah.
Execration here at 14 points. If they ever get a win against this Onic PH lineup, they can actually tie with Blacklist again at 17 points. Because right now, Blacklist is actually at 17 points already, just because of that 2-0 win that they got from BSB earlier. So, Execration needs to follow suit. They need to get the 3 points here just for them to tie up again.
Right now for our running series, we may want to look onto the side lanes here. We also would like to look actually at the supports here. More than the carry though, right? Yeah. There's still that low expectations towards Hate here compared to Wise, who's racking up some good momentum. But we cannot deny the fact that Execration is a team who has their trust already set in stone, and they're very much willing to actually gamble it all still for Hate, in snowballing Hate and have him pop up by the late game.
So, well, I think both of the teams have that certain side of a playstyle on them. Get Hate to get the items. Get Hate to be explosive. Wise, get items for Wise. Make him feel explosive. And that's who can help their carries reach that potential. Dilar and Iakno, this is going to be a very good matchup in the side lane. Dilar, Iakno versus Sagitnu and Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
So these are the situations that I want to see these side laners step up, especially on the side of Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie right now has been put in a very uncomfortable position of just picking certain heroes that I'm not really saying that it doesn't fit his playstyle, but you would like to see him more on those shows, those heroes that he can actually carry. And he even gets put in a marksman setup as well. So clearly there is the know-how for Benny Cutie to do things in ML. And I think Benny Cutie is one of those multi-role players that can really live up to the name. Because some of the players that I've seen always put multi-role on their resume or portfolio. But then again, a few players can claim that title. Only a few of them.
I think there are just two.
Who?
Rebo and Hayes.
Bro,
right?
Yeah.
The true multi-roles, right?
The true multi-roles. But
if we're accounting for all previous seasons, right? If we're accounting for the totality of MPL.
I think Rebo is the pinnacle.
The pinnacle of multi-role, right? Yeah. It's a very deep understanding, really, of the game. Okay, Execration versus Onic PH. We have the draft here now, guys. Execration gonna be rolling in with the Tams Plus and Alice ban. Onic PH opens up with a ban on Etomax, Selena. Remember, guys, that headline makers here for the patch, Project Next patch is, of course, of the Jawhead for the early game. You have YSS for the stability, and of course for the scaling, and I think accelerated scaling, and of course the lane dominance of Esmeralda. That's, I think, one of the reliable sources, especially now that we are on day number 3. Butters, we've seen our fair share of games under this patch.
So that statement is only limited for the Philippines, by the way. In terms of the Philippines, there are only a few multi-roles that we're seeing. There are certainly, for sure, some multi-roles aside from this country. Many more. It was just not on this country. It's not on the Philippines. So Execration here. Thams, Alice, and Khalid will be the ban. Onic PH on the other side, we have the Selena, the Hilda, and they don't want Onic PH. They don't want Execration to have the aggression that they usually bring to the table.
Let's see, we got the Thams. We have the Alice, also the Khalid here. Onic PH, they got Selena plus the Hilda. Right now, that leaves an option for Uranus, Zhong, Jawhead, Tams. Tams is banned. Joed and Esmeralda to be open. Let's see what will be the final ban here. We got 3 seconds on the clock. It would be of a Uranus that gives Execration freedom in choosing the Esmeralda. Or probably a Zhong. Let's see what they want. Alright.
It's going to be the Cho. So
that's actually good. Denial against J.
Yeah. Denial against J, and it's a good secure for Chaknu or Benecutie. We still don't know if Onic PH will leave these tanks onto that. Will leave tanks for the side of Execration here, but they can. The Kufra isn't banned.
Yeah.
There are certain heroes that could really work here for the side of Execration, and Benecutie will be happy and willing to take that show if he has to, especially Chaknu.
Execration will be doing their homework here, ladies and gentlemen. Cho is actually one of the most successful pick from the side of Onic here. That's an 11 instance pick, and out of that 11, the win rate sits at 72%. So that's a very rewarding denial against Onic PH. But the thing here is that Onic PH is starting to evolve. This is a very interesting start for them. They would just go quickly. Even with the Esmeralda being available on choosing a Ruby and also the Natalia.
So, we do see Execration here with a 62.50% win rate with the Cho.
Yeah.
So, this is fairly high.
Yeah.
For the side of Execration as well.
Yeah.
And that means Onic PH should look out for this pick. Natalia isn't really a pick that you would see from Onic PH usually, but yeah, I like what you pointed out. It's all about the evolution of these teams.
Yeah, especially Onic now. They're changing. I mean, no problem on banning the Uranus against Dilar. I'm really glad I'm starting to not see so much. I'm really starting to not see so much Balmond on Onic, or maybe I would bite my tongue and we get a Balmond getting locked in for Iaknu.
I mean, the hero isn't really that good per se for general play.
Yeah.
But if there are certain situations that you would pick up the Balmond, and that's usually when you see a Khaled.
Yeah.
That's what really happens. But with the certain nerfs that happened, I don't think Balmond is now viable for competitive play.
Yeah, and actually, Onic rolling with the Balmond as their most pick hero, it has a very low, it has one of their lowest win rate score. It sits at second to their lowest win rate at 33%. It's at 36%.
Yeah.
Really not so successful. 7 loss, 4 wins here. That's where my curiosity lies. We get Onic here, banning now the Valor. They're still eyeing towards Etomax. We are now to the batting pace sec number 2. As Onic PH, they will just be picking up the Roger.
It is going to be a very aggressive setup here. This is, I can say that in a way, this is a greedy setup for the side of Onic PH, their first 3 picks. This is aggressive and greedy at the same time because you have a lot of damage and firepower on this. Sustain is on Dilar for sure, but who are your side laners? Because usually, who are your tanks in the other side lane? Because usually in the MPL, for this project next, you would see the first 2 picks go for 2 side laners. That didn't happen here.
Totally didn't. We got the Farsa and Rafaela ban on Execration.
Well, it could be a Natalia side lane, by the way.
Yeah, a Natalia side, I would agree as well. So Changu would be handed on towards Oh My Venus here. Kind of feel that they're kind of underestimating the Esmeralda here. Let's double check if this is an official pick on the 1-1.
I actually heard Granger, but yeah, I think my audio was low on that one. This could be a 1-1 pick. 1-1 is one of those heroes that has a certain setup, certain mechanic that you need to fulfill for you to get the maximum potential of a 1-1. So, yeah, I'm actually excited on how Execration will deal with this. And they get Loyi on Etomax. So it's going to be a Benecutie Cho, a Chaknu Kufra, and an Etomax Loyi.
Let's observe. For what we need now is actually a reveal on a side lane once again for the side of Onic PH. Probably the one that will go onto the EXP lane. And they're trying to really read through the synergy of this 1-1 plus the low, because it's starting to look like a really strong comp, especially for the backline damage, and especially in kiting back the Roger. And how much they need to shut it down, right? Let's see here. They need a frontline that doesn't suffer so much on the 1-1. and they went with a Hylos. Alright.
Okay, Hylos is good against
Esmeralda.
It's their answer. I like it. They mend a bit of the gap or the problem in the early game. And Onic PH here certainly has an answer, but Execration won't shy away from that as they have Chaknu as well and Etomax. And I feel if they work together on the side of Execration, they can force out the high loss. While for the side of Onic PH, it is going to be a very aggressive setup, especially with that Natalia and that Roger dives for days.
Yeah. Right now, guys, let us observe properly how will this be handled, because this is the first time we're going to be seeing 1-1 for the ranks of Execration. It will be handed on towards Pencuty. I'd be expecting that is a gold lane 1-1, and we would have Esmeralda as the retribution holder here for the side of Execration.
I think Sagitno and Pencuty are really happy with this, because usually you would be supporting your mid lane on the previous patch, but right now they're given the opportunity to shine as carries that can deal damage as well.
Indeed. We are into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final series of the night, played between Execration versus Onic PH. Execration on blue, and of course Onic on red. Of course, allocation here for the side lanes, we have a 1 or 2-1-2. Is that a 2-1-2?
Oh yeah, that's a 2-1-2.
Yeah, we have a 2-1-2 allocation on the side of Execration, whereas Onic starts with a 1-1-3-1 actually, but it is initiated quickly by Jay. Jay is the one who holds the retribution here for the side of Onic. They want early levels now for this, Natalia. I think Jay would be instrumental really, if you really want to make sure and pull behind this 1-1 back.
And it makes sense. Like, if you clearly see how Jay wants to play this, he has enough damage, he can rotate easily. That is one of the things that Natalia has an advantage on. Rotation, fast rotation, and it cannot be detected quite that fast.
Yeah.
Yakno missing the first wave.
Yeah,
What do you think about that?
Still totally okay. I think it's just 1 gold for that part. As long as he is there, and maybe he would be able to show away on the very high engage as well. A very high engage as well in terms of possibility. Top lane for Execration, right? And still Jay is getting what he wants.
Yeah.
Jay is still able to get the farm. He will be getting his level 4 here upon his visit up top. So, you know, it is gonna be risky for one side should ever he decides on ganking.
And Jay here almost at level 4. Yakno here getting the full force, the full force Chaknu
yeah,
pressure.
Man. Well, I love the allocations here. Iyaknu on the Roger. Wise will be the one in the mid. Etomax now dancing around. Jay also plays with him. He's gonna be careful not to overstay in front of the low Yi. And oh my Venus on the high loss. Okay.
Iyaknu here almost getting caught out. I like that. The jump out. But Pencuty here, remember, this is still going to be their advantage. This is a 2v1. You have a Roger facing a 1-1. 1-1 has a superior range and poke. And as long as Chaknu is there, he can't really go to the Lycan form and just harass the hell out of Pencuty. And Jay, go for a retribution.
He has the retribution. He's been eyeing that. I mean, it's actually really funny because Pencuty is also pressing the sticker right there and not accounting that. I'm not so sure if he's accounting, but it is going to be easily taken in by the Natalia. No retribution on Pencuty.
And look at this. This is the first time that we're seeing a dedicated jungler.
Yeah.
Go into the MPL. He hasn't laned that much. And it's almost 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Turret shields are gonna go down. Hate is here taking it down, taking the turtle down with Etomax.
Hate has an idea. He did saw the exclamation point up top, and of course gets a face check towards Jay. Dilar goes in, serves to be the big disruption here against the members of Execration.
Ooh.
It's still gonna be secured though. Jay will lose the battle of retribution against Hate, and that's gonna be a quick towards Dilar. Durability is still available for this Ruby, and Hate will be pulling back. All right. Oh my goodness, just stays here onto the side. Still no kill yet between these two teams.
But onto the top lane,
just let me mention.
Is the target, and oh my Venus is here. He is going to try and to just block out that certain push that's happening here onto the top lane. Iyaknu, he's not getting all the siege minions. He might have missed 2 or 3
Yeah.
siege cannons.
Yeah, yeah. If we're accounting for the gold that is handled here by the two teams, I think there is an obvious lead now for Benecutie compared to Iaknu, ladies and gentlemen. Both are even sitting at high and dry here. I mean high and dry for Sagitnu, and Iaknu along with Jay has that high and dry as well. So they're very much willing to take the fight as they know they have some of that good bonus damage from the high and dry.
So let's put it in a way where Ruby has been a top tier pick for Project Next. The lifesteal is just high in terms of sustain. The only thing that you wouldn't really want for the Ruby is to get perma-stunned, perma-locked. Because the thing is, when a Ruby is perma-locked, the requirement for a Ruby to go for a lifesteal is you should be hitting your skills non-stop, spamming, and just get back the life you're losing. But when you get perma-stunned or perma-locked, then that only means that you're not gonna get your HP back. So, does Execration have enough firepower to shut down that Ruby, even without him using his spells, or probably a Deadly Blade or Durance would do the work? Who knows?
I think it still will do its work.
Yeah.
You know, anti-heal is pretty big on this kind of anti-heal items. I think it cuts it in half. And again, most of the time, this regeneration mechanic is key to the kit of these heroes anyway. So yeah, those Deadly Blades that you mentioned, I think yeah, they're totally well warranted.
And yeah, I mean, this is the first time that we're seeing, after a very long time, this is the first time that we're seeing a Iaknu on that Roger.
Yeah, Wise on the Changu. Right?
Seems to me that this is reminiscent of the Season 1, Season 3 setup that we have, that the side laners could be carries as well.
Yeah.
Remember when Leomord come out, everyone just became a Leomord main for some reason.
Yeah, yes. I do remember LeBron's glory days.
Yeah.
Right? One of the
Yaku.
top Leomord players.
Well.
Yaku, yes.
Yaku as well. So those are the times where side laners could become carries as well. Now, I wonder if we didn't really shift into those sustained side lanes, would it really happen what would have happened if we stuck with this carry side lane role? Will the other players still be here?
I'm not so sure.
I mean, it's a what if.
Yeah, it's a very big what if, really. But the best part here is both teams, really, they're being careful. Although, I cannot but feel that this might favor for the side of Execration, because 1-1 is still a very good late game carry. Especially at the attack speed, especially if you're catching back against melee heroes that tries to chase him down. He was able to get a gold. Benecutie here, he's also able to make the most of the turret shield as well against Onic PH. But Onic, they want to get the timing right.
Yeah. And Hate here is the primary target for Jay and the others. Wise hasn't really used his meteor shower in
You got
in
Dilar.
action.
You got Dilar on his business. It's really usual. Right? He does know that when everything is being set up for the top lane side, he will just go there. And it's not going to be running for any risk. He's not going to go for any risk overstay. Because when he realized that there's no fight that was taken into the mid, then no problem for him. But that's the problem. There is a reaction from Execration. And from that part, Onic made the very nice rotation, just taking in the turtle. That's gonna be that. We are angry on Sagitnu, but a better target would be towards Etomax.
Etomax using the diversion to get near, but he didn't realize that Jay was there. Iaknu with his own rotation. They take down the bottom lane.
Now they get the numbers advantage here. Oh, my Venus casted actually the glorious pathway under the turret. If thinking Execration is willing to fight within that range, there goes Dilar. Again, guys, Uranus. Yeah, you've seen Uranus on Dilar. But on the Ruby, I think is one of the most successful players here. Really a very massive threat.
Benecutie and Hate here. And Chakno staying in one lane. So this is the thing about Execration. What do you go for next? Do you go for the middle lane turret? Do you go for the bottom lane turret? If you go for the bottom lane turret, then you still have enough time to set up for that turtle that's gonna happen in a minute. So, sa Gitno,
Yeah,
target.
quick catch to Zagitno. This is the second time that he will receive the We Are Angry from Dilar. Did re-engage as well. Final knock-up, but it allows for Jay to already move after the Way of the Dragon. And Zagitno goes down. I think the second time. I think that's the second time.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. No. That was on Etomax earlier. Yeah.
That was first time. That was the first
That
time.
was the first time. It was Etomax that was picked on earlier. A fight might break out here down for the bottom lane. My Venus doing what she can to defend this outer mid lane turret. First kill. Swallow. Strike. Bericute is there. There's also going to be Chaknu down for the back end. And still holding on to that ultimate. Oh, my Venus very unwilling to get let up of this turret. I think she accepted the fact that she will be dying there already. As Wise and Dilar just goes for push.
Okay, so this is a great move coming out from Execration. They're forcing Onic to defend this bottom lane so that they can go for the free turtle.
Yeah.
But
it is gonna be of Onic in the proper position of actually rotating for the turtle, and the problem there is that Wise has an ultimate. Well, it just popped out right now, so it did delay the take of Onic, the attempt take of Onic here. But what would happen is they would take a fight in the middle.
Oh,
no ult on Dilar. That's a meteor shower fully connected towards Chaknu, and there goes Jay. Alright, onto the side. He has the retribution on. Be ready, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my Venus. Also, ultimate would be available anytime soon and is going to be secured by Jay. And the problem here is the one that is Hate. Left in the middle of the fray. Dilar gets the kick on Sagitnu, but here goes Iaknu. Iaknu waiting for the timing for the get light can bounce. He will be receiving a lot of damage from this Loyi. And Etomax gets guided back. Sagitnu trying to look for an opportunity, but still Benny Cutie steps up. It's a shutdown. Killed onto Etomax. An overall trade of a 3-4-4. It's a win there by Execration.
Ben Cutie was saved by the Electro Flash.
Electro Flash.
That was the Electro Flash going into work. If you saw that movement speed upgrade at that point on, look at this chase. There is that retribution. It came into play. Dilar going down, not really able to do that much into the fight because that is going to be the lockdown that we're talking about. And Benny Cutie, that certain boost from the Electro Flash gave him the advantage, and he just went. He just had enough capability to move between side to side and not let Iaknu reach him. If he was in human form, I think that could have been a kill.
Yeah. Especially it is within the range of that human form for the Lycan and for the Roger. Anyway, guys, I think we have a very interesting start for game number 1 because that is strong opener there by Execration, right? This is just game number 1. I just realized, right?
Yeah, this is just game number 1, but it's getting heated up.
Yeah,
the teams are showing us.
We kind of have a very fast-paced NXP versus Bren series. That's what happened. And that's why, it seemed like the start of this game number 1 for Onic and Execration is slow.
Well, we didn't expect this to go the distance. This game, well, we actually expected Bren and NXP. Well, Ginoong Valdez did tell us that he wanted to see a game number 3, but Bren didn't really want to give that. But for this certain matchup, I think it's time for Execration to just get one win against Onic because it has been 0-2s on their side for the previous seasons.
And it is gonna be weird for Onic. They're gonna be rolling with that is gonna be their second win streak ended here. It would be nice if they be tagging it against Execration, whereas Execration they just came in fresh from a win against Blue Fire. And by the way, guys, need I remind you that again, this is their only time. This is the only time that these two teams will be facing, as this is a battle between the groups, of which Onic and also Execration has different groups or kills from different groups here in our regular season. But the best part here, I would dare say, I'm quite confident for Execration on the part that Benecute is not being caught. Still.
Well, it is going to be. They have a lot of the capabilities. They have the Glorious Pathway. They have Natalia. As long as they can get that certain burst from Benecute and not let him get to that point where she's gonna pop off with that ultimate, I think Onic PH is safe. But if ever Benecute gets the chance to pop off that ultimate, that is not gonna work well for the side of Onic.
Indeed. 6-5, ladies and gentlemen. And we move slow and steady right now. So far, we are officially into the mid game still, as we head on steadily towards the late game. It's really both of these two teams are very patient in engaging. There's gonna be the Lowy. They're just faking actually their ultimates for that part. And Wise is just being stable on using the Chango for the wave clears.
Yeah. And Onic PH here, they're doing a great job just stalling the game. And
Quick catch.
Oh.
To all my Venus, ladies and gents.
And wow, what is happening here?
I think latency issues as well. Of course, our players doesn't want it anyway. So we need to be patient for that part. But it is a very quick pick towards Oh My V. And I'm not so sure if will there be enough firepower to actually answer the advance here of Execration. And I'm actually curious where Dilar is coming from. Where Dilar will be coming from. I think Dilar needs to participate here more and more because Execration is starting to gain some momentum team fight wise.
Yeah, I think give time for Iyaknu to get back. He was shut down to the early game. Can't really say that Iyaknu did bad onto the early game because there was really a lot of pressure and that matchup didn't really favor him. That was a Kufra and a 1-1. In terms of range battle, he couldn't really win that. So he went for the tower hug, but you can only do so much with the tower hug, and that when you're tower or turret hugging rather, you're losing 1 minion, 2 minions. Just and then it's all because of the pacing of the game. It's all because of the pacing of the duo lane or the duo lane that is front of you. So you really have to let Iyaknu get back. Oh, they didn't really get the kill.
Didn't get a kill, yeah. Oh my Venus was able to walk away. And now it's Wise turn. Iyaknu receiving a lot of damage there. Jay can fully commit, but rather it would be of Etomax. Might be the sacrificial lamb here for Execration side. Iyaknu is still fully online. There's a lot of burst from Wise. And Dilar decides to go for the dive. He did get the turret aggro and Jay finishes up the backline here. And Benny Cutie is gone. And that's the most explosive and highlighted part of this engagement. Onic now will be taking a massive win as there's no carry onto the side of Exec.
Jay being the playmaker that Onic PH needs. He went straight ahead for that Benny Cutie, never looking back. He got kicked by Sagitnu, but he did his job.
Yeah, Sagitnu is doing what he can, actually being disrupted there by Dilar. They decided to just go all in. The Lord will be secured still by the Queen, and that's it. Killing spree for Wise. Chase on to Chaknu. Dilar, does he have his ultimate on? No, doesn't matter. He will be sucked in. Chaknu answers for with his own ultimate, getting pop here from Etomax with his very first
Look
kill. Iyaknu is still embraced, but it's still gonna force the flicker out of Etomax. I think that ends it. The Lord falls in favor of Onic PH.
It will go to the top lane as it is the most damage in terms of turret damage. So Iyaknu will get to steal this orange buff onto the side of Execration, and Wise will secure his Execration's purple buff.
I need to move steady here. 11-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen. Iyaknu, it's a Roger. It is skilled, right?
It is skilled.
Despite being
Shut
side
down.
laner here, yeah.
Despite being shut down into the early game. That was a lot of pressure. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Iyaknu did a great job coming back from this. Oh, Chaknu here. Wow!
Oh my god, good pick up there from Chaknu, ladies and gentlemen. Mega kill is already unlocked for Wise here, and the Lord is not yet focused by the members of Execration. One inhibitor turret is already popped. There's also some minions looming in at the bot, but I think Onic PH will be happy enough with this.
And that is Chaknu factor for ya. He just showed us that, okay, let me make a play. I will take down Iyaknu. This cannot happen straight up.
Man, there is going to be a pick up towards Chaknu. They just need to be careful if Chaknu decides to retaliate with his own ultimate. He gets carried back. There's a kill! Wise went in. He wants to complete it. Unstoppable already for this Wise. He just realized that because of the hustle and the targeting against Iyaknu, not to mention Dilar's disruption and the assassination as well from Jay, Wise is left to land his first free hits, right?
And as long as Execration cannot go for that setup in which they're gonna go for a forced engage, Wise is happy with that.
Yeah. Was able to get a help towards Etomac, but nice jump there by Sagitnu. He can easily one combo Wise there. But man, this turret in the mid, it's as good as gone. And even with the Onic, they're just going to take some breathing room here. They can steadily stall this out until the next Lord. But that mid lane inhibitor turret, that's already gone.
Yeah. Look at Iakno here. From 0 to hero. Look at this, almost with the Blade of Despair.
Yeah.
He has the Windtalker, he has the Endless Battle. While for Wise,
look at that.
almost
9K.
with full items.
Almost with full
Necklace of
items.
Durance,
Yeah.
Glowing Wand, Ice Queen Wand, Divine Glaive is there.
Yeah. Complete combo of the wands, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, 70 seconds onto the Lord timer. That is certainly a Luminous Lord. And Jay still delivers the same thing. Members of Execration here very wise in utilizing the transformation. And it's very weird actually, Jay hiding on that brush. Chakno can really predict it. That's the problem. And this is not good. Had it Sagitnu went for the dive or for the jump, might have been very risky for Iakno. He might have completed that kill, and Onic will be forced to take a 4v5 fight.
And Sagitnu here, he's just being the utility as of now. Don't get me wrong, he has enough damage for it. But it's looking like he cannot really duel anyone on the course of Onic right now. It's more on the teamfight capability that Sagitnu can just equalize everything here for the side of Execration.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, there's gonna be it. There goes Dilar right now.
Two flickers,
honestly. Yeah. We're waiting for the Lord.
I guess it's 9 seconds to the Lord, and all their cooldowns or all their ultimates are up. So that means we can expect a fight in just a bit. Execration. How do you set this up? 5 of them are here on to the top lane. Natalia trying to see if there's someone who's gonna trickle in, and look at that, mid lane turret destroyed.
I mean, Jay can just go for there. There's very little damage towards him. I mean, with the backdoor protection, that's really
you
no
know
need
what?
for a minion wave.
If you're in the circle of Natalia, the tower damage doesn't increase. It's still the same. From first hit to 10th hit. If it ever gets that.
Yeah. There's really no problem with that. Execration decides to go for this Lord. They're pulling off something explosive here. Dilar duels up with Etomax with very little effort. There's still a lot of life of Dilar. Benecutie doing it. Can't kite back, but it's 3 members focusing towards Benecutie. Oh my, Venus lands in the stun. And there's gonna be the foes of Sagitnu. Benecutie is still alive. Iaknu goes in. He needs one Lycan Pulse to kite back. Will he get the stack? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Execration will be winning this one. Who takes the Lord? It's gonna be a slay of Benecutie. And Dilar cannot also prevent Execration going for it. Benecutie, ladies and gentlemen, this 1-1 is well informed. Though the Lord is secured by Onic, they got wiped. 3 members actually got slashed out of this game and failing to catch Benecutie.
Clearly, if Execration got that could have been the game changer. That could have been the game. But Onic PH, what happened was they overestimated their fighting capability. Execration took care of that. Benecutie is now online. They get the kill on Sagitnu onto the bottom lane. And with now, for the side of Onic PH, the Lord is put to rest by the side of Execration, and they cannot use that to their advantage anymore.
Yeah, they need to be careful in catching, in trying to attempt and catch Benecutie. I think the only way to catch Benecutie is through surprise, you know? Making sure that they land the first hit here, because Benecutie, the more attack speed there is for him, goes so very little. The easier it is to proc him, the easier he can go for his own jumps. Look at that. Look at this 1-1 by the late game. Dilar was able to get the reset down little onto the field, and Dilar secures the buff. Execration just gives the buff.
He just lets that out. They know that Benecutie, if he gets the buff, it's going to be an advantage, but you know what? Clearly, they do not have enough priority to secure that.
And there are some latency issues indeed for the side of Onic here. Look at Oh My Venus there. She just went straight into the base. She's now sitting in front of the base here of Execration. She's getting some turret hits. I'm not so sure how will she return here for the options. And I cannot but feel that if Onic forced to fight here, it might not pay good for them. But they could actually pressure a fight and they could actually pressure a fight and probably just focus on that bottom lane inhibitor turret. Execration already lost 2 inhibitors. Anyway, so it's really hard to recuperate for now for this situation here.
And look at the Yakno.
Pajamas Gaming.
Pajamas Gaming.
Yeah. There's that. Some flowery pajama. Right?
Flowery pajama.
Yeah.
And look at the chairs. Like they really, you know, they really need a good back rest for that.
Yeah.
Just put your back near the rest and just be relaxed.
Look at
Do
the
not get
drawer.
pressure. Look at the drawer.
It's in proper color scheme with the color team of Execration right there. I mean, minus the curtains actually.
It actually is.
Right?
It actually is.
Proper furniture, very important with your bootcamp. Remember that, guys.
Well, let's just talk about it right now. Benny Cutie is doing a great job.
Yeah,
He's showing us how it's done for the 1-1. The 1-1 right now, they're making it work. I think if they really just want to take down the 1-1 as much as possible, you put Natalia and the Roger after her.
The only way to get a win, maybe against Benecuti is to really surprise him. Maybe a catch from Dilar, maybe a backstab from Jay. There.
Yeah. Well, let's see how will Onic PH try to close this out, because if they cannot shut down Execration's 1-1, it's really gonna go to the side of Execration. Right now, the 1-1 is online. 1-1 is at peak performance.
Yeah. Let's observe here. That's gonna be wise. Oh, my Venus was allowed to escape using that glorious pathway. Now, Dilar is just overstaying there. Etomax is casting his own ultimate. He's going to be delivering. And of course, went for the backstab here for the members of Execration of Onic PH. And Etomax, though, he did proc his own Winter Truncheon and a good catch against Wise. But the problem here is Jay knows better. He's going to be focusing onto that bottom lane inhibitor turret. And now the idea is to make your escape. Sagitnu goes in. And there's no escaping, maybe an immunity on the last hit. One last dash. And that's it. It's only just Dilar and also Iyakno that is present for this game. If Dilar dies on this one, it is going to be very, very dangerous.
Okay.
He burns his flicker. He has to.
Burns his flicker. All the lanes are shoved here for the side of
are
Onic PH. Execration. Etomax with his call pulled out one.
Yeah.
Pulled out a trick out of the hat. And that will change the setup here for the side of Onic PH.
There goes the jump. They know that they need to defend this inside the base, and Execration knows that that's only as far as they can go. They would just take an inhibitor turret. We are electric moment here as the backstab is completed. You go for the slow motion here, lots of convergence, and baits in towards an Winter Truncheon. And with all that, Benecuti has a lot of free hits.
Chaknu and Etomax, the X factor here for the side of Execration. It might have happened that Etomax called for that backstab or that flank.
Yeah.
But it was the play of Chaknu who really just turned the tides.
It's always, man. That's how Chaknu is, especially in the middle of the battle. Also want to account that Wise here is really vulnerable on pickups. They went up top. They go for Iyaknu. They did burn their own ult. This is going to be a very awkward rotation if Dilar capitalizes on this and also get a cut. Coming in from all my Venus, it will be very risky. There we go. There's the stun. Etomax here not even given any opportunity to actually get his Winter Truncheon. And now Benecuti, Dilar knows what's up. Iyaknu also kites back, but also hate zones out Wise here. And also a split push being done by Sagitnu. So Jay focuses towards Sagitnu, and now they focus towards Hate up top. That's going to be 4 members of Oni closing in towards Hate. He's doing what he can. No backup from his teammates, man. And I think that's it. That's a free kill towards Hate. There goes Sagitnu. No minion wave. Yeah, Jay knows what's up. This is the classic Jay cut. Last time I saw this, it was on the Kaja. So Sagitnu just went for the kill. But maybe in exchange for what? For his own. It's going to be a 3-4-1.
And actually, they are setting up for a death brush right now.
Yeah,
but my Venus.
Oh, my Venus is in the front line. They need to be very careful. They decided to go for the push into the base. They need to reload that dash because there are a lot of minions.
They don't care.
Oh my God!
time for that, Lord.
Yeah.
We can just go straight for the win.
Yeah, just go straight for the win. And let's see here. There's the chase. Chaknu went for the side. Dilar goes in with a flicker combo towards Benny Cutie. And of course, the like and pass, they want to fully commit on this. But fall back has been called by Onic PH. And everything will be on reset.
Oh.
Or maybe not. Oh my God. Eto Max explosiveness on the Loyi.
And clearly, Onic PH really just wants to keep the tradition alive of 0-2s for the side of Execration. But Execration doesn't care. They have the explosiveness. They can turn this around.
Yeah.
But Onic PH, they're at a much more comfortable spot. They're really doing a great job of controlling the map. But still, Execration won't budge.
Totally, man. 21 minutes in Execration now starting for the Turtle. They want to make the same case of baiting. Chaknu will not join. Eto Max. But Dilar did saw it. Now, Eto Max is back. No ultimate. But Jay's in the back. Exclamation point. Benny Cutie did saw it. Going to the side. Everyone goes to Iyak. Someone is suppressed. Actually, Wise will be caught off guard here. There's the flicker. Iyak. Chaknu. Not given any ticket. Not given any passive to tag. On to Wise. There's the Lord. The Lord goes in. The Lord gets secured by Haters in. And of course, Sagitno also focuses to Iyak. And that might be the game if Jay falls down on this. They need to converge in the mid. They need to have Wise be secured for the wave clear. As this Lord will plow through, and you can actually see the explosiveness again of Execration willing to fully utilize that Loyi and getting to the back line of Onic.
And close, slowly but surely, the Lord is marching into the base. Jay here trying to make the most out of that push that's happening to the middle lane. Chaknu going in.
Yeah, there goes Sagitno. Way of the Dragon under the base. Sagitno is already down, but there's just two members defending this. Oh my Venus doing what he can. There's still gonna be Jay. They want to commit. Some are actually going for the recall, ladies and gentlemen. And there goes Oh my Venus. Oh my Venus. Immortality gets popped. They can just focus into the base. Remember, this is gonna be a 1-1. And Jay goes for the base race. Ladies and gentlemen, there's gonna be a kill towards Jay's. And that's it. Execration gets the base race win against Onic.
And they turn things around. No 0-2 for Execration this season.
What a no-holds-barred match indeed. It was a no-holds-barred match. It was
Both
really
teams
good.
won't let down.
Both teams won't let down.
They just went in.
Yeah.
They poured their hearts out and gave us a good performance. And that's only game number 1, Shinbo.
It's just game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, quite too much here for this side of Onic PH. Very excited actually on what will be the breakdown for this. But man, it's a very, very chunky game.
Very chunky game. That is true.
Yeah, if we're accounting for the fact here that maybe Wise, it's time for him to go on a more mobile hero. Because there are really certain limitations for your hero. And it does look like his teammates are really not heavily designed onto protecting him. Because there is that heavy task of catching Benny Cutie.
That they did well in the early game. Onic PH really just had the momentum going on for them rather, and the Execration, they have the 1-1, and that's the thing about these slow-paced scaling heroes. They just turn things around.
Yeah, well, let's see the insights coming in from our resident solo analyst.
Size, inhale, exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inom muna ako ng tubig bago ako magsimula kasi in-expect nating lahat na ganon ka magiging ka-intense yung game. Execration again getting the late game victory on their huge decision doon sa backline diversion ultimate mula kay Eto Max. Emphasizing muna tayo sa ating item builds right now. Best items para kay Benny Cutie dito, automatic ang corrosion sight. But then again, the only problem here for Iyaknu is he cannot get near the 1-1. I like the decision making for Execration. I think kasi yung early game dito na magkaiba, no? Magkaibang version. para dito sa Onic and Execration. 2-2-1 and then one dedicated jungler. Halos same yung nangyari, no? Merong isang underleveled at merong isang overleveled naman. So I think it's okay. It's okay. It's a matter of decision making in the late game. Pagalingan na lang sa ML, kumbaga. And with that, guys, Execration, mas pre-move nila na talagang nag-improve na sila pagdating sa late game decision making. Pasok tayo sa ating post-game stats. Right now, all of it, damage output for the side of NQT. Sinabi rin ng mga casters natin to, ang taas ng emphasis ng physical damage ang 1-1 dito. Ang ganda sana ng high loss, ang ganda sana ng 1-1 panghabol dito kay Bren Esports. But then again, yung creep walk mechanics and yung electro flash. Sabi sa inyo, Wolf electro flash talaga napakabilis. Never siyang mahabol nito. Even though meron kang Natalia, wala namang execute. So may chances are pwedeng mabuhay dito si Bren Esports. Ang ganda actually ng decision making dito ng Onic na magkaroon ng dedicated jungle. With that, nagkaroon sila ng 11 na orange buffs. Lamang din sila sa purple buffs. But man, kung magaling ang Onic PH sa clash, ganoon din ang Execration na daan sa gulang. That ultimate from Eto Max Louis really #shave the day for this game. Let's move on to our smart highlights, no? Gusto ko sana makita kung uulitin ng Onic PH itong strat na to Kasi again, this is their meta, no? Trip ng Onic PH itong klaseng ganitong klaseng early game laning stage. I think the only problem here is that looking at, again, this clash, ang ganda sana ng habol ni Iakno dito, but with the help of the Electro Flash proccing and the creep walk mechanics of the 1-1, hindi mo yan mahabol. Wise is also doing a great job from the backlines on popping the meteor shower every time. This was clearly Onyx game to win. Alam ng Onic na lamang na sila on this part, but I think nagkaroon din sila ng mga overstaying decisions pagdating nung tatapusin na nila yung game. And there you go. To the point na nagkakaroon na ng mga outplays. Actually, Jay was also trying to get the Lord. Actually, this was the first Lord, no? Explain natin mabuti dito yung mga naganap. The 1-1 is unstoppable as of now. Bren Esports. But there you go. Ito ang hindi in-expect ng ng Onic PH. I think nakita na nila. I think they were ready. Pero kasi hindi mo matatiming agad kailan magpa-pop, kailan lalabas agad, no? And mas lamang sa initiating factor dito yung Exe dahil nga they came in from behind, no? Kailangan pang kung naglalaro ka ng ML, kailangan pang pindutin pabalik dito ng Onic PH para makapag-react sila doon. So, then again, guys, your MVP of the game, smart MVP of the game, Bren Esports, 1-1 getting the victory, no? Libreng-libre in the top lane kasama yung Kufra and hindi nakalapit dito si Iakno. It was a total dead lane for Iakno. Yes, nakaabot siya sa items, but then again, with that early game lead dito ng Execration, na-negate nila yung potential early game na pwede sanang magawa ng Onic PH. There you go. Wala na eh. Ang intense ito yung mga games na ang sarap na lang panoorin at mag-enjoy beautiful Mobile Legends para sa ating dalawang teams. I hope na nakahinga na kayo dahil wala na. Bus na yung tubig ko. Usapang MPL muna tayo. Next is now as the next patch goes live. Which hero revamps are you looking forward to the most? Mag-comment lang kayo at pwede kayo manalo ng mga malulupit na skins worth 265 diamonds. #BeLegendary. Basahin na natin yan. Gusto ko makita si Laila sa action dahil mahusay siyang tank role. Sabi ni June Marlo Cordial, no, idol ata niya si Chooks. I think si Chooks ang nagpauso ng Laila Tank. Sana, malay mo, makita natin sa future. Pwede. Laila Tank. Let's go. Next natin, I see Paul Pierce. Wow, si Pierce. Joke lang. Pierce, Borinaga, Gerang Gaya. Gusto ko pong makita si Laila dahil ang action niya ay ang layo na ng kanyang basic attack at napakalakas niya na ngayon. There you go. Mukhang maraming fans si Laila dito, no? Proud na proud yung mga tito, yung mga tita ninyo na gumagamit ng Laila. Sabi dito ni Alper Ochoa, so makita si Mia naman sa action dahil napakataas ng damage niya dahil sa kanyang revamp. No? Nagkakaroon ng mga ilo-ilo at ang lupit, pumana ni Mia dito. So Mia, Laila, unti lang talaga yung Eudora no guys? Eudora din minsan, no? Here you go, giveaway code para sa dyan, sa baba, no? Screenshot nyo na, uunahan ko na kayo. Ang tagal nyo no? Kanina ko pa sinasabi Ito, open ko na yung Mobile Legends Redeem. No, dyan lang yan, direct saglit Okay, tatype ko lang, B9. Wala na, na-redeem na. Na-redeem na daw, may nauna na sa akin. may nauna na. Next! Ito, unahan ko rin. Okay, bonus giveaway code. Try natin ulit F5NQVW3 no, Y8228Q5. Ayan. Na-redeem natin. May nauna na naman. Ang bilis! Grabe, ang bilis ng mga audience natin kumuha ng mga giveaway codes. Sa sobrang bilis nyo, sa tingin ko, bilisan nyo na rin at sumali kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw. There you go. Just visit bit.ly/MRD-W7. Kung kayo ay sali since week number 1, pwede kayo makasali hanggang sa ating playoffs. 5 forms ang kailangan nyo. Pwede kayo manalo ng mga malulupit na skins. That's it for game number 1, guys. I can really feel na sobrang close ng laban na to. Kung hindi man tayo mabot ng game 3, baka ganoon pa rin ka-intense. So, sit tight, hold on tight, ilagay nyo na yung mag-buckle up na kayo kasi we are going in for a ride. Pasa na natin sa ating mga shoutcasters.
There's that very big question, of course, of that first game curse onto the side of Onic. They did say that the curse is already broken as they have taken their nice series win with NXP, with BSB. But that is a very interesting game number 1. I did feel though that the 1-1 was well-informed. It was a very well-informed and working pick for the side here of Execration. And, you know, but feel that if they are able to get a better read compared to Onic, especially on the draft, we might be seeing a 2-0 on the series. Though I'm actually vouching for a game number 3.
Then again, that win coming out from Execration was still hard fought. I really like the idea of Execration just coming back from it just because it was a 1-1, and literally that's what the hero does. It puts you in a certain advantage where when you reach the certain requirement of the ultimate, you just try to pop up everyone. And that's the thing about 1-1. 1-1 is not the safest in terms of in front of a Natalia, into a Roger, but if you can make time and get the wind of nature and get away with it being your second item, it is going to be favorable for your side.
Yeah, ladies and gents. Well, let us see. I don't expect the 1-1 to be repeat. I don't expect the 1-1 to be banned once again. But feel that it is just a wise call from the side here of Execration. Not to mention, it's not just the 1-1. Remember, Execration was able to make a comeback with 2 turrets already, 2 inhibitor turrets already down for them. I do feel that it's not just a call in drop, it's also a call in execution by Etomax right there, right? I mean, Etomax ultimate on the low U. That was stellar.
That was stellar indeed. There were times where it didn't really work in his favor, but remember, those kinds of ultimates, diversion ultimates like that, are really 50-50. Those are high risk, high reward ultimates that they just work if you time it well and you catch the players off guard, and then that only means that you can get a big advantage. And that's what I like about Execration. For Onic, they took it systematically. Like that was a good move. Being textbook isn't bad. But the thing about Execration is they always take those risky plays. And if it pays off, And if it works on their side, they're gonna win. If they lose, they know that they have nothing to lose anymore at that point.
Yeah. I also want to mention that it's also how Etomax has read carefully the composition there of Onic here. I kind of feel that they really have an easier way still of tagging Wise, who deals a very big and significant amount of damage for the side here of Onic. Remember that my Venus there, I kind of feel that she was relegated to a position of just landing a single crowd control, especially against the 1-1. Not to mention just getting up the damage. She can be a later target. Whereas the Wise there, a lot of his teammates are designed for actually catching someone and not really for peeling. I don't actually recommend the Ruby for peeling. The We Are Angry ability is actually designed for pulling your enemies in, and you don't want that closer to the Chango. And I think that's the idea why Execration is more confident at actually getting into that backline. And the moment that we catch Wise, we have a certain advantage into the fights in terms of this skirmish control. Let's go into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. We got Onic PH on the blue, Execration on the red.
Okay, so for the side of Onic, you really want to go straight for that Selena, that Khaled. Onic Execration thrives on those picks. Like seriously, they would go and pick that for Chaknu so that Chaknu can be aggressive throughout the jungle lane. And the Selena for Etomax, you just wouldn't really give that out that easily.
Yeah, got Selena, Khalid. We also have the Cho plus the Hilda on the ban for this part. That leaves, another Esmeralda being open. And we haven't seen the Joyd even, right? Being an option here, a running option here for these two teams. Execration, they do believe that the Cho ban is very rewarding against Jay.
Execration, banning up the Cho and the Hilda, as you said. They don't want the capability of Onic with Jay to just, have that capability for the knock-up
pickups, yeah.
Then concussive blast, then a few hits from Venus's hero.
Yeah,
and they get the kill already.
Yeah, and even Sagitno was stellar onto the Cho pick there. And Onic PH is the first pick advantage, and Execration, they believe that they have the good capacity of actually adjusting from that. Onic PH now, they got the first pick advantage. Will they go for the Esmeralda? That is the big question there.
And what are they gonna go for? I mean, Yu Zhong is still there. Thams is still there. No, not Thams. Not Thams. 100% not Thams. Onic PH taking their time. They get the Farsa.
All right.
Is this the Venus hero?
They're denying towards Etomax, huh?
Yeah, they don't want that.
Well, that leaves Esmeralda to be open to the side lanes here of Execration. They could also have probably their carry be presented, maybe even side lane YSS. There we go. Because Benikiti was willing to actually play this just into the gold lane and have someone hold like Hate. Have someone like Hate hold the retribution. Actually, like the Project Next patch for Execration, it fits really well on their playstyle. Like you can have Hate get back to his assassin role, whereas Benikiti would just go into a lane and snowball down for the late game because there's a lot of consistency on that guy.
You know what? I actually, it feels more unusual now that I'm seeing Hate on the mage role rather than the carry role. Because the thing is, for the longest time we've been living with that funnel, with that hyper carry setup.
Yeah.
For the longest time, and we're seeing a lot of
wow,
Lancelot's links, but now it's not the same.
I'm not gonna be surprised if we see another Balmond here for the side of Onic PH, but Execration, very wise drafting here. Quick deny onto the Lars Ruby.
Your team is picking.
And they're not gonna go for the tank setup anymore. They're just gonna go for this poke composition that Farsa will thrive in. And if Farsa thrives in it, then that means Jay will find the stragglers or the stragglers on running, and he can secure or clean up the fight.
Indeed. We got Chakno here. Actually, we got Execration. Yet to build another peak, probably their main core. And we are back with Chaknu on the Atlas. He does understand that there are still a lot of melee picks to be available here for Onic PH.
Yeah, of course.
They need some durable front line to make this Farsa work. And they want to layer that with a lot of crowd controls and pickups. Very, very nice. I'm always excited to see Atlas on Chaknu. You know, he made that game-changing play against NXP.
They really need to look out for the next few picks of Execration right now. Atlas isn't really one of the best tanks on this patch, but the capability of an Atlas to put people in one place, it says a lot. There's a team fight capability for Execration here that they really want to pull off. Who knows? This might even be a Veil composition.
Yeah. Also got X-Barg here getting banned by Execration. Valier also gone, getting banned out by Onic PH. Remember, the Execration yet to pick their mid lane here and also their jungle pick. So Onic PH may have an option. Actually, I don't think we're gonna be seeing the likes of Lancelot here, but
no.
You know, Gushon may not be so far-fetched.
Yeah. Gushon, actually.
Yeah, right.
Gushon. Hate Gushon.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, against, you know, we got Farsa here.
But
right?
Natalia Gushon setup? Natalia Gushon matchup?
Well, that depends actually if what will be the guard for the Gushon and if
I agree.
Sagitno will be joining. And I also trust Etomax as well. Etomax Impact for it. We got the Esmeralda getting banned by Execration. Lots of side lane option here being removed for Onic PH. And I actually worry because what will be it? What will be the side lane now for Onic PH? Alice? Are we going to be seeing the Alice? Okay, they want Loyi. Loyi plus Atlas. Oh my god. Oh my god.
A lot of best support.
Yeah.
A lot.
Very.
A lot of
best support. No second best.
A lot of capability from Loyi to just burst down people.
And Etmax was stellar on the Loyi.
If you can put people, or you can send Chakno into those places that Onic PH won't really know. You can get out of your own ultimate, you know, and just send a Chakno to the back lines and probably just stun them or surprise them from there, get the good fatal links, and there are a lot of setups here for the side of Execration.
Hylos, Masha. Alright. It does look like Onic PH was forced to just pick whatever is left for them. Execration's composition is looking really strong. All they need is that one side laner that they have denied as well against Onic.
So they will treat the Yi Sun Shin as an assassin. He's not the carry.
Wow.
He's not the carry here. He will be the assassin.
Yeah, man. Oh my god.
Oh no. Something new from the side of Execration.
Yeah, this is. I mean, just accounting for how the lanes will be allocated, this looks so awesome from the side of Execration.
Of course, gold lane will go to Benecutie. XP lane will
be
Sagitno. XP lane is probably Yi Sun Shin.
No. Yi Sun Shin will have the retribution here.
Okay.
But I won't be surprised if they started out with 2-2-1 or 2-1-2s.
I guess Yi Sun Shin would just go for... they will start out with the bottom lane first.
Yeah. They would start with the lane before really focusing onto the jungle.
Or top. For Yi Sun Shin gets level 2, then he will go straight to the jungle and just try to get the orange.
Here's the thing. I think Jay would still be very disruptive. I think it could still be that even in the early game, Jay would impact a lot in getting those kills for Onic PH. But in terms of scaling, never, ever allow this to get into the late game because that is going to be Execration's game. Here we go, guys. Game number 2. Onic PH versus Execration 1-0 in favor of Execration.
Going for that perfect match. Dilar here going for it. He just goes in and he knows that he has enough time to get out. Yakno going 1v1 with Benecutie. Again, this is not the matchup that you really want. Jay is contested by Chakno a bit, but Chakno doesn't really have the retribution, so there is no way that Chakno can steal that.
Oh my Venus there. Just went for the dive, and there's gonna be Wise. Energy Impact gets dodged by Benecutie, but the Lycan Pulse won't be. It's still gonna be a kill, the 1-for-1, as Oh my V overstayed is welcome, and also another one onto Iyakno. They really want to target Benecutie.
Yeah,
They will want to pull back
They-
Benny
they-
QT. But the problem is Hate will have a free time.
they know. Onic PH knows that Benny QT really gave problems for Yaknu that game. That Roger onto the side lane doesn't really, fight well against Benny QT, especially with that Electro Flash. Because what you want for Yaknu is to close in with that bounce and just scratch Benny QT as much as possible. But with the Electro Flash, that's not really a possibility.
Yeah. Totally none. We got here Sagitno getting dive on by Jay, but Sagitno is still fully online. It does look like Onic is trying to make that early game count, but it's not happening right now. Dilar actually crossing here. He has to be careful. Lots of damage being dropped from the combination of Etomax as well as the Mountain Shocker of Heat.
Look at the Yaknu here. He's just staying there. Not really care about it. He's just gonna get poked a lot here. Oh my Venus trying to get the perfect setup to, just get a bit of a poke or a stun, or probably just Chakno taking down Benny QT again. But you can't really take for granted the fact that Execration, once they see Benny QT getting aggroed on the top lane, they go straight for the rotation.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-minute mark. A little bit of a lead here by Execration, just very little in terms of damage. They're the ones being proactive here. And they're the ones being able to foil the advances of Onic PH. But still, it's Onic PH aggression. It's still Onic PH knows what's up and what needs to be done for their win conditions, because they have a losing condition, and that would be of the late game.
And Chakno here, oh my Venus, staying in the same spots. Dilar there, actually stopping We Are Angry. That is well-timed. That was a well-timed deplete of 1 HP bar that helped him not get pulled in.
Yeah. And Hate is able to just farm still, right? Sits at level 5, where the rest are just at level 4. They got the gold lane also being plowed through properly against Benny Q. Oh my Venus onto the side. Not gonna be fully committing. It's just getting up some damage here. Trying to really get the proper timing down. Actually, I find it really weird that the Queen, Oh my V, is being relegated towards the tank, right?
I mean, if
the tank support, so it doesn't look like
it doesn't
so impactful.
I mean, well, Venus can play a lot of heroes, but
even as Selena.
Yeah, even as Selena, she can. Venus can play a lot of these heroes, but the thing is, Venus isn't. You wouldn't really want Venus to go, or let's say to be the tank, because you see him play a lot of Sicilians, you see him play a lot of Rafaelas, Estes. It's more on the utility setup and the damage carrying or control mages that he can play. So I'm getting your sentiments right now, but yeah, I guess it's the certain adjustment that Onic PH needs to take if they want to pick this J Natalia.
Well, that's gonna be the turtle. Easily done in by Execration. They initiated it. They have secured it. Does look like the momentum is not yet on Onic, but things are looking pretty even here. But if it's a scaling comp, it's not good eh. If things are even, it goes in favor of you, because really your weakest point should be the early game here.
Yeah. And Execration, they know that if they put Benny QT in front of a Yakno here, Benny QT will have a good time.
Yeah.
And Benny QT is just showing that he's not really leaving the lane as much, and he knows that Electro Flash will save him.
Ooh, full combo. Good thing there was a flicker quick onto Wise. Had it been that Etomax connected that full combo as well, Ryan would be very deadly coming in from the Fatal Links.
And it's I actually think that it's weird to see Wise not play the carry.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually find it weird as well.
Well, it's a setup that we talked about, but onto the bottom lane they get the Masha to fight sa Gitno, so that
they
he
are
can
utilizing Jay.
Yeah.
They're really utilizing Jay here as the jungle. They're playing, with some sort of inspiration from other MOBAs here.
Yeah, but
Of having a mid lane mage, right? But have to scale that, not really like the support mage, because right now, like what works right now for the 131 post Project Next Patch is really still having your mid lane be a support, despite that support staying in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you really have to look at this. Onic PH, the amount of pressure that they're putting in for Benny QT They couldn't even really take that kill on Benecuti. Yakno here wants to go for the push, but Etomax and Chakno will dance around this area. They wouldn't really let Benecuti be the target of a lot of the setups here for Onic PH. And Onic PH will be forced to go to another lane. Which lane can they go to? Dilar's, well, they can go to Sagitnu's lane, but on the side of Sagitnu's lane, it's okay. He's expendable at this point. Because the thing is, the Ruby can take one kill before you can take him down.
Yeah. Slow and steady here. We got Oh My Venus just having some scout here towards the turtle. It's quite an early mounting shocker there, but they need to spot out where Jay is, what side he is strafing already. And I think members of Execration, they decided that no, it is not clear and good to go. But the problem here is also the top lane side.
Yeah, look at it.
Benekute is just free.
Dilar went up top.
Yeah.
And Iyakno went bot. Because they know that Iyakno can't really weather it right now.
Yeah.
Just because of the sheer
mobility.
Item
advantage as well.
advantage, yeah.
Yeah.
But they go for that two-man setup, and Wise
1-for-1.
Yeah, collateral
damage for that part, but it's still gonna be a good trade in favor of Onic because that is a support for a carry. Let's see here. It's gonna be we are angry coming in from Execration. It's gonna be secured though. The turtle coming goes to Onic PH, but the top lane side already destroyed. That's the thing. Top lane side is already destroyed by Execration.
And look at Chakno here, even pushing out the wave. and it's the Chakno thing. If he knows that it's the right thing to do at that point, he doesn't really have anything better to do. Just because Benecuti is down, and he knows that this is the lane where he needs to protect Benecuti.
And you know, I just cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So if you put Benecuti deep down,
Jay. There's a mistake there by Jay. Oh no, the Farsa also getting killed though. Onto the other side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, by Chakno and Benecuti. Why is here getting tagged? It's not good.
Look at Etomax. Look at Etomax. Oh.
Okay. There's Sakitnu.
Jay?
Goes in. There's an idea over Jay might be went for the flicker. They really want to get this kill. They know this is a very narrow lane. Mounting Shocker is also available. Dance around by Jay. That's it. Because Etomax will be cutting him. And there's a lot of range. There's a lot of area for Etomax.
So this is where creep equilibrium or minion equilibrium comes into play. Why did Chaknu push that wave? It's because you really have to look at where your marksman is going to position. If you put 1-1 in a very deep spot, then that means there are more openings for Onic to actually take advantage of that and just go in. But then again, if you put him near the turret, that's going to be good for the side of Execration because Benecuti has enough protection.
Yeah, and look at that. Benecuti just stay and all goes in as he knows that there might be no proper follow there from the side of Onic PH. Still going to be a 2-4-2 on the side. Also, a gank that was done there by Dilar. He did die though. And yeah, it was traded on towards Chakno. Actually, Chakno did get a lot of turret hit on that attempt to zone out. If anyone will try to re-engage against Execration.
And Execration, they are losing their lead.
Yeah,
they set up their lead nicely, but then again, these are two marksmans.
Yeah, two marksmans, and it's quite unnecessary actually. On the pickup towards Etomax.
Well, marksmen. Marksmen. These are two marksmen working on the way onto the side of Execration. So, how do you fight this on scaling?
I'm not sure. Again, late game. I keep on headlining that if it's the late game, you just go for Execration. But this is good. They actually went for more objectives. There's Chaknu. There's very little rotation and movements here that can come from Execration to contest this Lord. And at least the Lord goes into the hands of Onic PH. That is one massive breathing room for them as they try to find that right team fight against Execration.
So, Sagitnu and the others, they are just putting up this fortress in the middle lane. They want to see someone go to the death brush. But this is where Jay and the others have the advantage, because Jay can just move in. If he gets the exclamation mark, then that means someone is near the area. So you really don't have to go for the face check.
Yeah. 6-7, ladies and gentlemen. At the 11-minute mark, we get the Lord already pushing up top. as they are fully converging in. Have a Mountain Shocker already set here. Also with Benecutie, they're kiting back totally. There goes the Lord, and I think it will be cleared here by Execration. So it's Onic that will be eyeing a different target up top. Jay in critical health. Sagito is still fully online for that no casualty on Execration. And they were able to get a clear onto that Lord, and that inhibitor turret inner is still alive.
Benny. Sagitno. They're just waiting for that Sagitno pull to just hit. And I'm pretty sure when that Sagitno pull hits Jay or probably Wise, that's going to be the time where Execration will fight. But any other pull, any other pull than that, I don't think that Execration really has that privilege to, you know, just fight it out. Because yes, you have the 2 marksman setup. It's been working for your side, but you really just need to have time. Because right now, everyone is in reach with the Glorious Pathway. But for Onic PH, they're really doing a great job. And they just need to take this middle turret down.
Yeah.
This is the only thing that's stopping them from doing things.
Yeah, and Execration realized actually that Onic PH is starting to loom in to get a team fight down, especially on Wise. What Onic wants is a pre towards Wise. Mountain Shocker. Ow! 1 Mountain Shocker, 4 members, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be very risky. Etomax gets cut here. It was a very good guess from Wise.
That was, by the way, the faired airstrike.
Jay did saw it.
Jay did see it.
It was a setup by Wise. It was followed up by Wise.
Jay did see it, and if you notice, that was the feathered airstrike. The feathered airstrike. They had the vision. Hate there. Went for the Mountain Shocker. He did see where Farsa was, but they couldn't really contest as Hate is scaling right now. Remember, this isn't your funnel setup where 30 minutes into the game, you already have 4 items. You divided the economy between 2 marksmen, and that means you need double the time to get them into place.
Yeah. And also, I like to account the idea that, again, they kind of underestimated the ability of a Farsa to really just, you know, that very long range and big damage, even on just 1 hit of that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, and that was totally, that was totally a good play from Wise. He did not hold back on that feathered airstrike. And we did see the capabilities of Wise to burst down someone. 1 feathered airstrike brought 2 people on half HP.
Yeah.
At least we're seeing Onic PH being very wary of what happened earlier. The low Yi costed them a lot earlier just because of the plays. But now for Onic PH, they know that this is a possibility. They know that Execration did it, and they'll be extra careful.
7-7 on a running game. Things are looking pretty even here. But I think Onic PH is getting some good momentum. As Execration, they really want to get that fight. They really want to get that fight down. They believe that they can win it. They're setting up death brushes. But the problem here is they're not feeding enough fake information at least towards Onic. Jay here, look at Jay. He wants to go for side lane pressure. They went with the Mountain Shocker.
Malefic Roar. It is going to be hard for the side of Execration.
I see.
To not for the side of Execration to not really take care or not let Onic PH do their split pushes because this will be very fast.
Benecutie has the Malefic Roar. Benecutie has the Malefic Roar as well. This is a Luminous Lord if I'm not mistaken. Getting initiated on 27k, 26k on the life. Chaknu dancing around for the backside. Remember that whatever is being set up by Chaknu, there is an ultimate coming in from Etomax. This is very risky. Everything is starting now, but of course, Jace gives information disruption for against the members of Onic PH. Jay walks out, re-engaged, done in by Iaknu. They get all in. Etomax is also gone, and Sagitnu is nowhere to be found. That is the biggest problem here. 2 for 1 on the trade.
Now, Sagitnu needs to get in the area. He is the remaining front line here for the side of Execration. Onic PH, they lose Iaknu. But still, can Execration make the most out of this? In terms of damage, it's only Dilar, Wise, and Jay who can actually contribute into it. Look at that damage! Wow,
man. Even with Benecutie, Babay Sagitnu here, there's no one that can actually respond for you But maybe he would be able to walk away. Yeah, but for a flicker under the chariot, there goes Chaknu. Will he flicker as well? What he got the tag is towards Oh My Venus, but Jay, he wants to assassinate someone. So what Execration did they want to be sure? All of them, they regenerated. The thing here is that Wise is hitting a lot of good targets with that Feather Air Strike.
Yeah. Wise is really working his way onto the position. Etomax and Chaknu, they are here.
They're focusing towards Oh My Venus. I do believe that Etomax, what he needs is actually to bait out someone with a Winter Truncheon. There's a kill done in by Etomax. Yeah, he has the Winter Truncheon already. He's in suppress mode. And there's the catch towards Iaknu as well. Hate goes online. And again, all the fate is still here for Benny Cutie.
Rose Gold Meteor is up for Benny Cutie, slowly climbing up the ranks into just protecting himself from that Farsa. Benny, have you noticed that Benny hasn't really popped off his ultimate for quite some time? He's not getting the requirements right now to get that. So Benny Cutie and the others, Etomax. Wow. Etomax almost falling down, and he can actually get burned, but at least he doesn't fall to the HP threshold.
Yeah, I was thinking that Etomax, that's it for Etomax, but Hate here, along with Benny Cutie. Jay cannot really duel this or assassinate someone. He will be popped so quickly from the damage of these two carries of Execration. The gold has been swinging back and forth really. So far, it is normalizing once again to the equal light.
So clearly, right now for the side of Execration, it's all about holding on, waiting for the right moment where Onic PH could just make a mistake into engaging. But the thing is, they cannot take this head on because Wise is just a monster and just, you know, taking care of his positioning and using that feathered airstrike in a very aggressive manner.
They're over chasing, ladies and gentlemen. But Jay, he needs to make that dive. Members of Execration here, they're just grouping together. No holds barred. Everyone is grouping up. No one is totally letting up, even with the splits, even with the push. Jay here, this time what he does for the disruption is go for the Malefic Roar. And that's why it will be a different story maybe coming in from that game number 1. But Sagitno will be there.
Chaknu is here. Chaknu is going for Wise.
Yeah, he wants to target Wise there. No wings by wings for Wise.
Yeah. And that only means that Onic PH won't fight at this point. They want the wings of wings by wings to be available.
There's gonna be a corner towards Jay. Etomax is also there, along with Benny Cutie. Dilar is following through. They need to be careful. Jay repositioning. He does sense that members of Execration, they're losing the formation here. Etomax will be gone after the takdan in here by Wise for V5. And members of Execration, they'll be wiser as well. No objectives in the map. They're just grouping up in the mid.
Execration, they thought that they had the upper hand. But Onic PH, once they saw Etomax and Benny Cutie out of position, they just take down Etomax.
Yeah, then there goes Benny Cutie. They want to fully commit on that part. And of course, Benny Cutie still relies on the bait. And Jay fully commits. It is going to be gone. Iakno to the side. Won't be finding Benny Cutie anywhere.
Iakno is there as well. And clearly, Iakno here has the damage output. He still lacks one more item. And with one more item, they're still really just the dominating hit right now. Dilar, on the other hand,
cannot duel with Sagitno.
Even with the Sea Halberd, it's not really working on side.
Yeah. There's just a lot of spells and attacks coming in from Sagit.
Yeah. Clearly, the thing for Execration to win right now is to just get Wise. Execration, they need to get Wise. For Onic PH, they need to put Execration into one spot. That certain hit for that certain position for Hate, Benny Cutie, and Etomax to just stay there and get hit by the feathered airstrike. Iakno here is doing a stellar job as well, finding the backlines, but Jay here will be the next target. He will live.
No more stun towards Etomax here. The problem really is of Wise. He is the only main damage source here of Onic PH. That's why it's also, there are some struggles for Onic PH. They need to find the proper setup.
And clearly, the Lord is going to the side of Execration. Jay is near the area, by the way. He can steal that.
Yeah. Chakno is there, getting guided by Iakno. Iakno advances forth. Oh My Venus is also there, maintaining actually the Lord Aggro, but the damage is quite serious, really. Etomax stays to the front line. They know that Sagino is totally online. Feathered Airstrike now on cooldown. They will re-engage.
Where
Who
are
will
they
be the next
going?
target? They are targeting Wise, and Wise knows that everyone will be flying towards them. A face check by Very Cutie towards Oh My Venus. It doesn't matter. Very Cutie will not respect Oh My Venus here. No immortality for Oh My Venus. And Iaknu tries to find the proper dive. He will commit! Oh my god!
He did go for
That
the commit.
is an overextension there.
Jay is here.
But
Jay is here.
Jay has no choice. He needs to make a play. Etomax still knows what's
Mountain
up.
Shocker.
Exclamation point. Mountain Shocker is also there just to check on the position of Jay. And they will focus onto that Lord. Luminous Lord on the side of Execration. The fight breaks out. Another ultimate onto Jay done by Chaknu, and that is a focus on the assassin here of Onic PH.
Oh!
Still a kill towards Etomax.
At the time where it's going, where it is going to pop and transport him into another area, the dash connects, it catches Etomax, but I think Execration is happy with that. They got the Lord. That was a long Lord take, and good job, Jay, for stopping, for delaying that take, but it ultimately goes to the hands of Execration.
It will be going into the hands of Execration. Honestly, Jay is trying to make a play for himself. The Hate does a really good job on using that Mountain Shocker in spotting out Jay. But the thing here is that of Iakno, I really did feel he did overextend there. Trying to chase the members of Execration. I do feel though that he will hurt a lot, especially with the Lycan Pounce. But at best, he will just be getting one member. Should he target it? I kind of feel that he was trying to tag Etomax at least to make it a 1-for-1. Makes it harder for the clear onto that Lord. But yeah, I mean, he didn't get into the range of that Lycan Pounce.
Well, that was well, I have to call it out. That was a questionable play.
Yeah.
For that was a really questionable play coming out from Iaknu. Jumping in alone in front of 5 people. That is the literal 1v1 on 5. Oh well, the other casters are using it. Might as well just use it right now. But it wasn't really the best move that you can do at that point on. He pushed his luck. There was really no, how do I say this? There was really no way that it could have made sense, because I would have made sense of that if he went in or jumped in with the Lord at 1/4 HP. That could be a 100% possibility. That could have been an attempt to go for the steal. But when it's full HP, you head into 5 people, you're asking for something else.
These are heavy here.
Yeah,
it's really heavy for both teams. Kind of I feel though that it's not really over. There's just the Lord take here for the side of Execration. But I'm confident that there will be an inhibitor turret take. You know why? These are 2 marksmen.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of base damage there. Lots of damage in the auto attack alone.
Well, there is a downside for having 2 marksmen, to be honest, Shin, as well, because we did see a lot of sustained heroes come into play, and that means you have good damage right now, but does it mean that you can weather the damage output that Onic PH is gonna bring to your side?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, frontliners here, Chaknu is having a bit of trouble. He's really having a bit of trouble just containing everyone. I mean, in terms of attack speed, he's been instrumental here for stopping Iaknu and Dilar from just getting the maximum attack speed that they need. And look at Sagitno here.
You know, he's trying to be so snappy here. Gets greeted here by Dilar. That is my hero, but it doesn't matter. Again, just look at how quick Execration run through without a Lord on that mid lane inhibitor turret. And now they would just go maybe for the top lane side. But I need to be careful. Wise is there. He's going to be casting his own ultimate. 4 hits. And it's still not going to be enough. That is a turret going down. No more Feathered Airstrike. Wise will be dancing, of course, away from the battle. Outside the map maybe. And that is a minion wave coming in into the beam. Wise is still waiting for his own ultimate to be up. It's still on the black dot. There is going to be it. That's going to be the second Feathered Airstrike Benicudi and also Sagitnu, they're staying in the mid. They can easily convert this and of course go for the bot, but Dilar is already there. It's a lot of artillery minion also for the bot, and just like that, I was expecting a single inhibitor turret take make the 3 for the side of Execration, ladies and gents.
And that is the last turret for the side of Onic PH. How will they fight this? Hate getting hit.
Rose gold
and
picture
Wise,
as well. Yeah, but Wise, Hate. That's it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Hate is just focusing onto the base, and we're able to get in this only single battle that they will be facing Execration 2-0, Onic PH.
Now the streak has been broken. Execration, they haven't won a single series against Onic PH ever since Season 4 to Season 5 in the MPL. But right now, they return that favor and the streak is over. Double marksman setup. Execration really happy with that. Onic PH, I would really like to commend Wise and Iyakno. They really did a lot. Also Jay. Actually, every one of them, Dilar, Venus. I don't know what to say. It didn't hit our game number 3. We did expect this to go for a game number 3, but Execration
was able to stall it towards a late game.
There was a read.
Yeah, that's a good read.
A double marksman setup.
Yeah. But I love the uniqueness of how these teams brought up in this game. We have a full dedicated jungler in an assassin role towards Jay. We have a mid lane mage in the form of Wise. It did work its way. But really, the setup of a double marksman setup, I think it is pretty strong, especially for considering the late game. And they were just able to get what they want. There is no heavy punishment on Hate, on Benicudi, even in the early game. But that goes with the proper rotations of Execration. I can sense that Onic did try their best onto closing and getting that very early lead against Execration. All Execration does, it kind of doesn't make sense because they're grouping up. Yeah, because they're grouping up. But the thing here is that they want to make sure that Jay doesn't isolate anyone. So that it will always be awkward for Jay whenever he decides to go in.
That is it for us. I am Butter, si Shinbu. Follow our social media pages and let's throw it to Manjeet.
Ubus na yung tubig. Sakto. Buti na lang last game na. Men, Execration versus Onic PH. Much needed win para sa Execration. That will give them 3 points, 17 points in total. It was a stalemate. Stalemate, guys. Tabla kung tabla eh. Parehas lamang hanggang dulo. Unfortunately, kung sino ang magtitilt in the end, siya ang matatalo. Looking at the item builds right now, guys, kaya nakapagbasag kagad. Pag may nakita ka talaga na ganyan eh, parang pagka-swipe mo, nag-late game, may nakita ka na ganyan, bawal na kayong matalo. No? Bawal na kayong matalo sa late game. No? Bawal na kayong matalo sa late game clash. This is interesting para dito sa side ng Execration. Kasi what they did is that kumapit lang talaga sila ng todo hanggang sa huli. Mukhang nagkakaroon dito ng mga instant pagpasok si Kuya Chakno, pero ang problema dito for Execration as for Onic PH, nagkaroon ng mga miscalculated plays si Iyakno, underestimating the capabilities of Execration to outplay. And with that, 5 deaths para kay Iyakno. At nagtuloy-tuloy na ang Execration. Sagitno also doing a great job on protecting. Sino pa ba? Si Hate. Let's look at the post-game stats ngayon, no? Look at the damage taken mula dito kay Sagitno. Mukhang siya na ang ultimate security guard ni Hate dito. Hate no deaths, Sagitno no deaths. All is good para sa side ng Execration. Again, parehas yan eh. Actually, parehas nagkaroon ng moments na akala natin matatapos na. Oh My Venus also doing a great job on getting crucial heroes. Especially Ito Max. Si Ito Max ang pinaka naging main target ngayon ng Onic PH on the late game. Pero ang kailangan lang gawin dito ng Execration ay magtabi-tabi Random scribbles na yan. Oh, 'di ba? Wala paano ko mag-drawing yung tabi-tabi, no? So all of the buffs lamang again ang Onic, pero mukhang mas lamang ang Execration pagdating sa late game decision making. Let's move on to our smart highlights of the game. There you go. Like what we've said, parang ang interesting na tinuloy pa rin ng Onic PH itong main jungle na Talia dito. But then again, mas trip mo yung scaling ng Nation Shin no? Kasi ang problem, dito kay Jay, hindi rin siya makalapit agad because of the mountain shocker. Alam agad dito ng Execration saan manggagaling yung Natalia. Hindi lang yung Natalia, meron, hindi lang yung Nation Shin. Meron pang Frigid Breath dito. Frigid Breath, si Chaknu. So mapalapit ka lang ng onte, maaurahan ka lang ng onte, kita ka na. At yun yung naging dilemma ni Jay. Hindi nga siya makakuha kaagad ng kill. Nahirapan siya dito even though he has the high and dry. Boom. Ang hirap. Hindi siya makalapit. Wala siyang makuha for Execration. Ang nangyayari lang dito, nagkakaroon ng magagandang plays yung Onic for the spacing. But eventually, no big deal para sa Exe. That was the crucial moment kung saan na miscalculate ni Chaknu yung kanyang pagpasok. And I think, siguro kung na-target ni Wise yung mga minions that time, no? Siguro makiklear niya kagad ng mabilis. But then again, the tilt factor ay pumasok na sa side ng Onic PH. And ito lang yung pinaka-naging main key for the side of Execration. Unleash the hate. Gawin nating super science hate, no? Yan, super saiyan na siya. In-unleash na nila ang paggalit ni Hate dito. Kulang na lang yung mata, paggalitin natin eh. Yan. Yan, tropa natin yan. Si Kuya Hate on the Yishon Shin. And he won, carrying all of the damage and giving Execration the victory. Automatic naman kasi. No deaths, man! Protektado. Again, yung Natalia, kapag meron ka mga skills na AOE na madali siyang makita, like Rafaela, Mountain Shocker, easy, hindi ka kagad mamamatay. Plus, walang execute dito si Jay. So, meron talagang surviving potential si Hate, lalo na't naka-wind of nature siya. So, that's it for our smart MVP of the game. Guys, since this is the last series, since panalo na Execration, papasok tayo sa ating interview portion. Siyempre, kasama natin ngayon ang fighter carry ng Execration. Nandiyan si Benny Cutie. Good evening, Benny Cutie. Pre, congratulations.
Good evening po naman.
Congratulations, man. Magkasunod na panalo ang nakuha. Sino yung nasa likod mo?
Sa Gitno.
Si sa Gitno. Magkasunod na panalo yung nakuha nyo, no? Nanalo kayo ng isang araw, tapos ngayon 6 points in total kung hindi ako nagkakamali ang puntos